the Nürburgring. For so many, that means legends. The legends that have conquered this venue for nearly 95 years of motor racing. But so many chapters were written on the Nordschleife. Today, we're on the Grand Prix circuit for the fourth round of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. The very best GT3 drivers in the world piloting the very best GT3 machinery for 3 hours of frenetic action around this 5.2 kilometre venue. Brands such as Lamborghini, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, in total over 150 drivers, 54 cars. It will be nothing short of spellbinding. It's part of a global series of events and the penultimate round of the European Endurance Cup, which culminates in Barcelona at the end of September. There are sprint series races in Hockenheim, Valencia and Zandvoort to conclude the full European schedule. Previously, in the Endurance Cup, the season kicked off at the Temple of Speed in Monza, where the Rover BMW M4 GT of Philipp Eng, Marco Wittmann and Nick Yellerly took victory. In the night at Paul Ricard, previous champions Acudis ASP saw their star driver Raffaele Marcello carve through the fields to win in his Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, while at the crown jewel, the Spa 24 Hours, they also led until the BMW came on strong, and come race end, they won the biggest trophy of them all. Just a few weeks after the victory in Spa, the challengers for the overall victory in the all-pro driver lineup may well be quite different. But Rover Racing remain optimistic that with 3 podiums over 3 races this year, they are still in a strong position. Marco Wittmann is their German driver.
So far it's going very good. We won the season opener, finished third in Paul Ricard, and obviously won the 24-hour at Spa, so it's been a very good season so far, and I hope it continues like that. Obviously 2 more rounds to go, and we will definitely try hard to maximize all we can have, and then we see at the very end if we can claim the title or not.
Last time out in the Sprint Cup, history was made as Valentino Rossi claimed overall victory at home in Misano, winning for Team WRT, a goal achieved after nearly 2 years of trying.
Was perfect. It's a fantastic result for me, for all the team, and in Misano is so special. Everything is different. The grip level in this track is very low, but the track, the layout I like is good. The target is arrive Sunday with a good pace, try to be competitive, try to arrive on the podium in the endurance race, so we will try.
The challenge for overall victory here will come from very many different places. The Audi R8 of Treasure Orange 1 will be at home at the Nürburgring and look strong in the early running at Spa. It's also a home race for Dennis Marshall.
Spa went all right, however we had a bit higher ambitions, let's say. We tried to finish on the podium, didn't quite work out in the end. So now Nürburgring, we have another shot. We as a German, let's say, know the track a bit more well than others probably. So really excited for the weekend. Normally the fans at Nürburgring are really hyped for this track, for this race. 50 cars, quite a short track still, and yeah, will be not easy.
The gold category is for at least 2 gold-rated drivers and a silver, and is being controlled by a new team to GT3 racing. So strong they have been, Come To You Racing could win the Endurance Cup category with 1 race to spare this weekend. But with Max Hoffa Racing in Australia, they've been forced to shuffle their lineups.
I think we mustn't fall asleep. You know, we're leading by quite a margin, but we have no room for error. So we still need to push, and obviously the aim is still to win. So we will push all weekend long and try to aim for a podium again.
The points difference in the combined sprint and endurance for Gold Cup is in the hands of the WRT BMW number 30 as we move into the second half of this year. They also have some local knowledge to help them maximise this weekend in Germany.
It's my home circuit. I was born and raised 45 minutes from here, so my whole family is from the area, and yeah, maybe the weather conditions suit me a little bit more than the others. Looking for the rest of the season, I think we're in good contention. We're leading sprint and we're leading overall. Only the endurance one is missing, but so far everything's going well, and yeah, let's see how this weekend turns out.
9 silvers are entered for Nürburgring, a combination of silver-rated drivers. and it is Come To You Racing once again at the top of the Endurance Cup standings. With victory in their debut race in Monza, their lead has reduced over the last few races to just 6 points coming into today.
It's quite a surprise, I think. Yeah, we signed this deal a week before the first race in Monza and won that one. It's a surprise for us, but it's good. And I mean, when you're leading, you try to stay there, but we obviously feel the pressure. And I think because it's a penultimate round, we start to attack a bit more also in the races. We can't just wait for it and see what happens, because they will probably slip away from us, but we'll definitely push for to get that championship.
Grasser Racing Lamborghini were the Silver Cup winners at the Spa 24 Hours, which awards points at the 6, 12 and 24-hour periods of the race, and so lie as the nearest challenger to the Audi number 12.
It was a great feeling to get back to the racing after Spa. We are looking quite confident to repeat again the result from Spa here. This year so far we struggle a little bit with straight line speed, so for us it was always difficult to overtake other cars. But in general, I think we are having a good package. We improved some stuff and should be a good weekend.
The third placed Attempto Racing Audi is also the leader of the combined Silver Cup Championship, but that's mainly thanks to their Sprint Cup performances. Son of Riccardo, Lorenzo Patrese is partnered by homeboy Alex Acker.
Yeah, I have 2 home races obviously this year, so I'm happy. I'm happy to be here, happy to be at Nürburgring. Track with a lot of history, and I like it. If everything goes right, I think we have a good package, good team behind me, good teammates, good engineers. Everything's fine, so I think we'll do a good job.
The bronze class allows higher rated drivers to partner with a bronze rated driver and is the most populated class here at the Nürburgring. Sky Tempesta Racing have been on the podium at each endurance race so far this season, but have a 4-point slender advantage in the Endurance Cup standings, despite missing the win so far.
Super happy with the way the first half of the year has gone. We've had a podium every race. John's been doing a super good job, so has Eddie. I think we've really gelled with the car, and we've had some good luck as well during the season, and that with these longer races always has a part to play, but with any luck we keep the same momentum and keep the same record going.
Haupt Racing Team took the win at the 6 hours of Paul Ricard and find themselves second in the Bronze Cup. They also sit second in the combined classification with their sprint results from Misano.
It's been a really tight battle. I mean, we've already had a win, a podium so far this season. Spa didn't quite go our way, but I think that's how racing is. Still, it's super tight. I think I'm confident in the team we have. We have a great group of guys, great teammates as well to try and close this off. But of course, the competition is super tight in Bronze Cup this year, so it's extremely competitive. The key thing is to not make any mistakes and try to finish as much high up in the points as possible.
The last of the 5 categories is Pro-Am, which sees 2 bronze drivers partnered with a pro. And at the Nürburgring, this is the category most likely to be sealed, thanks to victory in both Paul Ricard and the 24 Hours of Spa from Car Collection. They have a huge advantage.
Yes, we can win, but motorsport is always strange, and we will drive with attention for doing these results. I think with 54 cars it will be very difficult, but maybe a podium is enough, we'll see.
Before the on-track action began, points are awarded from the virtual world as 24 drivers from 3 categories race on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The sunny, simulated Nürburgring saw BMW and Lamborghini at the front, but chaos at turn 1. Callum Williams in the 30 gold BMW dropping to the back of the pack. Lines were very much improvised through the first couple of turns. With the BMW in strife, it left Porsche and Lamborghini to battle it out up front, Jordan Pepper fending off Ayachan Guven for P3. Lauren Heinrich in P2 was looking to win the Pro Championship with a round to spare, but found himself held up. Mistakes in the pits saw Dan Harper and Charlie Fagg not complete their obligatory 1-second fuel stop, causing penalties for both. But Sheldon van der Linde in his BMW showed the car had pace to keep the Pro Championship alive. Last lap drama for Spa winner Alexei Netov and newbie Kobe Pavels, who also tangled up with Cesar Gazou through the final turn. But out front, no such issues for Sandy Mitchell, who took the €10,000 and 5 vital championship points back into the real world for K-Pax. Lauren Heinrich and Arjan Guven joined him on the podium.
All of that build-up brings us to this moment. The Fanatec GT World Challenge, powered by AWS Endurance Cup, the 4th weekend of the season for the endurance drivers. And boy, oh boy, what a venue. The Nürburgring, in the shadow of the Nordschleife. For almost a century, racing drivers have been coming here to battle against the elements and to showcase what they can do. On the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit of 3.199 miles, it's going to be a very tough race indeed, of 3 hours around the course. And it is a very different challenge to what we've seen so far this year at Monza, Paul Ricard and Spa. Here is the circuit, and it's very challenging in the dry. In the wet, it can be even more so. But we are going to be in for 3 frenetic, fast and challenging hours around the circuit. I'm Jake Sanson, with me is John Watson.
Well, Nürburgring, rain, snow, ice, wind. It's Nürburgring. You have all the elements in the space of a day. Right now, the clouds have broken. They've got blue sky, but we've got a strong wind blowing up into the nose, into the face of competitors, coming into from turn 1 all the way up into turn 16. So, and the ambient, although it's showing 17.5, the chill factor is actually quite big. So all these things combine, and we don't know what's going to happen over the next 3 hours because it changes that dramatically and quickly. Nevertheless, a 54-car grid here at Nürburgring, 3 hours endurance, is going to be one motor race.
Well, joining the Mercedes on the front row of the starting grid, it is the Iron Lynx, and Mirko Bortolotti is down there with Gemma.
Mirko, being on the front line is exactly where you want to be. Qualifying this morning was really exciting. Since then, we've seen a balance of performance change. How's that going to affect you?
Yeah, we will see in the race. For sure, it's not going to help when you get more weight, but it's not only affecting us. So compared to the Mercedes, which is the closest car to us at the moment on the grid, we have even a little advantage because they got more than us. So I usually don't comment BOP, it's not my business. I just focus on driving, getting the maximum out of the car, trying to have a good race. We had a good quali. I think the rain helped us, honestly, because yesterday and the day before in dry conditions we were not where we wanted to be. And yeah, let's hope we can still have a good race today. Start position is good. We can stay out of trouble and yeah, have a clean race. Maybe we can have a strong result, which is what we need at this stage.
I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much, Mirko.
Thank you.
Diplomatic as ever from Mirko Bortolotti, and a very interesting race to come from them. Let's talk about balance of performance a bit, John.
Yes, there's been a balance of performance change since qualifying this morning. So Ferrari have been given a 10 kilogram weight break, so they've taken 10 kilograms out of their car. Lamborghini have had 5 kilograms added, but probably more crucially is McLaren and Mercedes have had a 10 kilogram additional ballast added to their cars. So while it's going to have an effect on the front row of the grid, the Mercedes with +10, the Lamborghini with +5, the conditions are completely different to those we saw throughout the qualifying and started in appallingly wet conditions and ended up with a track that was drying very rapidly. So really, who's going to gain, who's going to lose all of this? Well, we're not known until this race gets underway.
Well, it wouldn't be the Nürburgring without a member of the Schumacher family. David is with Gemma Scott.
David, obviously carrying a very famous surname, David Schumacher, son of Ralph, and a pole position for you in gold class today.
Yeah, it was a good qualifying. Was a bit unlucky in my stint. We just catch the checkered flag straight away. The track was improving, so maybe I could have improved a bit more. But yeah, we did a great job. I mean, pole position in class and also P7 overall, I think is all we can wish for.
Thank you very much. Have a fantastic race.
Thank you.
Of course, David's cousin Mick is assisting the Mercedes Grand Prix team 90 minutes down the road at Spa, and David is in action here at the Nürburgring. Schumacher fans, plenty to talk about today.
Well, Maro Engel standing beside the 777 Almanar Racing Mercedes, and that's a car second row of the grid, but again, likewise, with the 88 carrying that additional 10 kilograms, which they've got to factor in. Okay, you think 10 kilograms, what's that, just over 20 pounds? what's the difference? Well, normally on a sort of regular racetrack like Nürburgring, every 10 kilograms of additional weight you have to carry equates to a loss of about a third, maybe fraction over that, per second per lap. And it also has a bearing on things like tyres. To a lesser degree, brakes. I don't think brakes are going to be a big issue here. But, you know, when you're suddenly, after qualifying, you're being given a change of BOP and you haven't had a chance to try the car out, you're in a slightly no man's land situation, but it'll sort itself out pretty quickly.
Could be a big challenge for the pole man, Raffaele Marcello. Another team that really impressed is the Iron Dames. They did a fantastic job to get pole position in the bronze class, and Gemma is with them.
She needed to be under control.
It was a fantastic quali for you guys this morning, and we saw the clip at the end of the session where you were just talking to Michelle through the helmet, trying to make her believe it, right?
Yeah, well, you know, I knew she wouldn't be that happy with her quali because it was very difficult, the Q3. I mean, with traffic management and everything, I was on the radio, I could hear everything, and I could hear that the engineer didn't give her the pole because we weren't sure with all the other cars behind us. So I was like, before starting to scream on everybody, know that we aren't.
Yeah, she had to tell me.
Now, do you think the Lamborghini is going to do well here, especially if it's dry?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this weekend the Lambos have been strong, especially in the rain. I mean, we've showed good potential of the cars, but now it's dry, so let's see. We still hope that it could maybe be a little bit changing weather conditions, but we will push, all of us.
We'll see you do your rain dance throughout the next hour. Thanks, girls.
I'm doing one.
Have a good race.
Sarah Bovey and Michelle Gatting along with their teammate Rael Frey. For me, they were, obviously Lamborghini was the brand of qualifying for me, but the team of qualifying for me was absolutely the Iron Dames. They earned that bronze pole.
Absolutely, I mean, a great effort indeed all around. They will be starting back on the 7th row of the grid, so they're just, I would say, at the tail of the lead group of cars. I mean, one of the difficulties we have at Nürburgring and other circuits where you get such a large entry is if you're not in that front half of the field, you need to be patient because there will be traffic jams galore all around the 5.1 kilometre Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. So Michelle Gatting will take the wheel of that car, sorry, Rahel Frey will take the wheel of the car for the first hour, and she will hopefully get clear of all those around her, but more importantly behind her. And some of the people behind her are the 32 BMW Charles Fiats, other people looking down Davide Rigo in the 71 Ferrari, Valentino Rossi in the 46 a BMW. Likewise, he'll be looking to chase down that Lamborghini.
Another car that's going to try and take them on is the leading car in Pro-Am. That is the Barwell Lamborghini. Rob Collard is down there with Gemma Scott.
I wish Ricky a happy birthday.
We'll be very, very quick. Did you just say it's your birthday?
No, it's Ricky, my son's birthday.
Ricky's birthday.
And he's racing at Croft this weekend, so fingers crossed for him, because I won't know how he's getting on, and I've got to do 2 stints in the car, so it's going to be a busy one for me.
And fingers crossed for you guys as well. Fantastic qualifying.
Absolutely, thank you. Goodbye. Bye.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Ricky Collard. That was a very short and sweet little word there with Rob Collard. They did a great job in qualifying as well.
Yeah, Rob's got to get himself into the car, getting just, you know, you saw him sucking on something. Well, those are his earplugs. And they've, of course, got a radio link as well inside them. Look at that. Fred Vervish, Come To You Racing. Again, star in an Audi, wherever he is, starting back on this at the 4th row of the grid for Fred Vervish. It was about 5th row of the grid for the Come To You Racing. And Fred, always absolute star, and never ever can be discounted for a podium finish.
Now the top 4, we've got 3 Mercedes and a Lamborghini. The next car in the line is the number 40 Tracer Orange 1 Audi of Mattia Drudi to start. Now you have tipped these guys really highly given the balance of performance change, but also just how strong and consistent they've been so far this weekend.
Well, certainly it was one of my favourites at Spa 24 just over a month ago. And one has to say, having a look at the balance of performance changes, Audi have not been given either a weight break or a weight penalty. So their car is going to be exactly as it was when they had it out this morning in qualifying. And I would have to think that if anybody in that top sort of 10 cars is going to make progress, certainly Matteo Drudi is one of them. Christopher Mies likewise in the 25 Audi, and Fred Vervish, who we've just had a look at on the grid. They are going to be a combination. They're going to look to move forward as we go into the first of these 3 hours.
So the German national anthem rings out over the circuit. Back in the front of the grid, Raffaele Marcello may be taking the car, but Jules Gounon got it there in Q3 to finish the job. Jules is with Gemma Scott.
Jules, it may be cold, but it's certainly dried up since qualifying this morning, and you guys are on pole.
Yeah, really good job this morning from the team. I think we got the right spot at the right moment, and the car was great to drive, so it's good to start on pole. Now it's a whole complete different story, also a different BOP, so let's see how much this is going to affect us. But at the moment, so far, everything is going good. We are here to take big points in the championship. Hopefully we can do it this afternoon and enjoy some... well, are you sure it's going to stay dry?
From what I've seen, but I'm not going to take any blame if it changes.
Yeah, I think so. You know, looking at the clouds and the history of this place, we don't know what can happen. And as you can see, we both have a very warm jacket. So let's see what can happen during the race, but hopefully we can have a good one.
I wish you the best of luck. Thanks, Jules.
Thank you.
Hedging the bets is the best thing to do at this place, isn't it? You can never really be sure. But look, the track temperature is as high as 23 degrees Celsius. That's the warmest it's been all day.
Yes, it's gone up actually quite a bit in the last sort of 25 minutes. But again, there's the chill factor. Gemma alluded, as did Jules, that while the ambient might be high if you're in the shade, but on the pit lane or on the racetrack itself, the wind is whistling down, and the chill factor is bringing that temperature back down to something a little bit less comfortable. And of course, with that wind, you always have the associated cloud that will come with it. And as we look to the west, I think it is from a commentary booth, there is quite a lot of cloud coming towards the circuit now. It's all quite high cloud, unlike the cloud we had this morning. It was actually almost like a fog over the racetrack. So it could change, it may well change, it probably will change. Now, how's that for confidence?
This is a great battle going into turn one. The Acadis ASP Mercedes versus the Iron Lynx Lamborghini in a season when Lamborghini has really been on the back foot for most of this season. They had all sorts of problems. The CrowdStrike Spa 24 was nothing short of a write-off for the Lamborghini brand, really. It all fell apart within the first 12 hours. Here, they suddenly seem to have found a spark, and it looks like the Lamborghini Renaissance could be starting.
Remember what Mirko Bortolotti said in that interview. He thought that the wet conditions came to them and helped them. He didn't say the dry conditions, in spite of having an additional penalty with carrying another 5 kilograms, is going to work in their favor. So it's all up for grabs. Nobody really knows, because the BOP changes will have a small bearing and some bigger bearing on others. So whether it's going to be Mercedes gets into turn one first or Lamborghini, well, it's all dependent on who makes the best start, the rolling start. It's just going to go on behind all that, because inevitably, you into turn one here at Nürburgring, there will be a shuffle of cars going off left, going off right, overshooting. Anyway, let's wait and see, because it is Nürburgring.
I do think I agree with you in terms of the dark horse for this being the Audi brand. Certainly the Trezor Orange 1 Audi, the 25 Santaloc Junior car, and the 11 Com2U cars all have a really good shot of a podium here from being deep into that top 10 with no additional BOP changes. So this could be an interesting one for them. Watch out for the gold pole position sitter, the 157, the Windward Racing car, which is going to be started, as we know, by David Schumacher. And also keep an eye on the Iron Dames. They'll want to stay there in the pole position in the bronze category. Also, the silver pole position, we didn't hear from them on the grid, but that's Glenn Van Berlo in the GRT Grasser Lamborghini. They were brilliant in the wet qualifying. Can Lamborghini sustain this in the dry? That's the million-dollar question.
Yes, so trying to get as much temperature in the tyres as possible as the front row sprints away and leaves the rest of the field still waiting on the grid.
So here we go. Let's talk you through the starting grid then for the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Round 4 in the Endurance. It's Acadis ASP, Raffaele Marcello versus the Iron Lynx of Jordan Pepper. Then Mauro Engel in the Almanar Mercedes alongside Maxi Goods. It's going to be an interesting one for Mattia Drudi, 5th on the grid from Frank Pereira in the K-Pax. Then David Schumacher in the gold pole alongside the Santaloc Junior Audi of Christopher Mies. Fred Vervish in the Com2U Audi and Marco Wittmann, the championship leaders in the Robe. Then Dennis Olsen in the Richonic Porsche alongside Sven Müller in the Dynamic Porsche. Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari alongside the bronze pole, the Iron Dames, Rael Frey at the wheel. Then it's Ward versus Goethe, Winwood versus Garage 59, Charles Wiertz in the WRT BMW alongside Rolf Innichen, third in gold in Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Then Malikin alongside Haupt in the Pure Racing and Haupt Porsche and Mercedes. Then Davide Rigon versus Valentino Rossi, an all-Italian 11th row. Then Louis Pret alongside Nicolas Bayard, Garage 59 versus Comtieu. Then it's Jean-Baptiste Simoneau in the WRT BMW alongside Chris Froggatt in the Sky Tempesta McLaren. Rob Collard gets the Pro-Am pole position for Barwell alongside Leung in the WRT BMW. Then Rima Jafali, the Saudi Arabian, alongside Philip Saga in the Dynamic GT Porsche. Neil Verhagen will start the Rove 998 alongside Benjamin Hites in the Grasser. Then Ralph Bond alongside Aurélien Panis, Porsche versus Audi. Then Finlay Hutchison in the Comtieu Racing number 12 alongside Pietro Deleguanti. Watch for them charging through. Clément Mathieu in the CLRT Porsche alongside Charlie Fagg in the Optima McLaren. Then Satan Diracool in the Dynamic GT Porsche beside Gustafsson in the Mad Panda Mercedes. Ewan Bastard is there in the Santodoc Junior alongside Romain Leroux in the Sol Aston Martin for Bullet. Then Fabian Scholzer in the Get Speed alongside Nicky Lidviller in the Car Collection Porsche. Then Terrassa alongside Pierce, Grasser Lambo versus Parker Porsche. Then Andrea Colla in the Butson VDS Audi alongside Buchart in the Valkenhorst BMW. Louis Maciel, who spun around in the new Ferrari 296 for them. Lars Bergstein in the Get Speed Mercedes number 2. Then it is Mukavoz in the Trezor Tepto Audi alongside Samantha Tan in the Racing Rinaldi Ferrari. And at the back of the grid, it is Leo Guarini in the AGS Lamborghini alongside Erwin Creed in the CSA Audi. This is going to be a tough race, 54 cars, 3 hours on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit.
Yes, and there's that amount of tension on the face of Jules Gounod sitting back in the the Mercedes garage as we ride on board with the Raffaele Marcello at Codis ASP Mercedes. So cars still making their way around the racetrack and the field pretty well spread out. They need now to get themselves all bunched together riding on board with Marco Wittmann in the 98 BMW, and that car starting back on the 5th row of the grid along with Philly Bank. He'll take over probably, and Nick Gelly most likely be the driver that does the finish. So here we are on the sort of the second part of the return straight. It's the dog leg in the middle of it. Chris Froggatt in the 93 Sky Tempesta just getting himself positioned.
Expect a lot of overtakes in the first hour, a lot of battles for position, a lot of cars trying to get themselves back into a better competitive position than the wet qualifying this morning afforded them to be. But this will be an interesting challenge. Raffaele Marcello alongside Jordan Pepper. Cool, calm and collected versus absolute banzai at times. This will be a very interesting first quarter.
Well, you've got 3 Mercedes in the front 2 rows of the grid. And watching to see Marcello controlling it, Jordan Pepper just dropping back a little bit. Wait for the lights to go green.
We are ready to race. The lights do go green and we're underway in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup Round 4. And already the Mercedes of Maxi Goetz is trying to get up, and here comes the Almanar Mercedes as well. They're going to swamp past the Lamborghini on the way down to the first corner. Watch Trudy in the Audi. There's a little bit of contact between the 2 Mercedes cars. The Almanar gets biffed in once, twice, 3 times, and the Iron Dames have gone around. Oh, that's such a heartbreaker. Looks like big damage to one of the Ferraris as well. I think that might be Niklas Nielsen, and somehow through all of that, Marcello has held on to the lead in front of the Almanar Mercedes, and that's the Richonic Porsche that has come all the way up to 3rd.
Damage to the rear, one of the Mercedes likewise, but that was a gift for Raffaele Marcello. He was the one that came out of that 4-way battle into turn 1. He was on the right part of the racetrack, others were all too far to the left, and again, tire smoke billowing off the back. I think it's there's the battle that's going on for 2nd and 3rd place. Audi have got themselves out. Look at the front of that Ferrari. Is that the Ferrari that got that bodywork damage?
No, it's the other one. It's Maxi Goetz.
It's Max Goetz, and I'm not surprised because Max Goetz was one of those Mercedes trying to make it 3 into 2 into 1, and it didn't come off. And he's got damage on that right rear. Bodywork rubbing on that right rear tire. Needs to be concerned either to rub the rubber away or rub the bodywork away.
Well, look who's come up into 3rd position because the Almanar Mercedes has now dropped back into 5th place. Look who's in 3rd. It's David Schumacher in the Winwood Mercedes that has crept forward now into 3rd position. What an amazing lap for David Schumacher. As now side by side, that's Audi versus McLaren, as everybody tries to get through without too much drama, but there's absolute banter between the other Winwood Mercedes and the remaining Ferrari. That is the 71 of Davide Rigon. So they are absolutely at loggerheads as they come through on the first lap. The Rutronic Porsche's got through in a second. The Continu Audi of Fred Verbisch is in fourth.
The Mercedes in the background, rubber flying off the back. We saw the bodywork had that car coming back, literally 3 wheels on my wagon. There is the remains of that right rear tire. Everybody having to back off in the middle of the chicane to enable them not to get in contact.
Right, we've got the number 11 Continu Audi of Fred Verbisch having got past David Schumacher. Schumacher having another go, and here comes Mauro Engel. Engel's going deep into the brakes into turn 1, trying to go side by side with David Schumacher, and he's still going to be there to the inside for turn 2. Here comes Engel. Perfect. He's going to get up the inside. David Schumacher's going to have to bail out of it. Up to 4th for the Almanar Mercedes.
Yeah, Mauro Engel had the particular part of the racetrack that David Schumacher didn't, and that put the 777 Mercedes directly ahead of David Schumacher in the 157 Mercedes.
Well, it looked like Schumacher got a terrible exit out of turn the final corner, and that's how Verbisch was able to get through, and so too was Mauro Engel. So now we're jostling away for position. That is the 57 having come in for a pit stop. You can go out, Roger. You can. So out he goes, and now we've got the 911 Pure Racing Porsche dueling away with the number 40 Audi that's had a terrible start in the end of all of that. Mathieu Drudi, he got a great initial getaway.
Yeah, but he was on the left-hand side of the track going into turn 1. So he got swept up with all the traffic that should have been turning right, but went straight on, and consequently, he had nowhere to go. He had just to wait, be patient, wait for the traffic to clear, get a gap to get rolling again.
There is so much to unpick from that start. We'll have a look at the replay, I'm sure, with several angles to choose from. The 11 of Fred Verbisch up into 3rd position now, as we know. There is Mauro Engel trying to chase after him now. 4th position, looking very strong already, getting into the rhythm. There is David Schumacher, and in behind them, Jordan Pepper, who is somehow still in the top 6, albeit with body damage.
So again, just the charge was like 4, almost 5 wide at one point. At the critical point, there's more smoke, more tire smoke. I'm not sure Max Gert's car did also get damage to the bodywork, and that's where the tire rub is coming. But cars that were definitely further down the field. Look at the 998 BMW trying to drive up the inside, coming into that final turn, getting himself not quite alongside, but might have the better exit.
Certainly going for Jean-Baptiste Simonauer there, Neil Verhagen. Also, Marco Wittmann is in 7th position in the championship leading Rove BMW. They really took advantage of the squabble at turn 1. 8th is now Christopher Mies in the Santadoc Junior Audi. And look side by side, we've got Rima Jafali going wheel to wheel down the main straight. That is with Johan Bastar. And Bastar is going to go up the inside line and take the position away. Meanwhile, just a little further up the road, you've got Audi of Petra Deleguanti taking on Ralph Bon, I do believe, as they continue to duel away. Careful, don't nudge each other. You do not want anybody to have... Look at Dennis Olsen, though. He's taking on Marcello.
Absolutely. I mean, the pace from the lead car, the 88 Mercedes, isn't coming forward here right now. We've seen the Porsche, who didn't have any weight change, any BOP change, finding themselves being able to challenge Marcello comfortably. The second place, Porsche has had fastest sector time in sector 1. Fastest lap so far is Raffaele Marcello.
So this is going to be a fascinating duel now over the first couple of laps. Let's look back over the start. So let's see where it all unfolded there. Jordan Pepper's not quite reacted the same way. Maxi Gott's got a beautiful launch.
Yes, now it's all looking reasonably in control, but look, the cars all over the place coming down into turn. Marcello stays to the right. Mauro Engel tries to come down, contacts Jordan Pepper. Maxi Gertz becomes wrapped up in all that, contact twice. And there you see the Aaron Dames Lamborghini has rotated.
Well, this is on board with the 98 car, the Rove BMW, the championship leading car. Look, he's about to get some punishment. Ready? Bang! How is he still running in the top 10?
They make him tough down in Munich, that's why.
Very impressive. He managed to get away from all that, but look at just the carnage in turn 1.
That is normal at Nürburgring in turn 1. Everybody tries to get into turn 1 ahead of everybody else, and inevitably it just doesn't work. And Marcello hugged the right-hand side of the racetrack, not the natural line. There's the rear view mirror from the 98, or the 88.
Even Marcello got a tag as he went through. He was quite lucky, actually, that he didn't take more damage to the rear of the Mercedes, and they are now, of course, leading the race. Excellent work to hold the lead. So there is the 11, that's Fred Verbisch in the Continu Audi.
But the number 157 Mercedes, David Schumacher, has actually set the fastest lap of this race, a 156.6, 55.6, and I mean, he is running right now 5th in line.
A very good start to the race. Now let's have a look and see what's happening through the chicane. Whoops! Fred Verbisch Goodness me, that was a wake-up call, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he gathered it all back up together, launched himself into the final turn. Fred wouldn't have said, what happened? Nothing happened. Everything was perfectly fine.
Nothing to see here. Move on. So Vervish, Engel and Schumacher battling away for third, then Pepper, then Wittmann, Mies. Goetz has now lost out to Rolf Heineken in the Iron Links Lamborghini, by the way. Here comes the squadron, and it's led by the 998, Verhaugen, in front of Simenauer, then Haupt, Froggatt, Fag, Rossi, Bayard, and then Charles Weerts. This is a great little tussle. And side by side, two McLarens. This is Froggatt trying to fend off from Charlie Fag in the Optimum car. Valentino Rossi is waiting in the wings.
So Rossi is running just outside the top 20 right now. Looked to me like he had to have a reasonable start, but that's where he has found himself. We are on lap 4, and he is going to try and find a way around Charlie Fag, which will not be easy.
Now this is the bronze leader, this is Hubert Haupt. Don't forget that car was in bits in the early part of yesterday because they had an engine crack that they found on the morning during yesterday's free practice. They sat out of pre-qualifying, and now here they are, leading in class. They're great fortunes for them, but they've really done their homework.
32 trying to find a way past, and this is Charles Weerts in 24th trying to find a way around the number 21 Audi, and manages to get the deal done on the final corner. So Charles Weerts has made further progress. So there is a lot of movement going on outside the top 8, all the way down through, well, in fact, all the way down through the field.
So up the inside comes the Optimum McLaren to try and take on Chris Froggatt in the Sky Tempesta machine again. He's going to make that lovely job. Very nicely done. Russell Ward, I'm afraid, has come back into the pits in the Winwood Mercedes. So very unfortunate there. It looks as though there was more damage than first thought to that car.
Yeah, but that amount of damage to the rear wheel, rear tyre, you may also find that some of the rear suspension might have also taken a thumping. So back into the pits for Russell Ward, and that's a disappointment. The clock's ticking away. He's been in the pits, well, including the lap time, for 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
I don't think you're going to see that car again anytime soon. And Dennis Olsen is still trying to give pressure to Raffaele Marcello in the Acadis ASP Mercedes as they go through the Schumacher S. Olsen second, then Vervish, Engel, Schumacher. Here they come, Pepper, Wittmann and Mies. Now this is a nice little squabble. And there is Rolf Heineken in the Iron Links in front of Maxi Goetz. Carrera and Drudy, this is a nice little tussle as well. The K-Pax Lamborghini versus the Trésor Orange 1 Audi of Mattia Drudy, and he's got time to make up.
Yeah, he dropped down to 12th place, and he was one of those that we mentioned, caught up in the mess in turn 1, so he's trying to make ground again. Rolf van Eycken in 9th place in the 19 Lamborghini. He is also running quickly. He's just set fastest sector time of all in sector 1.
You've got to feel for the Iron Dames team. They have dropped all the way down to 11th in class. That's 45th in total from what was the pole. This is great from Mattia Drudy, really starting to pile on the pressure. In fact, it looks to me as though Carrera is desperately trying to make the move on Maxi Goetz before Drudy's got a chance to take him on. Down the main straight, up through the gears, into the braking zone for turn 1. We've got several battles kicking on here because Davide Rigon is under big pressure from Neil Verhagen, and Jean-Baptiste Simenauer is in the wings as well. Here comes Verhagen.
It's the undercut that Verhagen's got to be thinking about. Let the Ferrari run wide and deep, make the undercut, but the Ferrari has been able to consolidate and keep that position. Sometimes when you run deep like that, you think you're going to lose the position, but you do come off the corner that little bit quicker. But Verhagen trying to get the nose of the BMW up the inside into turn 3. Again, the undercut coming through turn 4 will be available to the BMW, but not in position to make it work.
Here we go side by side. This is Pereira and Drudy. Drudy trying to go the long way round, and that's beautifully handled by Mattia Drudy. What a move.
Good move indeed. And now he'll be looking at the back of the Mercedes of Max Goetz. So Drudy starting to make gains. Of course, he's an Audi. They didn't have any penalty or any change in BOP, and he will be content with the fact he knows his car's quick. He's just got to find the natural position with the pace the car's going to give him.
Also on the move, Charlie Fag is up to 19th. Valentino Rossi's come up to 20th. Charles Weerts has come up to 22nd. So a lot of drivers starting to pick off their contenders. Here comes another opportunity. Mattia Drudy launching in on Maxi Goetz. He's not waiting around.
Now that was brave, that was commitment, because normally Maxi Goetz would not leave a door open like that, but that was just throw it down the inside, get alongside. Once you're alongside the car you're trying to overtake, then you've got control of the corner, and there wasn't any opportunity for Goetz to try and make the undercut to get back ahead of Matteo Drudy. So very, very combative pass. by the Italian, and a good job brings him up now into
10th.
10th place.
Lick the stamp and send it. Mattia Drudi absolutely goes for it now. Here comes Maro Engel.
Maro Engel.
Trying to get the move on Vervish. Vervish is trying to keep him guessing as to where he's going to place the Conti Audi. That's all he can do in terms of defence. He's clearly not gaining a massive ground on Dennis Olsen. He's similar lap times, but he's got a lot of pressure from Maro Engel, who's trying to get to the same sort of lap time pace as Raffaele Marcello, who is the only driver on circuit under 1:55.
And Marcello has set the fastest lap as we look. So,
look at that.
Taken for, I was going to say for insurance purposes, but anyway, that's the car in the garage. A great shame. The 57 looks like it's going to be retired. In the meantime, Marcello is now adapted to the additional 10 kilograms of BOP ballast, and that is enabling him to stretch his lead up to just over 2 seconds. But key is he's just set the fastest race lap in the meantime.
But brilliant reactions on the start from Dennis Olsen to put the Rutronic Porsche there into second position. You can see in there the yellow and blue car into second position, getting away from these two. That's real opportunism from Dennis Olsen. He saw the opportunity, saw the gap, kept himself out of harm's way on the first lap, saw every gap that opened up to him, and has managed to get himself into a very solid second position. And looking at the lap times, they are comparable to Marcello. They're only about half a second a lap off, but they are still the second fastest car out on track right now.
But Dennis Olsen is soon going to have to be thinking not so much about Fred Vervish running in third place, but Maro Engel and, for that matter, David Schumacher running in fifth. So those two Mercedes are going to be a threat, but getting past Fred Vervish will be the first task for Maro Engel. And
James again.
Down at the bottom of the racetrack, was that an assist or was that a self-induced spin? This has not been a great start. They've got to now reverse the car, and I think they must be now at the tail of the field because there's no traffic coming behind them. I thought they were starting sufficiently far up the field that they might have got clear, but they just went into turn one on the left-hand side of the racetrack and got swept up with all that was going forward. So that's a huge disappointment for the 83 Lamborghini.
This is bitter disappointment. Rail Frey trying to get the move on the car collection Porsche, which just squeezes out. That was a bit bold from Rail Frey.
Well, it was ambitious. Let's be polite about it. The Porsche was slower, ran up high, but then it just swooped down and caught the left front of the Lamborghini. Rail Frey had nowhere to go. The closing gap was inevitable, and the contact was the spin, and then the delay getting the car rolling again.
Such a shame, because they were amazing in qualifying this morning, deserved the pole position in bronze, and now it's just all fallen apart in the first 15 minutes of this race. Now, Maro Engel, again, having another crack at Fred Vervish in the Conti Audi number 11. They come off the hairpin, up to the Schumacher S. Still trying to keep Dennis Olsen in sight as well, in the Porsche up ahead of them.
Well, the gap between second and third is... Maro Engel getting a bit of a tank slapper coming through the chicane. The gap between second and third is pretty constant. Third to fourth is closing, but it's the gap between first and second that's extending. It was just over 2 seconds 1 lap ago. It's now up to 2.8 seconds. So Marcello, who's got clear air, is now able to use all the strength that he and his Mercedes have got, and so the adaptation to the 10 kilogram BOP adjustment seemingly not having a huge amount of effect on Marcello and the 88 Mercedes.
So now we're going to see the Silver Cup battle. This is Hites and Deliguanti. Benjamin Hites battling away to try and hold on to this. The Chilean in front of the Italian. And Pietro Deliguanti obviously sharing that car with Alex Acker and Lorenzo Patrese. They come up behind the Audi in front of them. So this is Chris Froggatt, Nicolas Bayart, Benjamin Hites and Pietro Deliguanti all battling away for 22nd, but it's also the leading battle in silver. So you've got to be very careful about how you tactically go through the cars in front. Valentino Rossi getting the blinkers on, trying to make his way past Hubert Haupt.
Yeah, but he's also got his teammate running behind him, who will also be looking for a way. So the 32 BMW is going to try find a way past the 46. And Charles Weerts is trying to make up ground. They didn't have a great qualifying session in the 32 BMW.
We've had every single weather condition you can throw up pretty much at the Nürburgring so far, haven't we? We've had torrential downpour, we've had a little bit of drizzle, we've had greasy, drying track, and now we've got bone dry for the race. It's absolutely thrown up everything except snow here over the course of the weekend. And now this battle for 22nd continues. Froggatt, Bayard, Hites, Deliguanti, and they are all trying to close up. Meanwhile, look at Christopher Mies having a proper go there at Marco Wittmann, who is also trying to take on Jordan Pepper.
Well, Jordan Pepper hasn't managed to, the pace we saw from this car in qualifying. Now, it was qualified by Mirko Bortolotti, saying the weather helped them, he felt, to get that front row of the grid start position. And of course, the incident down the bonnet on that Lamborghini actually is dislodged. Part on the right-hand side. Look at it. So, oh, up the inside. What a move. Will it work or not?
Oh dear, it hasn't worked at all.
And that is damage big time to the Lamborghini.
Game over for the Iron Links. Game over for the Iron Links, without a shadow of a doubt. And now Christopher Mies is going to take full advantage of that up the inside of Marco Wittmann. He will skate through, but Marco Wittmann, the championship leaders, have clattered into the side of the Iron Links.
I'd like to see that all over again in slow motion. I don't know if we've got the slow-mo camera available for that particular shot, but certainly whatever the contact was, it was major enough to see the Lamborghini slow down, maybe have to pull off.
And now Mattia Drudi's got to run on the sister car of Rolf Innichen. He's going to try and make it move on the inside. Mattia Drudi needs to get this move done cleanly. Perfect.
It's done and dusted. He got the position. It's whether the Lamborghini can make, the undercut on the exit, but not really attempting to do anything. So now into the long, sweeping turn 2 that leads into the very top. There is the Lamborghini creeping back. It's managed to make its way back into the pit lane, but there's a lot of damage to the bodywork on that right front, whether there's suspension damage as well. Suspect it's largely bodywork damage.
You've got a feel for the Iron Links as well as the Iron Dames crews, as both have had the entire race fall apart in the space of 20 minutes. Here up the inside, that's the move from the 30 on the inside of the Ferrari. So Simonauer gets the move on Rigon, and now Charlie Fagg in the Optima McLaren round the outside.
So one bodywork again coming off a car just now lying on the racetrack. I don't know if that was bodywork that was there that was kicked up, or was that bodywork off? Is it off the Mercedes? Or?
I think it might be from Goertz actually. So Goertz is dropped back in front of them.
Well, no, it's off the back of. You can see there's part of the diffuser at the rear. One of the cars. When we get a rear view, not of this group, but the next group of cars coming off, there is bodywork hanging from the back. I think it might be. I don't know if it's Goertz or maybe it might have been Seminar. Hard to tell. Just got a quick view of the back of the car.
Right back on board with Mattia Drudi, closing up on the championship leader, Marco Wittmann, in the Rove BMW. He's already had his little contretemps with the Iron Links. And look at the damage that has been taken to Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini there.
I mean, that is rude. Now, that is being investigated. Sorry, it's being noted, and no doubt will be investigated.
So we're about to see what happened between Marco Wittmann and Jordan Pepper. Here we go. Now this
the hill into turn 10. So Lamborghini, BMW. Here we see the dive down the inside into turn 11. Oh.
Here we go. This is
this is another view of the same thing. So there, the dive down, and that's why the Lamborghini ran the curb. The back end snapped and it turned almost 90 degrees in. So one has to say that really more down to Jordan Pepper than it was to Wittmann. Wittmann made the pass and sort of wrong-footed the Lamborghini. Here's the on-board view of it, up through the Schumacher S's. Both cars right on the limit of adhesion, up the hill, up into turn 10. Watch what's going to happen with the BMW. Can't get it down here into turn 10. But Marco Wittmann decides, I'm going to make a lunge, I'm going to make a dive. Now, here I go. And all of a sudden, the two cars, there is contact, and then snap. That snap overstayed, nothing that can be done by Jordan. In fact, there was the initial contact with Jordan Pepper and the BMW, and then once it got sideways, Pepper then just speared straight across the track. So it was contact with Wittmann that set that whole scenario up. So I think Jordan Pepper, now having seen that, will feel, not my fault, Gulf, I got tagged.
And Marco Wittmann will try and defend his honour and say it wasn't my fault either, but Mattia Drudi is going to make the big launch on the inside of the Rove BMW, but he drifts wide.
Second time that Matteo Drudi has done that. We've seen him dive up the inside and Max Goertz a couple of laps ago, and he's done precisely the same thing with the BMW. So Matteo Drudi in the number 40 Audi is making progress up to 7th place. Next target will be Christopher Mies in the blue Audi, just going out of picture.
So Marcello in the Mercedes, Olsen in the Porsche, and Verbisch in the Conti Audi. 3 different brands in the top 3, but what a thrilling opening half hour this has been so far in the Nürburgring. The the fourth race of the Endurance Cup of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. What a race this is turning into. Keep an eye on Rolf Innichen. He was actually quicker on the last lap than Marco Wittmann in the Rove BMW as well. That BMW, oh, and there, is that another?
That's another, that might be the Grasser Lamborghini. And there, where is the left front?
That's the 58. That was the former leader in class.
As that's a left rear puncture.
That's Tuarasa.
So that car's limping its way back. Now that probably is the consequence of bodywork, carbon fibre that's been, you can see bits of there on the exit of turn 6. Meanwhile, our race leader has got a 4.2 second advantage over the second place Porsche, which hasn't even come into view as we go into the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit.
So there we go. It is the problematic issue there for Tuarasa, who was the former leader of the race, and that's the second Lamborghini in dire straits now. There is the Ritronik Porsche of Dennis Olsen, who is still in touch. 4.2 seconds, it's not that far away.
It's a handy position to be in. He's stretched the gap to Fred Vervisch in third place. It's up to just under 2 seconds. And of course, Vervisch still under pressure from Maro Engel, who has got riding shotgun David Schumacher in a totally different category.
It's a brilliant performance so far from David Schumacher. He's really taken full advantage of this opportunity and running in 5th position there. Into the pits then comes Tuarasa. What a shame.
So there is bodywork damage on the left side, but it's the left rear puncture.
So the GRT Grasser team.
Is that bodywork? No, it's not. It looked, it's the colour of parts of the bodywork against the green. But look at the racetrack. Gravel already being kicked up on the exit of turn 11.
And debris there as well from the incident from Jordan Pepper and various others as well. There is the 85. That's Benjamin Hites, who is leading the Silver Cup. And he still has pressure from Pietro Deli Guanti. There he is in the 99. Oh, looks like someone's gone off the road. And Pietro Deli Guanti's gone straight off. He's clean off the road there in the Tracer Attempter Audi. He brings it back on, but that was an instantaneous snap in the middle of that chicane. What happened?
I suspect he just lost the back of the car. In the meantime, looking at the mid-pack, we're looking somewhere around about sort of 18th through to 24th. There is the recovering 99 and dropped all the way down from whatever it was to 25th at that little moment.
Oh, lovely from Charles Weerts. He's gone right around the outside of Rossi. And he has to bail out of it. Now Rossi's taking on Hubert Haupt.
Yes. So watch for Charles Weerts going to make the undercut on the sister car. Didn't have the pace to do it. And watch Rossi. Well, I thought he might have been getting wrong-footed, but he's managed to get through cleanly. Charles Weerts has got to be patient. He may be able to get through the Mercedes on the exit of turn 6 because the pace of all three cars is so similar. There's no, and again, the bits of bodywork lying in the middle of the racetrack, drivers having to avoid not being able to use the racetrack to its full. So on board with the Sky Tempesta, still running in 21st position and running directly behind Charles Weerts. Just getting a very good view of what these three cars are doing. The two BMWs with the Mercedes, the meat in the BMW sandwich.
Hubert Haupt is really struggling. Here comes Weerts on the inside line, gets the move done nicely. So that's the WRT BMW number 32 getting through into position. And now the Tempesta McLaren's trying to come through as well. And watch out for the 21 of Nicolas Bayard. He wants to get through as well. Haupt is blocking. Don't you dare. As here comes Froggatt. He's now going to have to go left. Has to keep his base on the throttle. He's kicking up gravel. He's really angry. Come on, you didn't give me any space.
Well, it is a race after all, but that was probably about as close to the limit as pushing a car off as you can do. And certainly Chris Froggatt would rightly have, to say, you pushed me wide, you got me off the racetrack, put my hand up, and again, it may be an incident that will be looked at by the stewards to see whether there's any penalty due.
But of course, that is for the bronze victory, those two cars battling away, so that'll be even more frustration and impetus for Chris Froggatt to get past the Haupt Mercedes. He really wants to get through, and now he's got to do all that hard work again to close up. Mind you, the battle continues up in front of him. He'll be back on that number 79 Mercedes in no time.
Oh, breathless stuff, isn't it? 5.5 seconds the advantage now between first and second. Fred Vervisch still 1.7 seconds behind Olsen in second place. Maro Engel, quarter of a second behind Fred Vervisch. And that's going to be a battle that's going to become testy. But here we go back to this again, I call the midfield battle for sort of the 24th or 21st all the way through.
Can we have wet qualifying every time, please? Because it's definitely thrown up an amazing race in the first half an hour. That's how brilliant the Fanatec GT World Challenge can be.
So you can see how much quicker in the last 3 laps Chris Froggatt has been running down Hubert Haupt, but he's got to find a bit more pace to actually make that stick. And Hubert Haupt sent out a message coming onto the back straight: if you want to pass me, you need to go rallycross style, because I'm not going to make it a walk in the park for you.
Now, Valentino Rossi up the road has actually caught up to Maxi Goertz. So Goertz is clearly nursing a car that's got battle scars after the first corner. It's not quite been on the pace it should have been, but Valentino Rossi feels, I think I can get him. So that'll be interesting to watch. And here comes Chris Froggatt coming back on Haupt.
I mean, for Valentino Rossi, he needs to get that clear air to enable him to find his own natural pace. You know, getting your elbows out, fighting, as he's having to do, is hop, skip and jump. Chris Froggatt over the chicane, comes up to complete a lap. That's the car he's been following now for a number of laps. Gone alongside it 1 lap ago coming down the main straight, but Hubert Haupt said, no way am I going to make it easy for you to pass, and forced Chris Froggatt to lift out of the throttle, I would have thought.
They've got to be very careful, because the 911 Pure Racing Porsche behind them of Alex Malikin is not that far down the road. If they end up getting into a tangle, they're going to concede the lead of the Bronze Cup to them. So they've got to be very careful how they manage this battle. Chris Froggatt backing out for the moment and then deciding to come back at him with another run. So here comes the Sky Tempesta into turn 3. Plenty of curve used by the McLaren compared to the Mercedes.
Here's where you've got to be careful. The exit of turn 4 is where so many car track limit warnings are going to be applied, and in fact the 93 has had a track warning there. It was at 26 minutes past the hour, and just 3 minutes ago.
Yes, indeed. More debris.
Need to be careful, Chris Froggatt. You've got 1 probably track limit warning, so you get 3 and you get a 5-second time penalty.
Very deep into the hairpin, trying to gain that little fraction of a second, trying to get a little bit more in terms of momentum as well on the Haupt Mercedes in front of him. Still debris all over the circuit based on the various punctures and
my concern, Jake, is the debris you can see. What is more difficult to see is the amount of gravel that's being thrown onto the racetrack, particularly up here, not through turn 10, but through this next corner, turn 11. Look to your right as you come out of the corner. Watch for the gravel. There it is. It's like a gravel field.
So Chris Froggatt determined to get past Haupt. Here is what happened in the previous lap between them. Look, a bit of a mistake on the exit from Haupt. Froggatt thought he could get through, switched his decisions to go to the left, and Haupt took the racing line. Froggatt, given the gravel, not happy at all about it.
The Haupt allowed his car to drift, float out. The consequence of it was Chris Froggatt was on that part of the racetrack, and he had no choice but other than to have a collision with the Mercedes. This is the red Mercedes Hubert Haupt. Now watch what happens. He makes the right move, but he's on the wrong part of the racetrack because the Mercedes is just a little bit of contact. You see a little wisp of blue smoke. Hand goes up and says, "What are you doing? You're not looking in your mirrors."
Well, Froggatt actually had good momentum coming off the turn initially, could have actually gone for the run a fraction of a second earlier and might have been able to pull further level. Now he's caught him back up again, so Chris Froggatt can have another go. But look at Haupt, he just doesn't seem to have the decent balance. If you look at the lap times, Haupt is in the 158.2. Froggatt's got a faster car underneath him, but he needs to get past the Mercedes to do something about it.
Yes, and that's Haupt then going to turn right and say, "Well, Chris, look, take the place from me. You know, I'm going to stand my ground. If you want to find a way past me, you better work it out." So again, it's all about where your momentum, how do you find it, where do you benefit from it. High line into the hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Froggatt having to make a quick snap correction on the wheel. A limping Audi. Now, whose car was that? We didn't get to see the number of it.
It looks like one of the Tracer Orange cars. I don't want to be too dramatic and say that that's Drudy, but that was the car that was in front of them. No, Drudy has come through okay, so it's one of the back markers.
Already, I mean, look, you see Froggatt under pressure. The Audi that comes to you, Audi, also trying to find a way. So that's the 21, trying to find a way. Nicholas Beard. So that is one of the... Is that the,
it's Owen Creed. So that is the CSA car that's had all sorts of mechanical
that's
maladies.
Running at the back of the field, currently Illustrated running at 51st position. So we don't know quite what happened. Now, what's Valentino Rossi doing? with Maximilian Gertz. The BMW is looking fine. The Mercedes looks like it's on skating on ice. No, that's a TV show, sorry. So gets it onto the grass. Less grip on the grass than there is on the tarmac. Max, did no one ever tell you that? Gets it back onto the racetrack and not only loses one position, but loses two. And that's a gift for Charles Vert to get himself now onto the tail, even nearer to the tail of the 46.
It certainly is. So Valentino Rossi's next target is the Ferrari of Davide Rigon, and he's going to make up about 6 seconds to do that. So he's got clear track in front of him for a while. Meanwhile, this battle is still ongoing, and now they've got the limping Maxi Gertz in front of them, who's down to 19th. So Haupt versus Froggatt is going to continue again. There is Erwin Creed's CSA Audi limping, and it highlights just how much debris is there left over from the Iron Links accident of Jordan Pepper, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of the bodywork, and certainly there's a lot of gravel likewise was onto the track, deposited onto the track. This is the exit of turn 6, so you see a bit of carbon fibre bodywork still in the middle of the circuit.
Haupt is on the blinkers to Maxi Gertz. Get out of the way. You're clearly not as fast as you're supposed to be going, and I've got a McLaren on my 6. Get out of the way.
Do you think that's going to make any difference?
Not at all.
It's never made any difference in the history of motorsport.
Never.
Anybody flashing at lights such a... Oh, come on, what are you doing flashing your lights at me?
You'll try
if I'm carrying a problem, then I will recognise it.
Exactly.
And maybe decide in the interest of the family, in other words, the Mercedes family, to let you go. And Chris Froggatt's just that little bit further behind. Well, biding his time, waiting to see how these two Mercedes are going to deal with one another before, remember, he launches another challenge.
But Hubert Haupt is a racing driver. He's going to try every trick in the book to get Maxi Gertz out of the way. Chris Froggatt can actually come at him from a little bit of a gap back. So this could actually benefit the Sky Tempesta as Erwin Creed gets out of the way through the chicane and up to the final turn.
So the McLaren just been slightly unstable at the point of entry, but that was potentially could have been a good entry for Chris Froggatt, but had to bail out of it momentarily. And again, you see the gap is extended just simply because he was off the throttle that little bit longer. Here's our race leader, leading by 8.8 seconds.
Well, this is the textbook run for Raffaele Marcello, isn't it? They're going to canter to the victory at this rate, but obviously we still got to see what happens when Timo Boguslavski and Jules Gounon get behind the wheel of the car. But certainly, as opening stints go, Raffaele Marcello has made this look like child's play.
It is a copybook drive from one of the stars, if not the brightest star in our series, and Raffaele Marcello used his pole position to consolidate the lead into turn 1. But look at this battle for third place going on. Fred Vervies directly behind Maro Engel, followed absolutely, a brilliant drive from David Schumacher. Here at Nürburgring, a synonymous driver with a synonymous racetrack. And David Schumacher, not his race, but using the benefit of being clear of his nearest challengers. His next nearest challenger is Simonauer, back in 14th position.
Indeed, brilliant from David Schumacher, son of Ralph, nephew of Michael, cousin of Mick, and doing a fantastic job here on what is effectively his home race circuit, and doing a terrific job of it under the circumstances. A lot of pressure on him, but no matter what happens for the rest of this race, in his stint, he can show the world, look what I did. I am absolutely on fire at the moment, putting on a good show. Here's Charles Weerts, having got past Gertz. Now he is still going with his teammate Valentino Rossi, up in front of him in the Valentino Rossi colours, if you like, of the BMW. Now, let's have a look at the top speeds. Charles Weerts is actually the fastest driver out there in a straight line.
Well, actually, you've got two BMWs in the top 5, so that's an interesting little statistic, 250 kilometers per hour at the fastest part of this Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. Oh, come on, is it going to work or is it not going to work? Coming through turn 4, so Fred Vervies had to go wide, forced out wide. Michael Schumacher, David Schumacher has taken the position also. Fred Vervies is not going to concede it, but contact. David Schumacher had to get out of it. That was a tough pass by Maro Engel, but again, we just caught the sort of the middle to end of it, and he's got the job done now. David Schumacher, can you find a way around the unsettled Fred Vervies and take that 4th place away?
Oh, the McLaren appears to be slow out of the first corner. Was there an issue?
Strange line for the 93 Sky Tempesta McLaren. We don't know what that was. Right. Probably get a replay in a minute.
We'll come back to that, but certainly this battle for third, it's changed hands big time, hasn't it? Maro Engel getting through to 3rd position, and Fred Vervies' body language to David Schumacher was quite clear. Back off. This is not your race. I am in 4th position in Pro. You're trying to win your class. Stay back.
Now, two BMW drivers from the same team, running in relatively clear air, nobody behind them, nobody directly in front of them, so they can go at it. Now, I wonder what the team will be saying to the respective drivers. Will they be saying, you're free to race, or will they be saying, basically hold positions, because we're not challenged and we're too far behind. I'm just looking to see how far back Rossi is. He's 6.6 seconds back from the Ferrari of Davide Rigo.
And looking at lap time, there's nothing between either Rossi or Wirtz, so it makes absolutely no difference which one leads the other. Now, let's see what happened. Whoa!
I think he got tagged at the behind.
By Nicola Bayard.
I believe that was the case. Certainly it was an Audi.
So the Comptier Audi of Nicola Bayard was behind. Let's have a look again and see. Whoops.
I think Froggen's going to feel there's getting a bit of a complex. Why are people picking on me? Hubert Haub, and now the Audi as well. So it's been unfortunate that he's been the victim of a couple of contacts.
So how many?
It's been a setback to the McLaren.
Well, how many places did Froggen actually lose as we now watch Rolf Innichen under pressure from Frank Pereira in the K-Pax car? So the two Lamborghinis dueling away. I can tell you that Chris Froggen has dropped to 26th, so he's still actually second in the class, but obviously now in the clutches of Alex Malikin in the Pure Racing Porsche 911. So that'll be tough for him to try and shake him off. These are the two Lamborghinis stuck behind Marco Wittmann in the Rover BMW. 9th and 10th at the moment, Rolf Innichen and Frank Pereira. Different classes, but still eager to race each other. And waiting in the wings is the McLaren of Benjamin Goethe.
Yes, so Benjamin Goethe running in 11th, Sven Muller behind in 12th in the Porsche, Verhagen, and then somehow the two BMWs 13th and 14th. There is the 98, and that is Marcus Wittmann. So he's got, at the last time of asking, just under a second of an advantage over a Nikon in the yellow, the fluorescent yellow. Very pretty colour, suits the line of the Lamborghini, don't you think, Jake?
Certainly does. It really does accentuate
absolutely.
The body shape of the car.
Fashion stakes, you've got to go for the colours.
Too right. Well, Iron Lynx and Iron Dames have always done that in a very smart style. But the two of them holding each other up, in essence, has given Benjamin Goethe real ammunition in the McLaren to go after them. So this will be interesting. And watch in the background as well, because you've got the dynamic of Sven Müller. Now, don't forget, Sven Müller was very quick in Q2, wasn't he? So he's going to be one to watch out in this battle as well, as Frank Pereira tries his best to get Rolf Innichen hoodwinked out of the final turn. Maybe he can have an opportunity into the first corner, but he is still quite the way back to make that challenge.
40 minutes into this 3-hour race, and the lead, Raffaele Marcello, has now just a 1/10 of a second short of 11 seconds ahead of Dennis Olsen in the 96 Porsche. Maro Engel a further 3 seconds behind. Fred Vervisch 2 seconds behind that fourth place that we saw that overtake. A very elbowy out type overtake from Maro Engel, rather untypical of Maro Engel, but he forced the issue and made the pass. But the big battle going on the top 6 is going to be between Fred Vervisch in 4th and David Schumacher 0.3 of a second behind in 5th, with Chris Mies rounding out the top 6 just over 2 seconds behind Schumacher.
I think I saw in the background that Charles Wirtz has actually got ahead of Valentino Rossi, so I think he'd managed to make the move there on his WRT BMW teammate. We'll have a look in the background and see which order they come through. It should be now Charles Wirtz. It is. There we go. So Wirtz has got through on Valentino Rossi.
Like to see that overtake, because it would be interesting to see whether the WRT BMW team felt that that was the right thing for the team to get the 32 car, which arguably might be the quicker, with a combination of Wirtz in the red and the 32 and Rossi in the yellow and blue. So maybe that was a strategic team decision, and let's go racing, guys.
On the last lap alone, Wirtz was 0.2 of a second quicker than Rossi, but prior to that, there hadn't really been much of a difference in lap time. So I think you're right, John.
Once Wirtz is ahead, keep an eye on the lap times to see if he's able to lap that 1/10 or 2/10 quicker.
Well, you can see visually.
Visually, yes. I was just saying, coming out of turn 10, you can see the commitment from Charles Wirtz. The car is being used that little bit more aggressively than that of Valentino Rossi.
Right, here we go. Vervisch versus David Schumacher, round 2. Ding, ding, back to your corners. Have another go, because this is going to be an interesting one. David Schumacher has clearly not read the same script as Fred Vervisch. Vervisch thinks, well, I'm battling for the pro victory. You're battling for the gold. David Schumacher thinks, no, I want to get past you. Why not?
They're behind the Mercedes, the Audi, the Lamborghini, all coming up 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Oh, having a little sort of fight up the inside. Oh, the door well and truly left open by Maximilian Goertzen. I don't know why he felt certainly the Audi's gone through, the Lamborghini's going to go side by side. So whether Benjamin Hites can make that stick or not.
5-second time penalty to car 93 to be taken at the next pit stop for causing a collision.
That's Chris Froggatt. So Chris Froggatt is being told that he's caused the collision. Wasn't he the one that went around?
Well, you're talking about the collision with Hoop or the one with the in turn one. We don't know.
Wow.
We don't know which of the two collisions that the 93 car's been involved in is the one that's going to be penalised.
Indeed, but look at Goertz. He's dropping like a stone now as the cars are just getting past him left, right and centre. As Chris Froggatt now has a chance to get past the Mad Panda Mercedes, which is going one way on the Mercedes. Froggatt's going the other, and we're going to go 3 wide. Maxi Goertz drops back. Froggatt goes round the outside of both of them.
Yeah, good move by Froggatt. He got the opportunity, and up the inside goes the 58 as well. So that is another overtake, and Max Goertz is falling back.
That's
Don't know what
Torasa.
the reasons are, but falling back, and they probably might have to go to the pits before the expected pit stop time.
Well,
so the pit stop will be in around about 17 minutes or so.
That's Torasa unlapping himself from Maxi Goertz. So that just shows shows you how bad Maxi Goertz's pace currently is at the moment.
So there is Valentino Rossi now running in free space. He's been overtaken by his teammate, so no problem. Your race is to bring your car into the pits as quickly and cleanly as possible. Make sure you hit your marks and let Charles Verts go on. He is the second placed BMW. It's still the 98 Wittmann in 8th position. So just what? In fact, I'm just saying, sorry, but Verts is actually the 4th BMW in line, because there is Verhagen and Simonauer. They're running 13th, 14th. Verts is running in 17th.
Fair amount of gravel down at the Vidal chicane, which we saw as David Schumacher has another crack at the Fred Vervisch whip, trying to get through on the inside of the ComTU Audi. Fred Vervisch has absolutely no intention of letting David Schumacher even having a smell of the inside line. But they've got to get on with this soon, because here comes Christopher Mies in the blue Santaloc Junior Audi in the background.
So, as you pointed out, this is a battle, 2 different classes. But, you know, if you're a racing driver and you're near the overall top 6 position, you want to go and have a pop at Fred Vervisch as you go back to see the cars coming through turn 3. Number 9 makes its way through. That is Aurelien Panis in 23rd. Deleganti is 1 space. So that's the midfield battle. And you can see the 93 Sky Tempesta having cleared. The Mercedes is looking to hunt down now the Audis, pair of Audis and the Lamborghini directly ahead of him.
Really excited to see Pietro Deleguanti, now that he's managed to catch up to the 85 of Benjamin Hites, can he go for the Silver Cup lead?
I didn't realise it because we're so focused on the things we've got on screen that actually Christopher Mies has overtaken Matteo Drudi.
Oh, he has?
6th place. Yes, he has. It's on the timing and scoring, and I've only just noticed it.
Yes, Matteo Drudi losing a position there, so down to 7th place. His lap times, his last time was actually a lot quicker than Mies, so he's got a chance to catch him back again, but it's a bit of a to and fro pendulum swing between the 2 Audis at Santaloc and Trésor Orange 1. And speaking of which, there's the 99 car. This is Pietro Deleguanti, right in behind the silver leader, his rival, Benjamin Hites, in the 85 Grasser car. So can he make his way through to take the lead of the Silver Cup? That's their objective. And just in front of them, you've got Nicolas Bayard in the ComTU Audi. So this will be very interesting. But yeah, a 5-second penalty for Chris Froggatt for causing a collision. Now, will they feel that he's turned in on the car behind? And that's why, or was that for a separate incident?
We don't know. All we know is the penalty's been given for an incident. Just incidentally, the 888 CSA Racing Audi has been given a penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Or it says speed of car 88 in the pit lane under investigation.
Right, Torasa is driving with the red mist. He's fed up that his race has basically fallen about his ears, but he wants to try and get himself back in amongst the other drivers that he's being lapped by and unlap himself, because that's the 51 in the mix there, I think, that he's actually trying to battle with. That's Nicholas Nielsen, who had a very difficult start, as we know, but he's up to 26th again. Davide Rigon in 16th position, by the way, Ferrari fans. It's not the best of races for you guys. The 99, Pietro Deleguanti, though, still challenging Hites, who has got Nicolas Bayard in the ComTU Audi number 21 in front of him. As they drop out of the chicane and down the hill again. it's stalemate once more.
Further down the field, for those that follow the Iron Dames, Rahel Frey has recovered and has dragged herself up to 42nd position. So she's made her way past a number of cars that were lapping slower than she was, having had those 2 setbacks in the first half of her stint.
Here's Rob Collard, the man who's got to do 2 stints today, of course, because he's got to do the first stint, then hand over to Dennis Lind, and then he's got to take it back again. Happy birthday, Ricky, if you're watching your dad in action in between races at Croft.
I hope he's not, because it means he'll retire from his race.
That's the way it all goes, doesn't it? But Rob Collard doing a great job in the Barwell Lamborghini as they lead Pro-Am. They're quite a long way in front of Niki Ludwiller in the car collection Porsche.
I'm just going to point out that Maro Engel has closed the gap to second place Dennis Olsen in the Porsche to just over a quarter of a second. As we go back to this little battle going on, and there you can see what's, well, there's this midfield tail end of the field battle.
We're in traffic. Samantha Tan battling with Lance Bergstein for 3rd position in the Pro-Am Cup, and they are just in front of us. We've also got the Wolkenhorst BMW of Burkhardt in front. So this is where David Schumacher can pounce on an opportunity as they run over the carbon fibre fragments on the road. So this could get messy. But we're closing up now on David Schumacher as the Wolkenhorst BMW drifts wide. We're on board with Mattia Drudi, who has worked himself back into the mix.
Yeah, but he's finding himself sort of embedded in a battle going on ahead of him, and he can't do anything about it.
But he's got back through on Mees.
Yes, he's losing momentum. Christopher Mees is gaining momentum. So dives on the inside into turn 10. It's worked for you earlier in the race. Force your way through, and that's what he did. He did force his way through, but the Mercedes is not going to concede ground. Look at what's going on. Christopher Mees may well be the beneficiary, but still, actually, Matteo Drudi got through. Christopher Mees has gotten past the Mercedes likewise, but all very, very nip and tuck coming into the chicane.
Yeah, Samantha Tan's just gone round the outside of Lance Bergstein to take 3rd in Pro-Am, right in front of Mattia Drudi. Mattia will be spitting fumes, and there is Samantha Tan.
She's been spun around, hit or whatever.
Oh, Samantha Tan, she was doing a good job there side by side with Lance Bergstein. They were gunning for 3rd position in Pro-Am, but she gets spat out of the queue. Now, I don't know whether she lost that on her own or whether there was a little bit of contact. It was hard to tell from on board Mattia Drudi, who, of course, is battling wheel to wheel with Christopher Mees. Let's have a look at it, and we'll see what happened to the battle for 3rd in Pro-Am.
So that's the battle. You see the Drudi, then followed by Christopher Mees. So let's have a look and see what happens up into the chicane.
Oh, she went
was
on
forced wide,
yeah,
and then on the grass, onto the tarmac, back onto the grass. So she was bullied off the racetrack in effect.
There was no contact, but it was very much forcing her into position she didn't want to be. Here's Mattia Drudi, once again, picking it up off the turn, and this is going to be at the front of the track. So Mattia Drudi working his way now into what is 5th position, having got past Schumacher, having got past Mees.
Wow, I mean, what a tense number of laps that was for those battling over 5th, 6th, 7th positions. Top speed now, and this is going through the Schumacher SS, 192 kilometers per hour, Audi. Marcello, race leader by 14, just 15 seconds, only 3rd quickest through that. Where's he making up all his time?
Well, it's equal leading, of course, because they've all done it 192 kilometers through the Schumacher S, but Marcello, we've barely even seen him. He's barely been a feature in this race because he's out in front by 14.9 seconds. He is not in the middle of a war zone. He's not getting himself into hot water. He's just doing the job he's there to do, and he's doing it in beautiful style. Here we go. Into the pits comes the 91 Herberth Porsche. Is that to schedule?
That's an early stop, and I don't know whether that's scheduled or not. I suspect it may not be. It may be opportune, but it's not. It's going to put him out of his, I would say, the window, because it means they may have to make a splash and dash.
Augusto Farfus standing by to get ready to take over the number 46 WRT BMW from the Doctor.
And this is certainly an early stop. Now, maybe WRT and other teams are going to gamble on there being potentially a full course yellow, a safety car intervention. We haven't seen one yet, but we've still got 2 hours and 8 minutes of this race to go. So do you roll the dice with the 46 BMW as our race leader comes up and continues through turn 6. Now 16.2 second advantage over Dennis Olsen. There is Raffaele Marcello. No, it's not. I beg your pardon, it's Valentino Rossi. They're both Italian, albeit Raffaele is now taking Swiss citizenship.
And Charles Wietz. So both the WRT BMWs coming in at the same time, and also the Rove BMW of Neil Verhagen. So they've all come in very early at BMW.
Strange why all the BMs would be wanting to make that early pit stop. 3 of them, 16th, 17th and 18th, all in at the same time. Particularly the 2 WRT BMWs are going to be not quite stacking. Valentino Rossi undoes the straps, dragged out by Augusto Farfus, gets in. They use the same seat insert, interestingly. So the safety net reconnected by Valentino Rossi. Attach the belts, get the various radio, mic and whatever, your drink spot, whatever it is you want. Pull those shoulder straps down tight. You need to get them tight before you leave the car. The car will come off the jack. Which of the 2 of the BMWs is going to get rolling first? As the 44 Porsche, it's rolling down the pit lane.
Grazie mille, Il Dottore. Thank you, Valentino. It was a pretty decent stint, actually, considering how far off the pace the BMWs have been in general today. He didn't really make any mistakes.
So the 32 rolling before the 46, and that's the order they came into the pit. So there's no loss, no gain. In reality, the only difference is that Augusto Farfus is behind the wheel of the 46 and waiting to see who's gone in behind Sheldon van der Linde behind the wheel of the 32.
So this could be pretty spicy for both cars now as they try and work their way back into contention. Marcello's lead has extended again to Dennis Olsen. Olsen is stuck in traffic, Marcello isn't, and the gap has opened up to 17.4. Maro Engel might actually overturn past Dennis Olsen just before the pit stop.
And also Christopher Mies, by the way, in the 25 Audi, he's gone into the pit. So a lot of early-ish, if not very early stoppers. Again, I'm only assuming that there must be rolling the dice and imagining that there will be at some point something that's going to put the field back into order, safety car or full Courcello safety car.
Well, Christopher Mies has come in. Mattia Drudi all over the back of Fred Vervish. There is the Santalog Junior Audi, number 25, having come in. So Christopher Mies has gone pit lane bound. But what is going to happen for Mattia Drudi? He's closing up on Vervish. Maro Engel is only half a second back from Dennis Olsen now. So in the flow of the traffic, we could see some changes. This is the battle for 4th. This is Vervish and Drudi. A few car lengths in front of David Schumacher. They've got a slower car in front of them. That's the Mad Panda Mercedes they've just lapped. But this is Vervish versus Drudi. This is 4th position. This is 4 P4. And Mattia Drudi, who will probably feel that he had a crack at the victory into turn 1, will be absolutely on it to try and get past Fred Vervish.
Yeah, because Christopher Mies has gone into the pits, so it gives Drudi a good run. But look at this Maro Engel all over, well, not quite, but getting close to being all over the rear of the Dennis Olsen 96 Porsche, up the hill, up into the braking zone. And it's a difficult place to find a way around overtake. You've got to be absolutely side by side or slightly ahead. Into the pits comes Maro Engel, the 777 from 3rd place comes into the pits, and that's at 2 hours and 5 minutes, so not quite as early as others around them, but that might give them a little bit more flexibility in terms if this race goes clean without any full Courcellos or safety cars. So that might be a good move for the 777 Mercedes, and I think that the AMG team LMR will be happy with what we've seen Maro Engel do here this afternoon.
That Retronet Porsche, a real dark horse for the podium today, considering they don't have any balance of performance adjustments to make.
Sticker tires. Love to see sticker tires. And whoever gets behind the wheel of that car, whether it'll be Lucas Stolz or Fabian Schiller, will feel wonderful for the first 3 to 5 laps. Brand new rubber. So there's the 40 in, and what a great job that we've seen from Mattia Drudi. So those aren't new tires. Oh, they are, yes, they are. Going up to the sometimes you see the sticker on the tire, sometimes you don't quite see the glisten of that fresh tire. The release agent, that is what is used.
Thomas Drouet is going to take over from Maxi Goetz now in the hobbling 87 Acadis Mercedes.
There comes the Maro Engel 777. So who has taken over from that? Waiting to see what the transport tells us.
Also in the pits, Frank Pereira in the K-Pax and Benjamin Goether in the McLaren, so they've pitted fairly early. It's Schiller. Schiller's going to get behind the wheel.
Okay, and the 40 makes its way down the pit lane, so it's going to be either Ricardo Feller or Dennis Marshall, and that's just running a little bit wide on the exit coming into and out of turn 1.
But it's Dennis Marshall who's got behind the wheel of the 40. So again, expect some really hot lap times from the 40. As there goes Fabian Schiller, recovering back into the race after the pit stop. So who else has come in? The lone Aston Martin is in, Maxime Soulet, Louis Pret in the McLaren. So Louis Machiels. So yeah, a lot of people pitting earlier than we thought, but it seems to be the trend rather than a bizarre strategy from WRT BMW.
Well, I think that was a strategy call from BMW because they were running outside of where they'd expect to be. That's certainly outside the top 10. They're running in the bottom of the lower teens. There is Raffaele Marcello still in the lead, and he can stay out for, well, basically probably another couple of laps. He's now got a 22-second advantage. Well, that was Dennis Olsen, who's just now gone into the pits at the end of that, at the end of lap 29. So Fred Verviche will take up second place. Raffaele Marcello embedded in a group of cars at the tail of the field, including Rahel in the Lamborghini, the Iron Dames, and she is just looking to see where she is running.
29th at the moment.
So that car has benefited from others around it stopping. Look, a nudge in the rear from Raffaele Marcello. Little love tap, would that be Raffaele, or just didn't really realise the pace of the Lamborghini against the pace of the Mercedes?
Right, the Ritronik Porsche is in. Like you can see that behind the Rove BMW of Marco Wittmann, so they have responded immediately to the Almanar Mercedes pit stop. So they're going to try and make sure they get out in front of Fabian Schiller. So there goes the Ritronik Porsche. Let's have a look down the main straight. Where is the Almanar Mercedes? There it is. It's the second car in the queue. Will the Porsche beat it out? I don't think it will.
No.
There you go.
No,
Fabian
Schiller's
Schiller's
got the job done. So that's the way to overtake without having to do an overtake on the racetrack.
Beautiful.
So that position was one in just one team being slightly better than the other and getting the Mercedes up a position and the Porsche down a position.
So Lauren Heinrich takes over the car, but they have now dropped into third position net because obviously they lost out there to Fabian Schiller in the Almanar Mercedes. Nick Yellerly, by the way, has got behind the wheel of the Rove BMW, and there is Chris Froggatt out of the car. And that, I do believe, is Eddie Cheever getting into it. No, it's Jonathan
Wee. I think that's Jonathan Wee.
So Jonathan Wee will get behind the wheel this time. Chris Froggatt getting out of the way. And of course, they've got that 5-second penalty added to their pit stop just to compound the woes.
I might get an interview with Chris Froggatt to know what he felt about his stint.
Lorenzo Patrese, by the way, has just got behind the wheel of the 99 Trezor Tepto Audi. So again, that'll be an interesting sight to see when Patrese gets up to speed. But at the front of the field, David Schumacher has come into the pits after that stellar opening stint.
Excellent drive by David Schumacher. One that is only appropriate and fitting for a driver with the Schumacher name. So he will be, I'm sure, over the moon with his run. Got clear at the opening lap, opening corner, and was able to carry that momentum and take it actually to Maro Engel for a long time.
You absolute star, David Schumacher. They are leading in the gold category, and they look very strong here indeed. And whatever happens to them, David Schumacher has absolutely done what he was supposed to do. And that's a great advert for him to the other teams as well. Look, this is what I can do. This is who I am.
And who is this? Where would you place this man next year? Well, there are hints and gossip and rumours going around, but let's focus on where we are right now. He's got an advantage over 25 seconds over second place Fred Verviche, and both are probably going to be coming in either at the end of this lap or maybe one more lap for both first and second place cars.
Well, the shortest answer and the most common sense one is that any race team manager with a brain in their head has got to put Raffaele Marcello right at the top of their shortlist for 2024. He is absolutely on a charge here. He's been so strong all season long. He's flawless at the minute.
Look at the traffic ahead of Marcello. Maybe coming up to the conclusion of lap 31, which is the lap he's just got onto. He doesn't want to get himself bogged down in that group of cars. So maybe making a small adjustment, bring him in one lap possibly earlier than intended, and get him away from that 6-car train of back markers that he would have to find a way through.
Interestingly, the Conti Audi there of Fred Verviche in second position is not pitting yet, so they're going slightly longer into the stint. And so too, actually, is Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the WRT BMW, Charlie Fagg in the McLaren, and Davide Rigon. They're all continuing on. They're not going to pit in as early as their colleagues out there. So very interesting to see the Conti Audi continuing on. Fred Verviche.
I mean, in terms of time, they've got approximately another just under 4 minutes before they would basically need to come in. So
right, Simonauer is coming in.
Yes, so they see WRT team. And wait.
And that is the battle for the gold victory, of course, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. They're trying to get back on terms with the 157 windward of Messrs. Schumacher, and Niklas Born is now the driver behind the wheel of that car.
So this is Fred Vervies running. The car behind is not on the same lap, so Fred Vervies running in clear air, about 26 seconds behind the race leader Marcello. Just have to keep an eye and see whether Marcello will come in at the end of lap 31, or will he stay out? I think he, if he's going to come in, he's going to make it. There he is now, coming up into the chicane, so it will be this lap or one more, and one more lap, so he's decided to stay out to the basically the last knockings of what will be allowed. No wonder, what will Vervies do? Will Vervies and the Audi team come to racing decide, let's make the undercut? It might be our best chance, because look what they've got. Marcello now embedded in a battle going on, and he wasn't able to make a way past the McLaren going into turn 1, and you've now got the 32 BMW regrouping right on the tail of the race leader.
I mean, I can understand the argument to leave Raffaele Marcello out for as long as physically possible. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Very good thought, very good principle. But again, you've got to look, A, where you are, and he's going to lose time now amongst these cars. Alternatively, you come in earlier, it's where you will go back out. That probably is ultimately more important, because this is only going to be maybe 1 or 2 laps in this context. It could be a lot different if he met traffic like that when he went straight back out on a brand new set of Pirelli tyres.
Right, into the pits has come the Barwell Lamborghini, so Dennis Lind is in the wheel. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be good to watch, that's for sure. But of course, Dennis Lind, we know this morning in particular, in those wet conditions, damp conditions, was always going to be somebody worth watching.
Charlie Fagg just came into the pits there in the Optima McLaren, as well as we're looking at the number 24 car collection Porsche. That's the rival of the Barwell car.
Marcello has not been able to make any progress on any of these 4 cars directly ahead of him. So his last lap, waiting to see, his last lap was 156.5 against his best of a 154.9. His lap was only a fraction of a second. I saw that, fraction of a second quicker than Vervies.
Right, how long do you flirt with this now, Raffaele?
He's got to come in now. He's got to come in into this lap, in my view, because he's got Sheldon van der Linde running on new Pirelli rubber, running potentially quicker than Marcello was doing right now. Yes, he's coming in.
Yeah, John Watson's words of wisdom clearly ringing in Marcello's ears. He's clearly got one ear on team radio and one ear on you.
You call me the sage, he would call me an old sage.
But Raffaele Marcello, what an opening stint. He managed to pull that out to 17 seconds of distance in front of the Rutronic Porsche before they came in.
So they keep an eye on, and Vervies doing likewise. He's also had really little option to come in this 1 hour. We've been 51 hour and 5 minutes, so there is Marcello making his way down to the very bottom of the pit lane. And it's Boguslawski is going to be getting in.
Yep.
So watch, the car has been in the pit lane now for just over 31 seconds. Best time, I'm just looking to see down who's got the best time. Round about 1:09 for Engelhardt, so that was a good stop for the Porsche.
Did you see the brake dust off the wheel change there of Raffaele Marcello when they took the left front off? Just shows you how hard he has been pushing at the front end of the field, but the car is in absolutely perfect condition to hand over to Timo Boguslawski, who I noticed has actually got a different helmet design based on the weather conditions. He had the plain white when he was in the wet, and now he's got the white, blue and silver helmet for the dry conditions.
So there is 777 Fabian Schiller. So who is going to come out in second place? So Boguslawski retains, or the car will retain ultimately once this all washes through. As we see the Iron Dames likewise making their way back, having had a difficult start to their race, 2 tags, and so they're going to have to consolidate and look towards their own individual battle. So Sarah Bouvet, who's taken over from Rahel Frey.
See, this is how much time the ComTU car's actually lost. Trudy, the number 40 car of Marshall has gone through, and now Simon Gachet has gone through as well. They've ended up as the 3rd best Audi out of the pit stop rotation, so I think they left that just a little bit too long.
Well, let me have a look and see their pit stop was, pit time was 1:12. As again, well, they're all roughly the same. Marshall was 1:12.4.
But he had the traffic.
They're within tenths of seconds of each other in terms of the time in, stop, driver change, refuel, 4 wheels and tyres, back out again.
But he did have the traffic to deal with, didn't he, Fred Vervish, which is probably what held him up a little bit. But now he's handed over to the young whippersnapper in the Conti Racing team, Kobe Powells of Belgium.
He's going to have to stand up and not make errors. We saw a number of errors from him, certainly on Saturday. Now he's going to deliver for his team and make sure that when he hands that number 11 over, and it'll be taken over by Christopher Hasse for that final stint, that he has fulfilled his obligation.
This is a great little battle going on. We've got Sturm in the Pure Racing Porsche, just in front of the Herberth car of Renauer. So they're having a nice little duel for position as well. And obviously there's a 4-car train because you've got the Parker Porsche that they've just got out of the way there. That's the 58 car going through to make that position. That is Sam Neary. They are on the comeback trail in that Lamborghini. They don't want to accept defeat, so they are doing their best to get back on terms. But this is the 91 Porsche, just trying to hang on to Sturm in the sister car. But it's actually the car in front of them that leads the category now. That is the 79 of Sebastian Bode, still in that Haupt Mercedes.
So this is a big battle going on. Mrs. Down, 25th, 26th positions overall.
And look who's behind them. It's the McLaren, Jonathan Wee.
So where is Jonathan Wee in the scheme of things, running 27th? So he is just 3.8 seconds behind Robert Renauer in the 991 Porsche. So just thinking, as we now get things beginning to look half reasonable, Boguslawski has got a 13.2 second advantage over second place Fabian Schiller. And then a further 1.3 seconds behind in third place is Lauren Heinrich in the 96 Porsche.
Well, one of the stars of that opening stint was Dennis Olsen in the Ritternick Porsche. They got all the way to second. Let's hear with him speaking with Gemma Scott.
Dennis, that was an incredible start. From 11th, I think you said it was, up into second. Talk me through that opening lap.
Well, it was quite tight in the first corner. First of all, I had a good initial launch. This really helped. But coming to turn 1, I was kind of in the middle, but more towards the inside, and tried to brake as late as I could without hitting anyone. And yeah, it was some chaos in front with the 2 rows ahead, and yeah, took advantage of it and tried to manage the rest by myself.
And enjoyed the stint, I'm sure.
Sorry?
And enjoyed the stint, I'm sure.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was good fun. A bit unfortunate that we cannot follow the Merc. It would be nice to put up a fight with Maricello, but yeah, we tried to survive throughout the stint and do as good as we could. Now we are currently third, behind another Merc, but we try to fight back.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Fabulous work from Dennis Olsen. So here is how it all played out. See if you can spot the Ritternick Porsche. There it is, the yellow and blue car, kind of in the middle behind the Iron Lynx Lamborghini. Now watch, it all starts to kick off. Watch the Porsche.
Yes, well worked out by Dennis Olsen, and manages to find space where really, where was that space? It just opened up in front of him. It was a gift almost, but he was in the right part of the racetrack to take advantage of it. So good thinking from the Dane and putting that Porsche into a very strong position. Currently running in third place, Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel, 1.3 seconds behind Fabian Schiller. There you see the white Mercedes making its way around, hoping to make its way around.
Car 51, car 51, 10-second time penalty to be taken at the next pit stop for causing a collision with car 58.
That is the Ferrari, currently being driven by Robert Schwartzman. And that is for contact with the 58 Lamborghini that's trying to recover.
But was that Nicholas Nielsen was responsible, or I think it might have been he was the driver in the car initially. So there's just been a handover to Schwartzman, so I don't believe that Schwartzman was the driver. So as the car takes the penalty, the race director doesn't always say which driver it was that was behind the wheel at the time the offence occurred.
No, indeed.
Look at that 40, doesn't it look great? Wonderful. Dennis Marshall behind the wheel, 5 seconds behind Heinrich in the 96 Porsche. So last lap between the two, well, a 10th of a second in favour of the Audi. And Boguslawski, his gap has been reduced by Fabian Schiller. It's now down to 11.9 seconds. So that last lap for Boguslawski was not a good lap. It was so 1.3 3 seconds or so slower. Now that could be traffic, we don't know, we didn't see why, but that is something that the 88 Mercedes crew will be keeping an eye on and keeping Boguslawski advised of.
Right, Dennis Marshall is going to try and eat into the advantage of the Porsche up in front of the Rutronic squad. Lauren Heinrich now in third position, on board with Dennis Marshall down to the first corner. Now this is a good opportunity to ride on board with a driver at their peak at the Nürburgring. John, talk us through the lap.
On the brakes, down the gears, try to make the apex, but it's not essential in turn one. It's just one of those corners that there's a variety of options. So 159 defending going into the final turn.
It's a nice little battle kicking up here because that's Callan
Sheldon
Williams.
van der Linde directly behind the McLaren. So van der Linde has actually gotten ahead. No, he hasn't. Oh, yes, he has. I beg your pardon.
Here comes Callan Williams, though, trying to go around the outside of the McLaren and then cross over at the switch in the hope that he can get through on the inside. Can't quite get it done through two, but this is a long game because he'll try that switcheroo again through two.
Yeah, no, it's into three where he might sort of try and throw it down the inside. Closes. Oh, can't get it done. Now keep your car well to the left. Now cut and get on the gas and try and drive up and alongside the McLaren, but unable to do so.
And right in behind, you've got
Schwartzman.
And no, that's Fuoku, I do believe.
Okay, Fuoku, it is indeed. I'm looking at Schwartzman, who's just made up a position. He's up to 29th, having just taken over. So his last lap was 158 against, well, the last lap of the race leader, Boguslawski, was 156. So he's consolidated the pace of Fabian Schiller, who had taken a second out of that 13-second advantage.
So with Sheldon van der Linde having got past Kiergaard in the McLaren, that now drops him into the clutches of Callan Williams, as we know. And there is Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari, trying to make hay while the sun shines. But Callan Williams looking good for a podium in the gold class at the moment, but would really love to challenge for the victory. They've got to try and close up on Michele Beretta in the Iron Lynx, which is a couple of cars up the road. And then, of course, there is that sneaky Winwood Mercedes, now being driven by Miklas Born in 7th place.
So watch what Fuoco was trying to do. He's just working the Ferrari in the parts of the racetrack where the Ferrari's got its strength. There's other bits where it's not maybe quite at the pace of others around it. But again, through that final chicane and the run up into turn 16, down the gears, gets the nose in, keeps it in, tries to get on the throttle, short shifts on the exit to try and mitigate any potential wheel spin. You have traction control, but you don't really want that traction control to kick in because it tends to, well, it stops the wheel spin, it stops the momentum going forward, but it can't keep up with the BMW in a pure straight line and battle into turn one. Gap up to 12 seconds now between first and second, so Boguslawski's been able to consolidate. Gap between second and third, 1.1. So Fabian Schiller's focus maybe now not so much to try to run down Boguslawski as it is to try and keep Heinrich in the 96 Porsche at bay.
So Fuoco's got another opportunity here on the run of the BMW. It was Davide Rigon that started the race. Fuoco having taken over the car. It'll be Dan Serra that finishes it. They've got a slow car in front of them. Just keep out of dodge. Nicely handled there from Antonio Fuoco as he now closes right up again on Callan Williams in the WRT BMW, and good foresight from the back marker to get well out of the way and not cause too much of a roadblock.
Indeed, so you've got to keep your eyes skinned ahead, your eyes skinned, your peripheral vision, your eyes skinned behind you. So the Ferrari can close up. Williams is now himself embroiled in a group of cars directly ahead, so his momentum has been somewhat hesitated up the hill. So there's the 98 BMW, and that's Nick Yellowley running at 9th, Marco Mappelli 10th. The 998, they're all over the shop, aren't they?
So yeah, that's the K-Pax car trying
Marco
to work
Mappelli
his way.
trying to find a way around the Porsche.
That's the dynamic GT car of Narken. So he's down in 42nd position, but this is getting quite tight. Here comes Sheldon van der Linde trying to close up now on Hesse, who has lost out to Michele Beretta. Up the inside comes Mappelli. So Mappelli into 10th position. Michele Beretta in the Iron Lynx Lamborghini has got through past the 998 Rove BMW, and now they're both going to try and slice up the inside of the dynamic GT.
Watch Sheldon van der Linde. He's on the outside of the exit of that final turn. Whether he will gain anything in terms of speed off the corner, but you've got two battles parallel coming down the straight. Well, Sheldon van der Linde's got the drive. He's certainly got one position, but is he going to be able to maintain it from the sister car, the 998? Well, it's from a different operation, but both running BMWs.
Beautiful from Sheldon van der Linde. And now he's going to try and make the bid on Michele Beretta. Uses a lot of curb to get the car turned in. Can he just dive in up the inside? No, he's got to be very circumspect about this move. He uses so much curb, the BMW.
And likewise, the BMW following Hasse is doing much the same. The McLaren pushed, forced wide on the exit.
And that's Fuoco having got past both Kiergaard and Callan Williams. So that's the Ferrari making up 2 places in one fell swoop as well. But this is very urgent now from Sheldon van der Linde to try and get past Michele Beretta up into 11th position, because he knows he's got a very resurgent Max Hesse right up behind him. He doesn't want to lose ground again.
So on board with the Ferrari down the hill, Fuoco is currently in 16th place chasing. Well, that's an Audi he's chasing, so that's the timing and scoring has to update the next time they come past the line. So that will be whose Audi is that?
I think it's a back marker. Yeah, it's a back marker, that one.
Look at up at the S's. Look at the gravel that's been thrown onto the racetrack.
And they are actually battling each other for position, I do believe. That's Galbiati going through on the inside of Narken for position, but they are obviously right in the middle of the Ferrari. What does Fuoco do here?
Well, I tell you what, he made sure he had room to get in behind one of the 2 Audis. The other one backed off and gave Fuoco the space. So it was a Porsche, in fact, not the Audi. So anyway, Fuoco has found space and picked up some momentum up through. There's just bunches of cars. Right now, here's the chance. Yeah, Audi ran wide. Fuoco read that clearly. Saw the opportunity. Car is good here. Short shift yet again coming off that corner to try and get the maximum amount of torque and drive. So Fuoco now has to go defensive, because he knows that his straight line performance isn't as strong as others around him, but manages to maintain the advantage over the Audi that is out of position in terms of overall. That was Sheldon van der Linde, and in 12th position. Max Hesse down to 13th. Fuoco now just 1.7 seconds behind the 998 BMW. There's 32, chasing Beretta for all he is worth.
That was so close between Kiko Galbiati and Marius Narken tripping over the Ferrari there. They just about got away with that one. But yes, Sheldon van der Linde wanting to get past Michele Beretta. And why? Because the car directly behind him is the Rove BMW 998 of Max Hesse. He does not want to go. Oh, that's the Parker car. So it's the Parker Porsche going off the road. That's Andy Mayrick.
Yes, up at the chicane. So he's clobbered one of the corner markers. They're only polystyrene. So hopefully no damage to the Porsche. Let's watch and see what happened to Andy Merrick. Back end goes just in the transition from left to right coming through the chicane. Don't know why. Maybe there was gravel, could have been gravel on the track at that point. We couldn't see it. This is at the Schumacher S's, the amount of gravel on the road, on the climb up through that left and right. This is again the 998 still hunting. Really wants to get back ahead of Sheldon van der Linde.
Well, watch out, because the Ferrari is actually looking pretty smooth in the hands of Antonio Fuoco. He looks like he's got good pace. Looking at his lap times, he's on a 1:58.7, which is comparable to the guys in front. He could have something here.
Yeah, he could have, but he hasn't got the straight line performance. So that's where I think Fuoco was going to probably find it difficult to find a way through. Maybe the easiest route will be when they come up again to overtake lap traffic, as there's the 46, and that's forward back a little bit. Augusta Farfus hasn't been able to make the same progress that the sister BMs have done. Maxime Martin. What do you say, Valentino?
Doesn't he have enough television time, Valentino Rossi?
There is 998, and I think you have to think that Sheldon van der Linde's got that situation in control, because he's trying to find a way around the Lamborghini into turn 2. Stick with it, Sheldon van der Linde. Don't concede. Keep your car there, because the Lamborghini's going to have to back off. And also following behind Hesse, Max Hesse, is he also looking for a bit of the action? Going to be quicker off turn 4, but not quick enough. So Sheldon van der Linde, hard pass, but that's what racing's about.
That was sweet light chocolate for Sheldon van der Linde on the inside of Michele Beretta. He really found the acceleration through turn 2, and as you said, John, he committed to the throttle, made sure he got the turn in, there was no understeer, he committed, he had the line, perfectly done.
He was sufficiently alongside the Lamborghini that the Lamborghini didn't have enough space to get its nose ahead to turn into turn 3, and inevitably and ultimately had to concede the ground. And nearly lost the second position to Max Hesse in the progress.
What's happening in the lead of the race? Well, Boguslavski's lost a little bit of ground to Fabian Schiller, but nothing to get too excited about yet. The gap is still about 11 seconds. Kawako, having seen that little battle between Sheldon van der Linde and Michele Beretta, will now be thinking, well, I can do that. The Ferrari's got good mechanical grip, even if it hasn't got good straight line speed. So as long as I get close enough to the back of Max Hesse, I might be able to sneak the Ferrari through, and we might put on a bit of a show here.
A lot of ifs there, Jake. You've got to get the job done, and just coming into the chicane. So options are possibly, if you were nearer to the back of the BMW, would be to have a move down the inside coming into the final turn.
So here is the 911. This is Sturm closing up on on the Haupt Mercedes of Bode. So they have really done their homework to try and close up. This is 1, 2, and 3 in the Bronze Cup. So this is a really tight battle that we're watching now. And this is going to be an interesting one because Sebastian Bode still leading in the Haupt Mercedes, now under pressure from the two Porsches of George Sturm and Robert Renoir. So this is going to be very interesting to see if Sturm can make a move on Sebastian Bode before Robert Renoir gets a move on him. Down the straight, up to the braking zone for the first hairpin once again. And Josh Sturm looking very confident in that pure racing Porsche. Of course, the Porsche, one of the brands that wasn't hampered by this BOP change, so they might have something here.
Well, Porsche and Audi were the two principal brands that didn't get an adjustment to the BOP. Ferrari, again, Ferrari had a 10-kilogram weight reduction, so they should have been marginally better off by maybe up to a third of a second or so per lap, but even that 10-kilogram reduction, in the view of some of the Ferrari enthusiasts, maybe wasn't sufficient, because it's the straight line speed that appears to be the area where Ferrari can't quite get on terms with the opposition around them.
This is all about doing your homework in the off-season, preparing for 2024, isn't it? The Ferrari team know what they've got now in the 296 GT, but they really want to take all of the data from this season, come back strong. Max Hesse finding the gravel.
That's an opportunity for Fuoco. Small error by Hesse allows the Ferrari to get fractionally closer, but not close enough to look down the inside. Shows his nose, but now coming into the chicane, again, opportunity might arise on the exit. No, Hesse has regrouped and has prevented any opportunity of an attack from the Ferrari.
I think that comes back to the point you made, John.
Sorry. The lead gap is under 10 seconds between Boguslavski and Schiller. Let's go back to this battle.
Yeah, it is, because I wanted to come back to what you said, John, about the Ferrari. It's obviously got good mechanical grip, but we saw the demonstration there of where it's lacking in straight line speed, because even though Max Hesse made that mistake, by the time they got to the braking zone for the Vidal chicane, Fuoco was not really close enough to challenge, and probably should have been.
I mean, look, they've got a brilliant little V6 twin-turbo motor on that Ferrari, and I know that thing can produce horsepower like you can't believe, but it isn't translating. Oh, 87's been pushed away.
Wow.
That's the Max Kurtz car. That was the car that was involved in that first lap. His situation, let's call it that. That car's race is done.
That's the longest run from an initial incident to finally giving up the ghost that I've seen for some time, because that took an hour and 25 minutes for them to suddenly realise, you know what, this is an R day.
And I suspect the reason for the retirement may be of a mechanical nature as a consequence of the contact that occurred on the opening lap, but it's actually manifested itself. Now we're into the middle of the second hour.
Right, so still Antonio Fuoco has kept the faith, and the Tifosi powering him on, trying to find a way past the BMW of the Rove, number 998 of Max Hesse, who has not been able to get back on terms yet with the Iron Lynx Lamborghini of Michele Beretta, which is now, talk about the contrast of fortunes, one of only 2 Lamborghinis in the top 15 at this point in the race.
Nick Yellowley just going out of picture in 9th place, Marco Bappelli all over the back. There's this battle that we see going on for Beretta, Hesse, Fuoco, and Williams. That's 12th through to 16. Augusto Farfus a bit further back, 5.2 seconds back. So not really able to do very much in the 46 BMW. Maybe you should call it the Rossi BMW rather than, but it's his racing colours, isn't it?
It certainly is. We come up the final turn and down the straight. Again, Fuoco trying to close up on Max Hesse. And now side by side, that's the ComTU Audi of Kobe Powell's, having lost out to Miklas Born. So Miklas Born in the gold Winwood Mercedes has actually got through past young Belgian Kobe Powell's. So that has a position that's changed hand. And is that Engelhardt just behind them? Is that Christian Engelhardt trying to make his way through now on Kobe Bowles as well? Yes, it is. So Christian Engelhardt in the 54, the Dynamic GT Pro car, wants a piece of this young Belgian as well.
Yes, I mean, it's experience or lack of experience as part of Kobe Bowles. So, you know, you can't just dial yourself into a series at this level and expect to be as competitive as those around you who've been doing this discipline for many, many seasons.
But let's look at Kobe Powell's positives here. He's in the 157s, doing 157.4s, 157.3s. Considering this is a kid that went from karting to rallycross, from rallycross to TCR, and now here he is in his first Fanatec GT World Challenge race. He's keeping very good pace considering.
Oh yes, nobody doubts his pace, but ultimately it's experience. And pace is one thing. Pace is great. You can't teach pace, but you can teach experience, and you get it from racing, wheel to wheel, track to track, whatever.
Oh, check this battle for the Bronze Cup. This is getting very feisty.
Yeah, really, and that's for 24th and 25th position.
So Sturm is all over the back of Sebastian Bode now, and watch for Robert Renoir in the black and gold Porsche in third position. This is the battle for the Bronze Cup, and after an hour and a half, that's how close it is. 1, 2, 3. The 3 cars that are going to be on the podium in the Bronze Cup, if it stays like this. But looking at how close the battle is, I don't think it's going to stay like this for long. Look at the gravel that's been left on the Schumacher S.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of, I mean, it gets worse and worse as the race progresses. But this is the closest battle within any of the 4 classes here this weekend. So 3 cars, Nicholas Bourne and Engelhardt have found a way. Both are now clear of Powell. So Nick Yellowley will be the next one up, but he's 9 seconds behind the number 11 Audi. So just roughly another 30 minutes to go before the second round of pit stops. But look at this group of cars.
And it's awkward because the car in 4th in the queue is not anything to do with this battle at all. That's Sam Neary in the 58 GRT Grasser car that had its problems earlier on. Now here comes a good shot for Sturm. He got a really good run on Sebastian Bode out of the final turn. This could be a change in the lead here, down the straight. Sebastian Bode trying to shake him off. Joel Sturm will commit to the inside line if he gets an opportunity. Will Sebastian Bode give him enough space to do so? No, he commits to the middle of the road. Sturm then thinks, right, let's go slow in, fast out.
Now, this is the undercut he's going to try and make work. He can probably come off the corner slightly quicker now. Again, the undercut into 2. If he can get the nose of the Porsche alongside the Mercedes, as we saw a little earlier Sheldon van der Linde doing on the sister car, sister BMW, but he's not yet in position to do it. So coming down the straight, the Mercedes was ahead. It had the option to go down the right-hand side, go down the left-hand side. Whatever he was going to do, the Porsche of Sturm was going to do the opposite.
Robert Renoir could actually do it with being just slightly closer to these 2 to take advantage, just in case things get messy. But Sebastian Bode doing exactly what he needs to do, keeping that Mercedes as wide as a Buick right now to try and keep Joel Sturm at bay. Down to the braking zone again.
As wide as a Buick? Haven't heard that.
It's
brand name in a long time.
It's particularly wide though, isn't it? Let's be fair.
Well, that's part of the General Motors family. So. Anyway, there we go. There's the battle going with the Mercedes, the Porsche, and then the black Porsche in third of this 3 battling over its cloud.
Oh! Well caught by Sam Neary. That could have been very messy. That could have been a one-way ticket to the end of their race.
Yeah, a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump as it came through the exit. The Porsche, I mean, the 2 Porsche look to me to be the quicker of the 3 cars, but where will they find space? Joel Sturm is bit by bit getting himself into a position where he might think about making a pass. Can't do it here, but he had a look coming into and exiting of the final corner, and then the next lap down, or the lap that we're on actually on the start-finish straight. So again, the Porsche closes up, but has he got enough bite and grip and drive off to see if he can do anything? Mercedes still has got sufficient straight line speed. They're probably very similar straight line speed. So what will the Porsche do? Will it go left this time, or is it going to go right? It's going to be covered by the Mercedes. So whatever you do, you're not close enough. But Robert Renoir directly behind. He's being the patient of the 3.
We're now halfway home in this fabulous 4th race of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Endurance Cup, powered by AWS. And look at Joel Sturm, all over the back of Sebastian Bode now. He's getting frustrated, he's getting irritated, and that's why Robert Renoir in the black and gold Herberth car is not going to wait for a second chance. If he gets a sniff of a gap, he'll go for it too.
Opportunity may be arising coming into turn 5. If not, then again, it's just choose your position on the racetrack to try and make it down the inside, but again, staying tight to the entry into turn 6 doesn't really do an awful lot for you. So the next opportunity is down the hill, but the gap is too much, too big. It's what, 2 car lengths between the Mercedes and the Porsche. So patience, patience, patience. Another place we saw Matteo Drudi making 3 overtakes, brilliant overtakes, was up the hill after the Schumacher S's into turn 10. Now, it took a driver of Matteo Drudi's commitment. Oh, here's an opportunity. It's going to occur up into turn 10. Wow, it goes one way, and yes, yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
they're going behind each other, and that's absolute resistance from Sebastian Bode.
What's the black Porsche? It's the one was maybe hovering with the thought, but that was a tight
Car
defense from the
38,
Mercedes.
car 38, 10-second time penalty to be taken at the next pit stop for speeding in the pit lane.
Well, that's the Samantha Tan racing Rinaldi Ferrari, but how close did that get between the Alp Mercedes and the Pure Racing Porsche?
That's what you need, something, a little arrow. And now look, Joel Sturm gets wide himself, but he's recovered and he's got himself a pretty good, he's almost at a point. He needs to stick to the back of the Mercedes. Now it's going to go very, very defensive indeed, all the way down, pit straight. So Bode has got the advantage, but what will Joel Sturm do? He's looking, he's thinking the better of it. Can I make something here on the exit? So I'm as close as I can get without making contact. So the Mercedes gets in first. Can the Porsche come and make the undercut coming into turn 2? It's the run between turn 2 and turn 3. Lob it down the inside, not able to do it. And Robert Renau in the black Porsche Herbert racing car, sitting there thinking, my turn's going to come.
But Joel Sturm wrestling the wheel behind Sebastian Bode like a spoiled child at Christmas. Get out of the way, this is my turn to be in the lead. No, it isn't, says Sebastian Bode. No chance. If you really want to get past me, you're going to have to come up with something better. I wasn't born yesterday. You can't catch me half asleep.
I'll tell you what, I mean, coming out of the chicane, I thought that the Porsche Joel Sturm had done all he needed to do, and still the Mercedes didn't concede and maintain its advantage over the 911 Porsche.
Proper racing, proper attack from Joel Sturm, proper defense from Sebastian Bode. They're doing exactly what they were signed up to do. And now we're going to have another go as Joel Sturm does his best to follow in at the Schumacher S. Regroup, breathe, try again.
Yes, but this time, no mistake from Bode. He gets through the Schumacher S's cleanly, so no opportunity available to Joel Sturm, and likewise Robert Renauer running in third of these 3 cars battling in their category.
Quick update for the lead. Boguslavski now 9.1 ahead of Fabian Schiller, so again losing a tiny bit of time, but not really enough to panic. Heinrich in third, Marshall in fourth, Gachet in fifth, and Niklas Born in the leading gold car, still in 6th position. No major changes in the top 6, but this is what we want to see play out. Joel Sturm having another go at Sebastian Bode, and no doubt ready to throw another 7 bells at the Mercedes.
So out of the final turn on the start finish straight, and the gap is actually bigger than maybe on the previous lap. Look, there we are, the headlights flashing. Those are amazing headlights in the Porsche.
But like it makes a blind bit of difference.
Well, no, I'll tell you, but it burns the paint off the back of the Mercedes, and those lights are so strong. when you go in Spa 24 hours, they're so strong they just bleach out the camera lenses. Anyway, here we are, battling away. This is a battle going on for 24th, 5th, and 6th overall, and the battle at the lead is 9.1 seconds. Timo Boguslavski's got another 25 minutes behind the wheel before he'll hand over to Jules Gounod. Who's going to come out of this 3-way battle ahead before they make their pit stops? Well, as anyone's guess.
Sebastian Bode yet again parking the articulator lorry of the Mercedes in the middle of the apex so that Joel Sturm in the Porsche can't get through. But there is your race leader, Timo Boguslavski, still doing a fair job in the Acadis ASP. He may not be as dominant as Raffaele Marcello was in his stint, but he's doing what he needs to do to keep it going.
But on that last lap, he actually increased his lap. He was actually, what, 8/10 of a second quicker than Fabian Schiller. So that again may be due just to the ebb and flow of where you meet traffic that you're putting a lap on. So Boguslavski will be feeling a little bit more comfortable knowing that he's seeing that plus sign on his pit board saying more than 9.1 seconds.
Right, look in the background because there's the Rutronic Porsche in 3rd position, but they're in trouble because Lauren Heinrich is being caught by Dennis Marshall in the Tracer Orange 1 Audi. So that is going to be probably not just yet, but certainly Marshall is going to be hunting down Heinrich.
That is the Audi with the number 40 on it. And all season, that's been a really, really great car. And you've got 3 outstanding drivers behind the wheel. And you're seeing for Dennis Marshall, again, another masterclass in how to conduct a race and run down the opposition. He's 2.4 seconds behind the Porsche, running in 3rd place. He's going to have another 24 or so minutes before the likelihood of another pit stop, the final round of pit stops before this 3-hour endurance race runs to the checkered flag.
Let's run with Dennis Marshall out of the right-hander and all the way to the V-Dol. Let's listen to that beautiful Audi screaming its symphony.
Naturally aspirated V10 fossil fuel motor.
Gorgeous. That's music, that's not noise.
Sheldon van der Linde has found a way around Marco Mappelli.
He has indeed.
He's up in the 10th position. We didn't see that either. We're focusing on this battle with Bode, Sturm and Rennauer. And in the meantime, Sheldon van der Linde slipped away around the number 6 Lamborghini.
These guys can't be counted out of a podium either. The Santalot Junior Audi, Simon Gachet, don't forget he's going to be handing his car over later to Patrick Niederhauser, who was the fastest in Q2.
Rocket ship is Patrick Niederhauser. So let's see what Simon Gachet's got a reasonable gap to here, the Porsche Christian Engelhardt. And there's to see.
Right, where's the ComTU Audi? There it is in the background. That's Kobe Powell's running in 8th position, just behind all this lot. But there is Miklas Born doing a fair job in 6th position as they, of course, lead the gold race. So Miklas Born, this has been such a strong showing from the Winward Racing number 157. A lot of that done by Schumacher, but it's being maintained by Born.
They've done a really excellent job throughout the weekend. Winward were posting very strong times all the way through Saturday practice and then again in qualifying this morning. Gap first to second back to 9.5 seconds, so that seems to be something Boguslawski can maintain, a 9 and a bit second advantage over Fabian Schiller. Schiller doesn't appear to be able to make any serious inroads into the lead of Timo Boguslawski. As we look at 54 Porsche Christian Engelhardt, 1.1 seconds behind the 157 Mercedes.
In terms of lap times, they're currently in the 157.6 range. And that's the change of lead. That's the Pure Racing Porsche. Joel Sturm has got through past Sebastian Bode. He's made it happen.
Like to see why that all would have begun in the final turn, but it got over. Certainly by the time we picked it up, the pass had been made.
And now
Rennauer is trying to do the same thing, but the high side round turn 3 isn't really a place that's going to pay too many dividends.
Yeah, Rob Rennauer is going to try and make his move. And who's that lurking in the background in the Ferrari? It's Robert Schwartzman. He is catching up to all of these 3.
So let's have a little look at this replay. So up through, oh, there we go. Rennauer gets alongside eventually. And that was the best part of the racetrack. I think the Porsche was going to be able to access to make the pass. Now the Mercedes might have come off the corner strongly, but didn't have enough gas to get himself alongside down into turn 1. And now that the Porsche's clear, it's pulling away quite quickly from the Mercedes of Sebastian Bode. And now will Robert Rennauer be able to do anything as well? Because if one car can get through quite frequently, the next car will get through rather more quickly.
Solid pace coming in from Joel Sturm as well to get away. That just shows you how much the Hub Racing Mercedes is holding these 2 Porsches up. So Robert Rennauer, having seen Joel Sturm get the move done, he's gone, right, it's doable. We can make our way through, so let's just keep digging and we can make that happen for us as well. Now this is Narken, I do believe, Marius Narken. Top speed through the Schumacher S. It's Clemens Schmidt. He's been able to keep that car firmly planted on the throttle.
Yeah, that's much.
Lamborghini, 5-second time penalty to be taken at the next pit stop to car 21.
ComTU Racing.
Causing a collision with car 93.
Ah, so that incident's been picked up then. It took a while.
Yes, the first incident, which is the one that got the penalty to the 93, must have been what took place on the straight with Herbert Haupt.
Yes, I think
but
you
then
might be right.
The 93 car got tagged by the Audi, and consequently that's where the penalty for the Audis come from.
So yeah, Nicolas Bayart's incident there with Chris Froggatt earlier on has been picked up and penalised, so that'll cover their next pit stop. But here is Clemens Schmidt, the fastest man in the Schumacher S, and also the Silver Cup leader in the 85 GRT Grasser car. And the next car behind them is the car that's catching them up. That's Lorenzo Patrese in the 99 Trezer Attepto Audi in the Silver Cup. There they are, trying to close up and make an opportunity come back to them. So Lorenzo Patrese, son of Riccardo, pushing hard.
I tell you what, he's pushing extremely hard, running the curb on the outside of the entry into the Schumacher S, so he's leaving absolutely nothing available and comes through turn 10. And he's pointing skyward. Are you seeing rain?
Not quite yet, but I tell you what, Lorenzo Patrese is making 0.4 of a second gain on the GRT Grasso Lamborghini per lap. This is when he will catch it, not if.
Right, well, let's keep an eye on Lorenzo's times. Lorenzo's last lap, 57.6, and Schmidt's 58.0. That was on that last lap. Need to keep an eye over a series of laps, and of course, the closer that Patrese gets to the back of the Lamborghini, if he is running 0.4 of a second quicker, it's catching. We know the story. You can catch, but where will you find a way around? On board, Jonathan Wee in the 29th place, 93 Sky Tempesta, and that is running 4th in its class.
So this is what happened to the 93 McLaren. This is why the 21 ComTU Audi has been handed the penalty, because they just nudged the 93. Chris Froggatt was behind the wheel at the time. Now Jonathan Wee at the wheel, and they're in 4th position. Had it not been for that incident, they would be right in the middle of that pure racing Help Mercedes battle.
It's been a tough race for the 93 Sky Tempesta. McLaren have been victim of attacks from one side and the other, as our race leader comes back onto the pit straight to go on to his 52nd lap. And his gap is, again, it's reduced slightly down to what was 9 seconds when they came across the line the last time. Wait to see what that gap is between first and second. It's 8.6 seconds, so Fabian Schiller has benefited. So maybe it was traffic once again with Raffaele Marcello.
So why has Boguslavski lost time? Oh, that'll do it. Oh dear. Trying to work your way through the traffic and not really finding an easy time. Boguslavski, that's the universal sign language for I'm not particularly happy with you, mate.
Andy Merrick behind the wheel of the Stuart Parker Motorsport. There is, now he's got clear, but again, that's where this loss of time comes, and this is why how one driver over another driver can make traffic work for them. Other drivers maybe being a little bit cautious, or maybe just not prepared to risk a car, a big damage. But Fuoco has made his way past, indeed, well spotted. So that's now a Ferrari ahead of the 998 in 13th place, and Max Hesse has dropped to 14th.
The resilience of these Ferraris, they are still pushing on, despite the fact that the 51 car, Robert Schwartzman now behind the wheel, has practically less chance of winning this race than I do of winning the lottery at this point.
Dennis Marshall, look, he's just under a second behind the 3rd place Porsche of Laurent Heinrich.
There you go.
So that's the 40, that's the Audi that to me has been the star Audi probably pretty much of the season, both in sprint and in endurance over the course of what we are now into the end of July.
Yeah, because look at the combination of drivers they've got. You've got Ricardo Feller, you've got Dennis Marshall, you've got Mattia Drudi. In terms of the difference between those 3 drivers in lap time, it's probably the closest distance between the 3 drivers you've got in your one team. You're probably talking thousandths of a second between their speed rather than hundreds or even tenths.
I mean, all I can say is it is pretty close. There is the gap. It was 0.8 of a second when they started the lap they're about to complete. So see, well, that changes. It was actually 0.858 of a second. Wait for the clock to reset that gap, and it is 0.726. 10th of a second to the favor of Dennis Marshall.
Boguslavski's lost another couple of tenths of a second behind traffic. Oh, mistake from the Richard Porsche.
Certainly the Marshall ran down Heinrich coming into turn 1. Now whether he lost it on the exit, looks like the gap is sort of stretched again fractionally. But Dennis, the Porsche is looking directly ahead and wondering where am I going to find my way around lapped traffic, because that's going to be the biggest concern right now of Heinrich, more than there'll be the concern of Dennis Marshall behind him.
Tracy's also catching Schmidt still, down to 3.9 seconds that gap. That's for the Silver Cup lead, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Renault is now 0.4 of a second behind Sebastian Bowen in the Bronze Cup battle for second. And Rob Collard still well clear in the Pro-Am, and the Gold Cup still well clear for Miklas Born. So that's the classes lead updated just for the moment, but here is the opportunity for Dennis Marshall trying to close up on Laurin Heinrich, and they've got the Bullet Racing Aston in front of them.
And that's going to be the issue, because Heinrich needs to find a way through. He wants to try and do it coming up into turn 10, but I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. He may look to make a dive down the inside into turn 11, and he does. He gets through, and equally importantly, the Audi gets through as well. So that was opportunistic. Good job from the Aston Martin to see both cars battling. So really little loss or little gain between the two.
Yeah, well done Jeff Kingsley for having the foresight to get out of the way and not ruin two drivers' race. In fact, if anything, it's tightened them up a little bit, because Dennis Marshall was able to take full advantage of Jeff Kingsley being quite generous there. But Laurin Heinrich is not going to be an easy man to overtake. Dennis Marshall has absolutely no qualms about that.
No, again, I hate repeating this, but you catch and you get it within that 1 second zone, and then the aero wash coming off the car that you're following starts to have small influences on what your car is doing. And ideally, you don't want to be sitting lap upon lap upon lap upon lap within a second of the car you're pursuing, because that car you're pursuing is now dictating your pace, not you dictating your pace.
Fabian Schiller is now only 7.6 behind Bogustowski. He's really struggling in the traffic.
But how quickly will that 88 Mercedes stay out? We're now 12 minutes before the end of the second hour of this race, and we know that some driver car pairings came in probably about 55 minutes into their stint, some not even 55 minutes.
Yeah, Jules Gounon is going to be hoping that this 7 minutes goes by very, very quickly. Here comes the opportunity for Sheldon van der Linde on the inside of the championship leader, Nick Yellerly in the Rove BMW. This is quite a critical battle between the two. Yellerly resisting, van der Linde trying to hold it right round the outside. No way! He is going to have the throttle. Beautiful from Sheldon van der Linde.
Yeah, very well executed overtake. I think Nick Yellerly realised that there was little he could do, look directly behind. So the Lamborghini likewise having Sheldon van der Linde make that overtake. Marco Mappelli thinks they're going to have a bit of that action as well, but didn't quite get sufficient motivation, or not motivation, pace down the inside into turn 6. Almost thinking about it, but wisely back out of it. But it's inevitable now. I think Nick Yellerly, having lost position to Sheldon van der Linde up to 9th. Marco Mappelli still in 11th, but really going to put a big challenge on to Nick Yellerly, who will be now running himself in 10th position.
That was absolutely superb from Sheldon van der Linde, and now Mappelli thinks, right, well, that BMW is passable.
Look, you can see the pace of the Lamborghini really looks as if it's got the legs of Nick Yellerly, but not quite in a position to make the move up the hill. Think about it into turn 11. No, he's thinking about it, but Yellerly, gave enough room not to cut the nose off the Lamborghini, but potentially to damage his own car. And Mappelli wisely thought the better of it. I'm not going to force an issue where I am not in a position to make an overtake stick.
Well, this is going to be the black mark on the Rove BMW number 98 season, isn't it? Because they're falling down. Now, here is the Iron Dames car trying to take on the 52 Ferrari of Jeff McEels as they come off the turn. And that's the kind of traffic they're approaching. So the Iron Dames lining up. This is the opportunity, of course, for Sarah Bovey to try and retaliate. And she's trying to make the move on McEels as they go into turn 1, but here comes Mappelli making a big dive. Careful, careful! Don't hit the back of that BMW.
No, Nick Yellerly pulled away to the left to ensure contact didn't arise, but Mappelli's got to go the long way around. And as we saw a lap earlier, he does it relatively easy. The BMW's got no grip at that part of the racetrack.
And I tell you what, it's got a loose left splitter at the back as well. Something not quite right for the Rove BMW balance, and that's why Yellerly is losing time hand over fist. But it definitely looks like the splitter at the left rear is flexing way too much to be more than the normal.
It might make 1/100 of a second of a difference. I don't think that was the reason why that Sheldon van der Linde and Marco Mappelli found their way around the outside. I think the overall pace has dropped away from the 98 BMW as opposed to those two that were pursuing, who are now both ahead.
So Dennis Marshall has closed to within 0.6 of a second of Laurin Heinrich. That battle for third is going to intensify sooner rather than later as we watch the Rove BMW that leads the championship falling ever further into the clutches of their opponents. Here comes Michele Beretta and Antonio Fuoku. They want to get through.
I think these two cars are going to be all over the back of the BMW before we get to the top of the second hour. And Fuoku has worked really, really hard find a way around Michele Barretto and the Lamborghini directly ahead, but they're going to be very soon on the tail of the BM.
Renauer has just got the Heber Porsche ahead of Sebastian Bode in the Haupt Mercedes in second position in the Bronze Cup as well.
Inevitable. It had to happen. The pace of the two Porsches. We saw Joe Sturm getting through, and it was inevitable that Renauer was going to do much the same. Took a little bit longer to work it out, but look at this battle between the Lamborghini and the Ferrari. And again, that's for Nick Gilliland. He'll be watching that in his mirrors or on his TV screen, whichever the BMW. I think it's a TV screen in their case. He'll know how close they are. So while they're fighting each other over what is 12th place, it's allowing Nick Gilliland that moment of breath to consolidate in 11th. The gap first to second, 5.6 seconds.
That's a big mistake on that lap from Boguslavski. Whether it was his error or he got held up in traffic, we don't know, but that's down to 5.6 seconds. That's nervous now for Jules Gounod, going to take over the car. He will really want these last 3 minutes to hurry up and happen so that he can get back into that car. But guess what, John? Look to the sky. There are grey clouds descending over the Nürburgring again.
Could be the title for a song.
Certainly could. Walker really going all over the back of Michele Barretto. And look, Nick Yellen's just got 0 speed out of the corners. So that Rover BMW is absolute cannon fodder for the queuing cars behind it.
I mean, to me, the reason why Nick Yellen hasn't got the pace is that he is losing grip. And in other words, that he's seen the best of the Pirelli tire. He's got what he's got. He's got to consolidate. He's got another 6 or 8 minutes maybe before the 98 BMW gets called in by the Rover Racing team, and that was a big clump on the curb by the Ferrari.
Careful, Antonio. Don't throw this away now. You've done so much hard work to bring the Ferrari up into 13th position. Don't drop it now, mate.
Was he? He sort of half thought. He wasn't quite sure what the Lamborghini directly ahead was going to do. So let's get a glimpse at the bit of bodywork that you picked up, Jake. Let's have a look and see whether that's...
Yes, you look at that rear left. That splits it. It's not going well. And look, it's lost
part of
an entire skirt.
Yes. Now that's part of the reason why. Part of the bodywork, which is part of the aerodynamics between the front and rear wheels, that's more the reason why the car's lost pace.
So
we didn't see that, did we?
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't see it at all.
So Yellowly struggling to keep that car pointing in the straight line as up the
inside.
inside.
The inside, there we go.
It's finally getting that slow Porsche out of the way. Forku trying to get a better acceleration off the turn and dive on the inside. Go on, Antonio, make it happen. Beautiful move.
Yes, again.
And now here comes the Rover BMW to retaliate as well.
Yeah, so Forku has finally made the pass, and he's worked hard all afternoon, or in his 1 hour stint. And now he's looking at the back of the 98 BMW and thinking there is a wounded BMW, part of the aero package along the side, and that's part of where the air channeling is directed. So that in itself might make more than the 100th of a second of the bit that you saw, Jake. That's probably about a third of a second, or maybe a quarter of a second, or possibly, if you want to be conservative, a 10th of a second.
It's certainly enough to give them a proper headache. That's the main thing. Right, what's the gap between Boguslavski and Schiller as Boguslavski goes across the line? 4.1! Oh, they've really got to be thinking about this pit stop now. Fabian Schiller, and they're about to come up to it. Look, they're going to be an hour and 5 to go.
And Heinrich is in the pits, and the 96 Porsche has come into the pits. The first of the leading group of cars. Dennis Marchal has had the sweetest of passes because it's all happened in the pit lane. Simon Gachet be elevated up to 4th, and the Mercedes 157 leading gold car will be up into 5th place.
Yeah, this is the first lap drivers can come in, and the Bruchnik Porsche is the first one to blink. Heinrich not about to lose ground to Dennis Marchal in a move on the track, so he's going to give that car over to his teammate Thomas Preining, and he will finish off the race. Engelhardt in as well in the 54, so he's going to hand that car over to Hanschen Guven. But Boguslavski, clearly, the Akonis ASP Mercedes losing more time than it can feel comfortable with as he overshoots in the hairpin. Jules Gounod, get your helmet on.
Yeah, a car you can see sliding under acceleration coming off the hairpin. So again, maybe everybody's beginning to suffer. You know, the temperatures have probably risen gradually.
Look at it. You've got BMWs coming in. Lots of BMWs in. Van der Linde's in. Hess is in. Farfus is in. Kjærgaard in the McLaren's come in. Beretta's come in the Lamborghini. Everybody said, right, we can't let these tyres go any further. come in.
Well, there we see the Porsche 96 making its way back now. What's going to happen to the lead? The gap 4.1 seconds. Fabian Schiller, whether by sheer pace or by just good fortune, where you meet traffic, will we see our race leader when he comes up to the chicane on this lap? This is lap 58. Will he decide to peel off into the pit lane? Is he going to do it yet? No.
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 That's a shock.
Need to check. Has Boguslawski been able to consolidate that 4.1 second gap on lap 58? Oh, there's the 32 looking at it.
Well, where's Fabian?
Will take over the wheel.
Where's Fabian Schiller in relation as he comes across the line this time by?
In the pits.
Yep, Schiller's come in. Right. The reason I want to have a look at this in a little bit more detail with Boguslavski is that obviously they can have an hour and 5 minutes maximum in the stint. But it looks as though I think everybody was hoping for a safety car at some point, and it hasn't happened.
Where did you hear that first, Jake?
Well, you were
about
hoping
an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, you were hoping for it, and I think
wasn't
they
hoping for it.
They were.
I'm saying that was the only thing that would give some car driver team packages an opportunity. That's why I thought with the WRT, when they came in so early with 2 of their cars, that they were rolling the dice that there may be. And look, we've still got an hour and 3 minutes of this race to rule. Anything is capable of happening.
But we haven't had a single safety car in this race, or even really yellow flags, and so everybody's been pushing their tyres absolutely to the limit. Maybe a few teams were banking on it rather than hoping for it.
So we don't know what the gap would have been on lap 59 between Boguslawski and Schiller, because Schiller peeled off into the pits, and therefore what might have been a reduction in time or an increase in position. There's 40 up on its air jacks, waiting for Ricardo Feller to take over the wheel of that car. And so
there's the Richard Porsche. So the Richard Porsche coming down the straight. Is the Audi going to beat it out? No, it's not, but it's going to be the mother of all battles between those two now.
And Ricardo Feller, well, he's going to have to fall in line. Because, and again, is he going to lose out to one of the come to you?
Well, that's the 21, so that's not a threat.
That's out of position.
But Ricardo Feller is going to be charging after Thomas Breining now as Boguslavski. Now, you've got another chance to go for the pits. Are you going to do it? Yes, he is.
In now. His last lap was 157.9, and those around him were running 157.1 in the case of Simon Gachet. Not many doing 57s. Clement Schmidt was, and Lorenzo Petresi. So that's a good pit call, I think, to hand over to Jules Gounod. And one is assuming that the Kunis ASP team will execute a clean pit stop, get that car back out, and we'll have a battle for victory on the racetrack rather than decided there is the car that's going to be Lucas Stolz behind the wheel down at the bottom end of the circuit. So it's going to be tight. I reckon it's going to be very tight.
I can only guess that the reason they sent Boguslavski out for another lap was because of how busy the pit lane actually was, because you run the risk of getting held up by a car coming out or going in, and you can trip over. It's a relatively clear pit lane now.
Boguslavski not getting out of the car quickly enough, in my view, because there we go. So Jules Gounod finally gets in. A brand new set of friendly tyres going on for Gounod, and assistance from Boguslavski to get the seatbelts attached. But we have to, well, the good news for the 88 Mercedes is it is at the very end of the pit lane. It doesn't have to trundle down the pit lane interminably. But here is the 777 coming up to the final corner, and we're yet to see whether, there it is, still up on the jacks. Oh, it's going to be close down the roll. Can he get it rolling? He's got to come up behind the Porsche. And where is the white Mercedes? There it is, midway down. Still going to be the advantage of the 88, but it's got to find its way past as quickly as possible the Porsche that's directly ahead of him, because this car, Lucas Stolz behind the wheel, is up to speed, having been into the pits a lap or so earlier.
So for Alex Fontana, that will be, please get out of the way, Alex, as quickly as possible. Why? Why should I help you? I'm in my own race, thanks very much. And
well, a brand new set of tyres on the 88, and Jules Gounod behind the wheel is going to make, I think, somewhat of a substantial amount of difference. So it's just a question of when rather than where. But it is awkward because it's allowing the I'm trying to think who's behind the wheel. Oh, big lock-up.
Well, Fontana's given him a much bigger amount of assistance than he was hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, that was a gift. And where it came from, I don't mind. But the two lead cars, the gap between them is probably a little more than a second and a half. So Lucas Stolz, and let's have a little look and see, just simply a lock-up, the right front. Now, it's unusual to see a lock-up of that because these cars have got ABS on them. So why that would have suddenly a big lockup like that? And of course, he couldn't turn at that point, so has to wait until the right front wheel is unlocked before he can get any steering lock on. And by which time he's overshot the turning point to the corner. The outside of the corner is dirty with loads of rubber on it. He then runs off into the gravel, and hopefully he'll stay way to the left and come back onto the track. Wow, I tell you what, Lucas Stoltz is not going to give up on Jules Gunnar.
Well, on his debut, Kobe Powells is now leading this race. Of course, he has to come in to make the second stop for the ComTU Audi, but he is carrying on.
What's happened to
that's the Optima McLaren.
Is that number 5?
It is. The Optima McLaren is slowing on the main straight. What is happening with the Optima McLaren? Are they going to turn right and park this up at the Marshall post?
The car's only been running down in 27th position. Puncture on the left rear.
No!
How unfortunate. He gets a puncture having gone past the entrance to the pit lane. He's got to do a full lap, limping around with that left rear tire. And if he tries to go too quickly, that will start flailing around. Your bodywork damage, your damage to the underbody of the car, potential suspension damage, many number of things.
You could not have picked a worse place on the circuit for a puncture.
And look skyward. What is that skyward? Is that grey, or is that grey, or is that looking even darker than grey?
Oh, here we go. If there's going to be some Nürburgring rain in the last hour, this is going to be very exciting. And look at Stoltz. He's absolutely charging after Jules Gounon. Come on, I can get you. I don't care who you are. You are definitely overtakeable. I'm going to go for it.
Now, the only thing I would observe is that Lucas Stoltz is not ordinarily the most dynamic overtaker. Great race driver, whereas Jules Gounon would be probably more inclined to go down that sort of direction. But what up, a big shot up at the top of the Schumacher S's.
The ComTU Audi number 12. So that's the Art of Canada car going over the Schumacher S, but he can recover it. So I don't think we'll need a safety car for that, thank goodness.
That's Lorenzo Hazemans.
Well, that was a nasty moment coming off the Schumacher S. I thought
any spin, that's going to do his set of tires a power of no good, because more than likely, if he hasn't flat spotted all 4, he certainly will have flat spotted 1 or 2 or 3 of the 4 tires, and didn't again see the reason why. But there is our battle, first and second place, covered by, well, it's under a second at the point when they come in for the final turn.
Well, Ferrari have left their pit stops incredibly late. Fuoku's still in second, Schwartzman's still in 8th, and they both still have to pit another time, as does Evrard in the 26 Audi up in 13th. Everybody else has really pitted a second time, ultimately, other than the Iron Dames, actually. Sarah Bovey has not yet brought the car in to hand over to Michel Gatting. But look at Stoltz, all over the back of Jules Gounon, looking, hoping, praying for a mistake from the Andorran.
Oh, breathless stuff. And looking skyward, lovely puffy white cloud, but that on the other side of the screen is slightly less. Not as pretty. Watch what's going on here. There's the Porsche. That was happening. Thomas Printing, Ricardo Feller all over the back. Ricardo Feller has got ahead also of Patrick Niederhauser a lap ago. So now can Ricardo Feller do anything with the 96 Porsche?
This is definitely overtake territory now for Ricardo Feller, all over the back of the Rutronic Porsche of Thomas Preining. All that hard work that Dennis Olsen did on the first lap to get this Porsche into a competitive position is now about to be tested by Thomas Preining, because Ricardo Feller is on him like a ton of bricks.
And further on the field, Sandy Mitchell has found a way past Dries van Thor to take that 11th place away from the Belgian driver.
Car 54, 15-second time penalty added to the final racing time.
Oh, dynamic Porsche.
For short refueling stop.
Oh my goodness, that is a big mistake from the dynamic Porsche team, then 10th position. So a short fuel stop, that's going to be a 15-second penalty added to their time. And here comes Ricardo Feller on Thomas Preining.
Right. Can he do what we saw Matteo Drudi do, particularly in turn 10? He's close into turn 11. So his opportunity, he would hope, can he stay sufficiently close to the rear of the Porsche that he would be brave enough to think about a lunge up the inside. It's going to be defended by the Preining should have defended. What's Feller thinking about? No, he's wisely decided not to do something which was going to be high risk, but possibility in this final turn. Goes to the left to get the better exit, try and get the undercut on the exit on the Porsche, but the Porsche manages to consolidate again and drives off the corner. Feller not able to make a challenge. Next opportunity down into turn 1. fractionally quicker. You can see the gap is marginally closing. Looks to go down the inside, and again, that little bit too far behind to think it realistic.
They've got traffic in front of them as well. That's Get Speed Mercedes number 2, I think, that's just in front of them. So this is going to get tasty for Ricardo Feller. I can get the chance here on Thomas Breining. A little bit of patience, a little bit of discipline. Again, it goes out far right to cut in left. And now we've got the car collection Porsche causing more headaches. I think that was for the McLaren of the 159 of Marvin Kirchhoffer, who is battling away with Puccini. So those two battling away, but here comes Ricardo Feller again, trying to make this bid on the Retronic Porsche. Still no pit stop from the Conti Audi or from Antonio Fuoco in the Ferrari. They're going to take it as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, this battle has been as close as you can get. The second closest battle is between the race leader, Jules Gunnar, and Lucas Stoll, so that's just a fraction under a second. Look how close Feller gets to the rear of the Porsche as they come out now. He can't do anything up the hill here because there's no room. Breining goes and covers the entry into the first part of the Schumacher race. Possibilities, think about it. Can I throw it down the inside into turn 10? In my view, too far behind to make it work, and Breining probably a little bit too canny to allow Feller to do anything of that nature. But opportunity will come coming out of turn 11 up into the chicane, because I think the pace of the Porsche is going to be now inhibited by that very pretty orange paintwork on the Mercedes.
Yeah, that's young Aaron Walker, the British driver who's come straight out of karting and gone into GT3. Talk about taking a huge chunk out of the motor racing ladder to go straight up to the top dogs. He is up there with the best, and is this a chance for Feller? He's going to go very
round the outside. That's another song, I forget the name, but can't get it done. But on, how close can you get? He's got the momentum off the final turn, gets up alongside the Porsche, side by side, coming down into turn 1. Who's got the advantage? The Porsche has got the advantage because it's on the inside. Feller can't get sufficiently far along to swoop through. So make the undercut now and try and drive the Audi. And he may have to go the long way around turn 2, which is what Feller is going to do. Breining, what has he got left in the tank? Can he defend into turn 3? Yes, he's able to go in that little bit deeper. Compromises Feller as the result. Feller's got a cut back now. Can he make again the exit of turn 4 to his advantage and the run down into turn 5? The Porsche versus the Audi, nip and tuck, whichever way you look. Go the long way around turn 5. But you've got to be careful because you run out of road if you do so. Then again, get yourself positioned round the outside of turn 6, but you're certainly going to end up off the racetrack. Well, good job by both drivers. They gave each other working room. A little bit of a love tap from Ricardo Feller to say, I'm going to take that position away. No, but Breining says, no, you're not.
They have been side by side for about half the lap now, and Feller's still there alongside.
Up the hill, okay, into the Schumacher S's now.
Surely this
is it for Feller. Make it or not? No, Feller has finally got the job done.
What a
Breining had to back out. He was on the wrong part of the racetrack. He couldn't defend. The Audi was sufficiently far alongside. He made the overtake, and that was a moment to savour.
Wow.
In the highlights package, I got to look at that highlights package
Warning
for the
flag
entirety of the highlights package.
Driving standards.
I missed all that. What did you say?
Driving standards, apparently. I think that was for the 40. Black and white flag for unsporting behaviour. Are you kidding? That was the battle of the century. Excellent.
Be careful what you say, drivers, notes and all that. You know.
But that's an amazing deal from both drivers. Both Ricardo Feller and Thomas Breining. They gave each other space. They leant on each other. They absolutely ran side by side, made it as tough as they could for each other. But you know what? That's as close as you can get without it being dirty. But it was great fun.
Ferrari in.
And so is Powell's.
So that's they've gone really, I can't believe how deep they've gone into their second stint.
So Fuoco hands the Ferrari number 71 over to Daniel Serra to finish off, and Colin Powells hands the Continue over to Christopher Haase.
I mean, I think that white flag, black and white flag, I reserve my judgment on it, but I've got my views, and I'm not going to state on air.
Schwartzman coming in as well in the Ferrari, so he will hand the 51 over to Alessio Rivera. So Ferrari finally give up the ghost.
Gap, by the way, we've sort of forgotten about the race leaders. It's now up to 1.3 seconds, so Gunnar is beginning to gain a small advantage lap upon lap over Lucas Stoltz, and Ricardo Feller running in effective third place. He's some 12.7 seconds behind Lucas Stoltz. So first and second look like they're pretty much a done deal with just under 50 minutes of the race to go. But the battle for third place, well, Patrick Niederhauser, who was, yes, Patrick Niederhauser was overtaken by Feller, but he stopped Preining in his window 7.5 seconds. So Niederhauser potentially could find himself battling for 6th place before the checkered flag comes out.
Well, of course, Feller and Preining just did 1:58 battling away with each other, and Niederhauser just did a 1:55, so was nearly 3 seconds quicker than both of them. So this isn't done yet for the Santalok Junior Rally by any means. There is Michel Gatting, now behind the wheel of the Iron Dames car. As we watch the battle for 16th on the road, that's the Rover BMW that leads the championship, don't forget. Battling away for position. They are currently in 16th place with Philippe Eng behind the wheel. Maxime Martin has now got behind the wheel of the number 46 BMW, but this is the great battle we've got going on. Glenn van Berlo in the 85 Grasser car is battling for the win with Alex Acker, but they are 4.9 seconds back. This is, however, a battle for the position for Glenn van Berlo, who's trying to get past Maxime Martin and the BMW, who seems to be slowing.
Well, Maxime Martin conceded ground there. He backed off completely, and has he got a problem because he hasn't come through? He hasn't come. There he is. So there is a problem for the 46 BMW. That car will be going into the pit lane. Now, whether that is a mechanical issue or whether that's a tire, again, because there's so much debris on the racetrack, you could quite easily run over a piece of the gravel, or it could be a mechanical issue. We wait to see if that car goes up on the axle stands, and it's difficult. The light is so low catching the camera lens. So Maxime Martin has got to go into the pits. He's got an issue which he cannot deal with from within the cockpit, and wait to see when that car comes into the pit lane, whether it is immediately up on the axle stands or up on the dollies and pushed back into the garage, and that will be the end of the race for the 46. Very sad to see it.
This is what Valentino Rossi was telling me on Friday. It's all very well congratulating me for a win at Misano. However, we're here at the Endurance, and it's a completely different ball game.
Yeah, I mean, two different disciplines, but also what happened in Misano 2 weeks ago is now a part of motorsport history. Look at this battle for the lead. Wow, how close can Lucas Stolz get to the back of Jules Gounod? Well, he's closer than he was. It was 1.1 seconds. Now it's less than half a second.
Well, that was 1.9 seconds about a lap ago, and now all of a sudden Stolz is right there. That is John Miller in the Ferrari. Get out of the way, says Lucas Stolz, because Gounod's already gone through. And now Stolz is coming through. Apparently, it's a water leak for the 46.
That's a most unusual. Maybe there are hoses in the car, the water pump, all the factors that there we can see the damage. So the front of the car, so maybe the radiator itself, as a consequence, will contact at some point. We didn't see any contact at any point, not to say, obviously. Now, I'll tell you what happened. I know what's happened. I know another competitor has deliberately reversed into the nose of that 46 BMW. That's what's happened.
Have you been watching Days of Thunder sequel script? Have you been at the board meeting for the script of the sequel? Because that doesn't
No name, no pack drill.
Well, yeah, absolutely. My goodness. Lucas Stolz still hustling Jules Gounod. 0.4 of a second between them at this point. Ricardo Feller still in front of Thomas Preining. 3.3 seconds is the gap that the Audi has pulled off, so that podium prediction absolutely on the money for the number 14.
We thought that Rob Collard was going to be double stinting, but it looks like, in fact, Dennis Lind is going to be doing the double stint, because he is still behind the wheel in his class-leading Lamborghini, albeit down in 35th position. We understood Rob Collard was double stinting, but clearly either the transponder hasn't been flicked over, or Dennis Lind is the double stinter. As there we see the 32, and that's making its way through. Dries van Thor worked hard to get himself into a position, just 0.7 of a second now behind Sandy Mitchell. You can see on screen in the last 3 laps, taken, well, about 0.3 of a second over the 2 of those 3 laps. Catching again the Lamborghini will be one thing. Finding a way past Sandy Mitchell will be somewhat more difficult in my view.
Well, let's take a look at what's going on in some of the other... Oh, hang on. Apparently, we now know what happened to the 46 WRT BMW. Let's see what happens. There's the BMW.
So is this where the damage occurred? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now, definitely the Audi... No, definitely that Audi, I can guarantee you, reversed into the nose of the 46. No hesitation in saying that.
Well, you've definitely read the Tom Cruise version of this script, haven't you, John? Dear, oh dear. Robin's racing and all that. But, yeah, a big thwack into the radiator there for Maxime Martin, and that is absolutely...
Where's the lead gap? It's extended fractionally. Well, it was 9/10 of a second when they came across the line to go on to the 89th lap of this race. So Lucas Stoll's got so close he could sniff the... well, no, actually, the exhaust on these Mercedes AMG GT3s comes out at the side, so we wouldn't be sniffing. You know, sniff, what's the expression? Burn rubber, sniff petrol.
He's dreaming of champagne is what he's doing right now, because he's that close to the top step of the podium. He has a genuine shot.
And also an impressive run from the 157 Mercedes. Margaret is so behind the wheel, that car in 6th position. It's running way, way, way ahead of the next car in the category. Christopher Hauser in 11th place, and then Puccini in 12th in the lap. So a comfortable advantage to the 157 Mercedes.
Yeah, we're getting to that stage, aren't we, where we start looking at how well the teams have actually done over the course of the 3 stints. I know we're only a little way into the 3rd stint, but that 157 is absolutely the best gold car of the Greg. So far, the best pro, I'd actually give it to the 777.
That's been a great run by the 777. But looking further down, Daniel Serra in the 71 Ferrari, having taken over from Antonio Fuoco, he finds himself directly ahead of Philippe Eng, but he is 4.3 seconds behind the McLaren of Mervyn Kirchhofer. So that's a battle that really hasn't engaged, but there's always, you never know, between now and 43 minutes when the checkered flag will come out, anything is capable.
Glenn Van Berlo is getting a little bit nervous now in the Silver Cup, because Alex Acker in the 99 Audi is absolutely chomping away at the advantage that it had. It was 4.6 seconds, it's now 2.6 seconds. It's come down to 1.5, but we think Acker has just been held up in traffic on this lap.
But he's got to find a way past Michel Gatting and the Iron Dames Lamborghini, the car directly in front of him.
Yeah, where's it gone, Alex Acker? That's not it. No, that was the Barwell car.
That's the Barwell, yes, it is.
So where is Alex Acker in the Trezor Attempto Audi? We need to find it. There it is.
He's the sort of the 4th of those 4 cars, that group 2 by 2, so he's behind a Ferrari. And which one was that? Which Ferrari is
No,
that?
that's the 66, actually. So where has the Trezor Attempto Audi gone? Is that it behind the Porsche? Yes, it is. They've been really held up in the traffic. That's not gone well at all.
So somebody trying to get past Michel Gatting going into that final corner and still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, they lost 2 seconds in the first sector. That's why there was a problem for Alex Acker.
So the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini not able to get away round Dennis Lynn behind the wheel, running 1 position behind on the road, but 2 different classes. At 99, well, if those 2 Lambos are going to go at it, it looks like Dennis Lynn might be able to find a way up the inside through the exit of turn 2. What's happening into turn 3? As well, we're not watching that little particular battle. We've got back to the 99.
Alex Acker almost using grass rather than curb there to go through turn 3 in the attempt to close up on Glenn Van Berlo.
Dennis Lind did get through, so that'll give him opportunity to pull away. There's the 44 Hexes. Porsche running in, where is that 44 running? Fred Makivicki all the way down in 39th, not the sort of normal kind of position you'd expect a Porsche, centrally contracted driver to be running in.
What's happened to the Pure Racing Porsche? He's had an absolute black eye there.
That is running into somebody else. That is running into somebody else. We don't know where that happened.
That's Klaus Beckler, who was leading the class now.
Well, the design to be really easily detached front wings on the Porsche carbon fiber bodywork has proven to be very detachable, but not for the right reasons.
No, indeed, and that looks as though he's fallen off his bike and grazed his knee, essentially, in car terms, doesn't it? So he needs to hope that that's going to be not too big a problem for the rest of the race, because obviously they've completed all the pit stops. But that was Klaus Beckler in the lead, and now it's the 91, the Herberth Porsche, the gold machine, there it is, that he's now leading. So how has he lost ground?
Don't know, have to wait and see. We may have something, some of our excellent cameramen. Oh, wow, look how right Beckler ran coming through turn 10. So clearly that's having an effect. I mean, that is a significant aerodynamic imbalance between the left and right side of the car. The car will be losing front end bite, which will in turn lead to the front tires giving up a little bit more than if the car was fully balanced aerodynamically.
10-second time penalty.
Car 78, 10-second time penalty added to the final racing time for speeding in the pit lane.
That's the leaders in Pro-Am. That's the Barwell car of Dennis Lind.
Oh dear.
Now, that shouldn't cost them the win, but it's definitely going to be a headache.
They're significantly ahead on the track of the second place, Jack Miller and the Ferrari in 43rd, but it depends where they are in relative terms on the track, whether there's 10 seconds or more of a gap.
Now, the interesting thing in Pro-Am is...
Black-orange flag to car 911.
There
the
you go.
car must
It's got to come in. They've got to bring that car in and affect the repair. So what a disappointment. What a disappointment for the 911 Porsche.
There goes the win. Very unfortunate indeed for Klaus Bachler. I was going to say, John Miller is actually going to have more pressure from young Aaron Walker in the Get Speed Mercedes for second position in Pro-Am. This is the bronze battle. And look, you've got Arjun Maini in the Ham Racing Mercedes. Here comes Eddie Cheever, the third.
Oh, catch your breath.
But this is now for second, not third, because obviously the mechanical flag has gone to Klaus Bachler. So this is now for second in the bronze class.
Suddenly, you might perk up a little bit. The opportunity of actually getting something meaningful, apart from being on the podium, but more points for your total season's tally.
Exactly. We have not had the chance to take stock and breathe for a moment in this race. What's brilliant always about the Fanatec GT World Challenge is that you just don't know which direction to look in from one lap to the next. It's terrific. So now Eddie Cheever climbs up through the Schumacher S, hoping to keep it clean, nice and tidy through there.
Fourth gear up through the Schumacher S's, up to fifth gear, up to turn 10, then probably down certainly at least 2 gears, maybe depending on your ratio setups. In the case of the McLaren, maybe 3. Then the exit of turn 11 and the run then all the way through the kink up to the chicane.
So the incident between Maxime Martin and Dylan Pereira has been noted. The 66 obviously that went pirouetting around as a result of a little clout from the 46. Wasn't intentional, of course, it was just the run of the draw. And here comes Eddie Cheever trying to make his bid on Arjun Maini. So Arjun Maini running in third in class, although of course the 911 Porsche is going to come in when it sees the mechanical flag this time by. So on the next lap it'll be into the pits, they'll have no choice. But here comes Eddie Cheever, the third. More bodywork coming off the cars in front. And there is Gunnar, still not that far in front of Lucas Stoltz.
No,
Stoltz is still giving it everything.
Yes, it's just over, literally by 100th or no, 1,000th or so of a second, the gap first to second. I mean, I had presumed, or even I might have assumed, that once Jules Gunnar got behind the wheel of the 88, he would pull away relatively comfortably. This has been an excellent run all through the weekend for the Mercedes-AMG team Al-Manar, and all 3 drivers have been outstanding.
Let's not forget they've had a particularly good season all in all anyway. So the Al-Manar car has obviously been very strong. They've had their moments through the course of the season. But it's going to be very tricky to see if they can topple the Acadis ASP Mercedes that of course got pole position in Paul Ricard, got the sprint pole at Brands and Misano. They won in the endurance race at Paul Ricard, and they've won 2 sprint races as well. So it's been a very interesting challenge for them. But are they going to succumb to the pressure of the Al-Manar Mercedes? And also, how is the Sky Tempesta McLaren going to get on?
No. Here's the real deal. The lead and second place cars are catching up this group of cars. Oh, bodywork flies off. Now, which car was that?
That was the dynamic Porsche in front of them. Now, was that the splitter coming off the car, or was that the bonnet?
Looked like a bonnet to me. But this is the issue that's going to be a concern to Jules Gunnar. Now, that bit of bodywork was lying on the track and got flicked up. But it had looked to have some yellow paint on it, but hard to tell anything more than that as to whose car it may have returned from. Christopher Hauser, by the way, has gotten ahead of Dan Harper, so he's put his Audi up into 10th place, Dan Harper down to 11th.
Right, Eddie Cheever once again on the warpath for Arjun Maini as Gunnar and Stoltz are closing in on the Lamborghini in front of them. That's the 58 car that's already had its wars. That's Fabrizio Castani getting out of the way.
He's done the right thing, so he's let Gunnar go through. He now needs to do a similarly generous thing and let Lucas Stoltz go through, and I think he's going to pull over to the right, clean. Yeah, that's good etiquette from drivers in a different category who are only involved in their own inter-class battle.
Castani isn't even involved in that. He's dead last. They're just using this as an extended test session, unfortunately, as far as they're concerned. We have 6 retirements, and Fabrizio Castani is in danger of becoming the 7th. but still going strong. Now, Gounod closing up on Cheever and Maini, who are battling for what is effectively now second in the Bronze Cup, and they're not going to want to move over very easily. So down the hill, Maini and Cheever. Mercedes versus McLaren, and here comes another Mercedes. Jules Gounod, the race leader. This could be an opportunity for Lucas Stoltz to close up. He needs to stay alert.
He does, but again, he's going to be faced with the same issues that Jules Gounod has got, and of course nobody wants to back off and allow another car, albeit the race leader, to go through, and not, because they're in their own little inter-class battle. But there are ways you can do it. You can lift and coast. Just coming into a corner makes very little difference to your overall lap time. But you can see the McLaren and the Mercedes are absolutely locked together now, and I don't think they're giving too much thought to what the race leader might be up to.
Well, this is still very much a potential chance of a victory for the McLaren, because they're not actually that far behind Heinemann up in the lead.
No, the McLaren did the right thing. It backed off, let the race leader go through, and that again, good driving from Eddie Cheever, so he will probably be much the same when he gets onto the pit straight. And well, how much further behind is Lucas Stoltz? Lucas Stoltz might need to wait a little bit longer before he gets the gift overtake, so you can see the gap between first and second. Now, two cars have between first and second, and Lucas Stoltz has lost out. Eddie Cheever tried to slip up the inside and take advantage of Maini as he allowed the leader to go through. Now, did Cheever get the job done? We can't see his car on the rear view camera, but we can see second place Lucas Stoltz.
Stoltz is getting held up by this big time. This is not helping out the Treble 7 Almanar car at all. Get out of the way, man! I've got to go after Jules Gounod.
Hold on, but there's a battle going on. Did Cheever get ahead? No, he didn't. So Cheever's still behind the Mercedes.
But this is perfect for Jules Gounod, because now he's got distance between himself and that battle. So if you are the Almanar team, you are screaming blue murder at the guys in front. Come on, you moved over for Jules Gounod. Get out of the way for us.
Well, there's an opportunity again coming down the hill. There we go. So the Mercedes puts itself up alongside the McLaren, clean and easy overtake. But it is a frustration for Lucas Stoltz. He's had to wait, and he's seen that gap increase. It's probably up to more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think
in the space of a lap. Now, of course, the lead car's got to make its way around the Porsche directly ahead of him. So it's the ebb and flow of traffic. But Lucas Stoltz needs to find a way past Maini as quickly as possible. And, you know, they're all parties pulled over to the right or over to the left. And again, good etiquette from two different class battles, but Eddie Cheever is the one that thinks maybe I can make something of it. Maini defends going into turn 11. Watch for the undercut from the McLaren. Can he get it out of the way? Didn't quite, but he's got slightly better exit speed. But the Mercedes is not making it easy at all. But what's going to happen? Stay on the left-hand side if I was Maini. Make Cheever, if he wants to pass, go the long way around, and there isn't space to do it. And wisely, both think the better of it and continue on the way. Nothing has changed.
A very talented lad, Arjun Maini. He was one of the 3 young Indians discovered just over a decade ago, along with Jahan Darawala and Tarun Reddy in the Force India Academy project in karting years ago. He's worked his way through the ladder in the single-seaters, up the ladder, then made the switch across to sports cars. Here he is, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's parking the Mercedes in the middle of the road. He can't commit left, he can't commit right.
Hold on, he's done all that. Now it's the exit of the corner that's important. Let's watch what the McLaren can do. It's trying to look the wrong way round, but Maini has hugged the curb on the apex now. Will the McLaren go the long way round again? Not sufficiently far forward. Stay behind now, keep to the left now, make your cut back to the right and stand on that gas pedal and try and drive the McLaren out of the corner quicker than the Mercedes. He wasn't listening.
No, he wasn't. He really wasn't. And so now Cheever's got to try again, and they've got the Lamborghini just behind them trying to unlap itself. That's Crestani, who obviously got out of the way earlier. Doesn't have to worry about anybody to battle with. They just want to look at their raw pace. This is all going to be data collection for the Lamborghini, isn't it? So Maini again just coaxes the car to the inside apex. Not going to get faster drive out of the corner than the McLaren, but what they're going to get is track position.
So the track, in relative terms, clear for both these cars battling for their respective class victory. So which of the two is the quicker of the two? One might suggest that Eddie Cheever and the McLaren is the quicker of the two, but it's the same, I keep repeating it, the same story. It's like a bad record, isn't it? You can catch, but you can't overtake. I should trademark that expression. Catch, but you cannot overtake.
So here comes the McLaren again, trying one more time to take on the Mercedes of Arjun Maini. Now, Heinemann has just gone across the line. That tells you the gap they've got to try and make up if they want to go for the win. So they've lost a lot of time to the Herbert Porsche. So it looks like with half an hour to go, you're only really going to be going for second position now, as the 911 Porsche has not come in yet, I notice. Oh, no, it has. My apologies, it has come in.
But, I mean, the trouble is there are, between Mani and Shiva, there are two cars, Rivera and the Ferrari, Magnus and the Audi. And it ain't going to be an easy overtake, because they are overtaking for overall position. So we've got two different categories battling over overall position, where maybe they don't want to have that battle.
But on your inset, you can see Eddie Cheever working behind the wheel, trying to close up on the red Mercedes in front of it. Eddie Cheever working away, trying to close up on Arjun Maini, the Indian driver in the half Mercedes, but Eddie Cheever the third, working very hard indeed to try and close up. Goes through the left, down the drop, through the right. It's going to be a very interesting battle between these two. Fabrizio Cristani trying to gain a little bit of time on both of them. And in the background, that looks like one of the Trezor Attempto Audis.
In the meantime, with all the battling to get the lead two cars past this group of cars we're looking at now, that's allowed Gunnar to pick up a relatively comfortable advantage over Lucas Stolz, 2.7 seconds. I mean, at one point they were running around about a second, and at some occasions probably well less than that 1 second. So Jules Gunnar has net benefited more than Lucas Stolz.
Yeah, very frustrating for Lucas Stolz, who definitely had the car underneath him at that point to challenge Jules Gunnar, but just getting caught in the traffic in the wrong place has really impeded the Almanar crew. Now he's got to hope that Jules Gunnar is going to get impeded in a similar manner to even the score. Up to the Vidal chicane. This is a race of frustration, isn't it, for Eddie Cheever? It's a race of frustration in particular for the whole Sky Tempesta crew.
No, it's a race of frustration for the entire field, because the balance of performance resulting in such equality across all the brands and all the various teams that operate the different brands, it's a racetrack that is hard to gain an advantage over a competitor. You've got to work very, very hard, or you've got to get maybe fortunate with a break within traffic or somebody making an error. But it is the nature of this Nürburgring circuit. It is one of the toughest circuits to find a way around a relatively equally competitive car.
So Cheever still trying to make the bid. But meanwhile, we are watching Iron Lynx, Garage 59 and AF Corsa Ferrari. 12th, 13th and 14th. This is obviously Pulcini trying to consolidate second position in the gold category. Punching very much towards to the top 10. And then there is Marvin Kirchhofer with Dan Serra in the Ferrari all over the back of him.
Well, we've got 26 minutes of this race to go before checkered flags unfurled. And it's gone. This has been a race of inter-class battles from the minute the lights went out. Got through the congestion of turn one, and here we are now battling 3 seconds now between first and second. So Gunnar has found a pace enough to give himself sufficient advantage over second place Lucas Stolz.
Where's the next big overtaker to come from? I can tell you, it's probably going to come from Patrick Niederhauser. He has caught up to the Ritternick Porsche of Thomas Priding to the tune of 0.4 of a second as they came across the line the last time round. He's taken a massive chunk out of the 96 Ritternick Porsche. As we watch the Ferrari, there it is. That's the battle go through. So Niederhauser right in behind the Ritternick Porsche. That just shows you how hard Niederhauser has been pushing to try and get himself back into a competitive position. I don't think he's going to have the time to go after Ricardo Fella. He might do, actually, because there's 6 seconds more to gain if he can get there. But I'll tell you what, fourth is on.
It'll depend on how much time he loses. Now he's caught to the tail of the Porsche. Usual story. You can catch, and Niederhauser, for me, has again been one of the impressive drivers in this year's championship, both in sprint and endurance. But the Porsche, we know the Porsche's strengths, and we know Niederhauser's strengths. He's a great racer. Yeah, you can see over the last 3 laps, 1.6 seconds, 0.6 of a second, just under half a second, taking lumps of time out of the Porsche to close up now the gap as they come across the line, just under half a second.
No pressure, Thomas, but now you've got another Audi to deal with. You had all sorts of problems dealing with Ricardo Fella, and now you've got another one. That's the Santalog Audi all over the back of him.
The Audi, to me, looks as if Patrick Niederhauser, the way he's driving, He's got a little bit more grip available. The Porsche was a little wider coming through turn one. Niederhauser can hold tighter lines than Preining is able to do in the Porsche, so that's where Niederhauser's opportunity and strength may lie. So comes out of turn four, thinks about it, a little look down the inside into turn five, but wisely recognizes nowhere near enough. The back of the Porsche slides on the exit of turn five. Niederhauser would have registered that. He'll be thinking, I'm putting the pressure on Preining. I'm forcing him to use the Porsche's rear grip and force that grip to give up.
Sandy Mitchell is about to move into 7th position as well, further back, trying to make the move on Zug in the Winward Racing Mercedes, but that's not going to change the overall state of play. It's only going to move him to 7th overall, but Zug is still going to hold on to the gold lead. Look at how hard Thomas Preining is having to work to keep Patrick Niederhauser off his tail, and it's not going to work. Patrick Niederhauser is already smelling blood. He wants to make his move happen, and there goes Preining over the curbs. Patrick Niederhauser is going to get a good run through the right-hander, and surely this is going to be effortless.
No, it'll never be effortless. It'll be a load of hard work and a lot of brain power, but clearly Niederhauser has got more grip than Preining has, but it's a question of where on the racetrack will I gain sufficient, whether it's through traffic or whether it's simply because I've pushed Preining so hard that he runs wide. He ran wide coming out of turn 10, we saw that, and even in spite of that, Niederhauser couldn't get the job done.
So Niederhauser really starting to hunt down the Porsche of Thomas Preining once again. Blinkers hoping to irritate him into the braking zone. No chance. Thomas Preining is not going to fall for that at all.
Now look how much tighter the line that Niederhauser can take. He's using a lot less racetrack than the Porsche's doing. And that's why I'm going on about Preining is struggling with grip. Slower here into turn three. Niederhauser all over the back of the Porsche because he's just got more grip, and the balance of his car right now is better than that of Thomas Preining.
So Patrick Niederhauser just takes his time, works the car into a very strong position. Again, he's got to play it smooth, which is exactly what the Audi's letting him do. The Porsche, meanwhile, just running a little bit ragged here and there. Preining is doing everything he can to keep hold of it, but it is going to be tricky to see if he can maintain this from Patrick Niederhauser, who definitely seems to have a much smoother and more responsive Audi underneath his right foot.
Yeah, just whatever way the car setup is, whatever way Patrick Niederhauser is driving his Audi, but great defense from Thomas Preining in a car that is much more of a handful than that of the pursuer Patrick Niederhauser. Again, coming up into turn 10, we've seen Matteo Drudi make brave dives down the inside, forcing the issue. This time Preining slightly better in the exit of turn 10, didn't run as wide, so he gives himself a better option going into turn 11, gets off turn 11 cleanly, denying Patrick Niederhauser potential run down through the kink, up into the chicane.
22 minutes remaining. Niederhauser not close enough to make the move on the Rutschnick Porsche just yet, but he can set it up as we watch the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini that is still leading Pro-Am. Even with that penalty that's going to come their way, they will still hold on to the lead, because the second place battle, John Miller versus Aaron Walker, is quite a long way back, but Aaron Walker is taking about 0.3 of a second per lap out of the Rinaldi Ferrari, so the young British teenager going to try and put the Get Speed Mercedes number 2 into second place in class. No threat at all to this car, which Dennis Lind is controlling beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, in spite of the penalty, they will, in my view, they should still finish sufficiently far ahead of John Miller that it's a bit of a frustration you get a penalty, but Dennis Lind, again, just superb behind the wheel of the Barwell Motorsport Lamborghini and continues his way. And just Dennis Lind's last lap, a 1:56.3. That's pretty quick when you consider the last lap of race leader was 1:58.8. That's genuine pace from Dennis Lind.
It really is. Did Dennis Lind just use his windscreen wiper there briefly on the back straight as well? That's a worrying sign.
Well, there is, again, I use the word, a description, sort of cloud beginning to build over the circuit. We've got 20 minutes remaining. It would be a real joker if nature played that card. And when the rain comes here at Nürburgring, as we've seen on Friday and to some degree here, certainly this morning, it comes quickly. Watch Patrick Niederhauser in position to try and go one way. Is he going to make the switch back, or is he going to go the long way around? He's trying to go the long way, be forced out wide by the Porsche. He couldn't, as the not. You want to be on the inside to swoop down. Again, last 3 laps. Look at the advantage he's got now. He's in a better position. Can he maintain it going through the King? Side by side, contact. Patrick Niederhauser has got it done, but Preining is going to be in pole position to go into the chicane.
He's going to have the position, but that was so smart from Niederhauser. He saw what was happening, and he changed tack completely in the middle of that section.
Again, swooping one way round the outside in the final turn. Niederhauser's got the grip, but having to run wider than he would like, and has to fall in again behind the rear of the Porsche. Great racing. I thought Niederhauser had done sufficient, but the performance, straight line performance of the Porsche was enough to drag Preining back into that position to take away the chicane from the Audi.
Niederhauser so smart in reacting to what the Porsche does and where it places him. He figures out, right, well, you're going to put the car in the middle of the circuit. I'm going to go far to the outside and cut straight back across to the inside. He's got the potential. He's got the momentum. He just doesn't quite have the racing god's luck on his side at the moment, because Thomas Preining is forcing him to think twice every single chance he gets.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you use the word luck. I don't have a use of that word in my vocabulary, because this is a battle between 2 racing drivers using their equipment to the maximum of their ability, and the Porsche is not the quicker of the 2 cars. Undoubtedly, if Niederhauser could get past, he would pull away quite comfortably, as is in fact the case with the race lead. It's now up to 3.9 seconds, so Gunnar has doubled that gap in the space of the last 5 laps.
So Patrick Niederhauser can try again, and now we reset. So the Audi just follows in behind Thomas Preining, up the hill, through the left at Schumacher S, continuing that speed, rising up through the gears.
Here we go again. He's got the run up the hill. Where is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? He looks and he looks, he looks. Now stay high, force the Porsche wide and try and make the undercut on the exit, because Preining is marginally compromised. Get the run. No, he can't get it done. Preining is doing an excellent job in defending his current 4th position.
Every single time Patrick Niederhauser raises his game in offense, Thomas Preining raises it further in defense, and it is absolutely brilliant between these two. Niederhauser eating the curve as he charges through. 2 wheels come off the deck as he absolutely throws the Audi into the Vidal chicane. They come off the final turn again, and Niederhauser has got to regroup and do it all over again. And look in the background, you've got the McLaren bearing down on them as well, because they're holding each other up. And that is Henrique Chavez, who is currently trying to close up on Chiva, who is obviously 14.6 seconds up the road from him, but they want a chance of a podium in the Bronze Cup. And again, Niederhauser
it'd be ironic if Chavez was closing up in this battle for 3rd position, because Chavez is currently running at 26th overall.
So here is the number 25, Patrick Niederhauser, having another go at the Rutronic Porsche. That position for the Rutronic car, most of that done in that thrilling opening lap from Dennis Olsen right at the start of the race, when he dodged the melee and got that car into 2nd position on the opening lap. And they've just been so metronomic in terms of rhythm ever since. They've worked the tyres well, they've worked to their strengths, but now they've let one Audi go, and they are absolutely adamant they will not let the other one.
Here we go again, down the bottom of the circuit. Start your program, build on the exit of turn 7, then up the hill. Slightly wider entry for Patrick Niederhauser than on previous attempts. So maybe there's an element of either frustration or acceptance that I've done everything in the book to find a way around the Porsche. I'm not going to give up, but it's beating me down. The Porsche's beating me down. Hasn't given up. Good exit from both drivers. Now comes through the King, but too far back to try anything other than a manic dive up the inside.
And of course, you tried everything in the book, but you can't really go off book, can you? You've really got to make this work. So Patrick Niederhauser working hard again. They use a lot of curb, but again, the Audi looks smoother off the Vidal chicane. He isn't quite able to get that momentum yet, but just keep watching.
But the longer these 2 cars stay status quo, Niederhauser's working the Audi really hard, and in the process, that's going to begin to gradually hurt the Audi, and it's not going to do very much difference to the Porsche. So in a sense, what Niederhauser needs to do is think about his own tyres as much when the back end of the car actually stepped out on them coming into turn 2. Think about that as much as anything else.
There is the 157. That is the leader in the gold class. Yeah, that's just lost track position to Sandy Mitchell. The K-Pax Lamborghini has now got through. I said that was likely to happen. It hasn't changed anything really in terms of the overall run of things because they're in different classes, don't forget.
Dries van Voor likewise has gotten past through. So this is again for overall position. So Dries van Voor looking to find a way past Sandy Mitchell for the overall scheme of things. Van Voor in 8th, Mitchell in 7th.
And look at the bad luck that the 32 WRT BMW has had so far this season. They are on the march to be the first BMW home. That's going to be a nice feather in the cap for the team on what has been quite a frustrating weekend as Jafali's car, the 81 car, Ralph Aaron is at the wheel of the Thiebaert Mercedes, squeezed through past the bullet Aston Martin of Jacob Reigel, and that was for position. That was for 29th place, so that was well read by Ralph Aaron to get through on Jacob Reigel, and that's right in front of the dueling Lamborghini and WRT BMW.
And I'm just looking to see Christopher Haase is, 6 seconds behind Zug, and there we go, here we go this time. No, again, the Porsche just stretches its legs up the hill into the chicane. All the good work done by Niederhauser coming off turn 11. Will he make a stab at it up the inside? No, again, the Porsche's just got enough of the grunt torque from that flat 6 Porsche motor, just sufficient to give it that little bit of advantage off the chicane. Patrick Niederhauser, well, how many laps has he been running up the exhaust of the Porsche? And in the case of the Porsche, the exhaust do point directly into the radiator of the Audi. A little bit unstable under braking for the Audi this time. Tries to make, now watch for the cutback. Can he make it coming into turn 2? No, Priding has got enough space to take his own line and not have to be compromised by, oh, how quick is he there into turn 3? A lot quicker than the Porsche, but again, Porsche fills the bit of racetrack that Niederhauser is looking for.
And right behind them, that McLaren is a lot bigger than it was. Enrique Chavez has taken a second out of them on that last lap, and he's considerably far behind them in terms of the overall rankings. Chavez is 26th. These two are 4th and 5th, so they really are holding each other up.
Well, I mean, I mentioned the lap speed of Chavez a couple of minutes ago, vis-a-vis these two battling, the Audi and the Porsche. Chavez has taken lumps of time out of these cars battling for 3rd and 4th position.
So we saw
4th and 5th. This.
Yeah,
Ricardo Feller is relatively comfortable in that final podium position in the pro categories. 9.3 seconds ahead of this battling Porsche and Audi. Oh, Patrick Niederhauser really having to throw the Audi around now. But look at how quickly Chavez has closed up on that last lap. And what is Niederhauser going to do? Is he going to think, I'm not going to bother with what's happening behind me with Enrique Chavez, or is Chavez going to force the issue and try and find a way around this battling 4th, 5th battle?
So here comes Patrick Niederhauser having another go. Behind these two, there's a little bit of an interesting tussle going on for 6th position because Hanschen Guven in the 54, that car's got a penalty coming, don't forget, that they've got to add on to their race time. As Niederhauser tries again, goes long into the final turn, he's not quite going to be able to get the move until he comes off the turn, but the returning Porsche is very nearly being rubbed by the Audi as he comes off the turn now.
Now, look how defensive planning is going to go. Forcing the Audi out of the slipstream, but down the hill. Who can break the later? The Porsche's on the inside, got the advantage in terms of track position. Cut back now, cut back, Patrick Niederhauser, make the cut back.
Dial it in, get back on the power. But no, the Porsche has once again been able to hold him. And now Niederhauser trying to open him right round the outside. The Porsche leaning on the Audi. Niederhauser has to back off, cuts back in, but he's not going to be able to have the right-hander.
Undercut again available, coming out of turn 4, but momentum was lost in making that maneuver. Now Chavez right on the tail of these two cars.
Chavez is sitting there thinking, what do I do? What do I do? Do I go past them? What do I do here?
Well, he's fully entitled to go past them, but a battle like this with 10 minutes or so on the clock would be a shame of that if the McLaren got between these two cars and resulted in the battle being nullified or neutralized simply because the McLaren was the quickest of these 3 cars.
Right, I was going to say, Hanschen Guven in 6th position, that car's got to take a penalty, so Sandy Mitchell and Dries van Voor are actually in front of it, not behind it, so they're actually battling over 6th place.
Time corrected, yes.
So Van Tor is actually now trying to bid to get into 6th position behind the K-Pax Lamborghini, and he's within a second of that car, so that battle will come later. Niederhauser, however, still virtually climbing over the back wing of the Porsche. Oh, I thought there was a good chance opening up there, but Thomas Breining saw it happen and thought, no.
No, Niederhauser saw it as well and knew what was going to happen. He stepped off the throttle to allow the Porsche to make that move without having any form of contact. So here we go again. The Audi goes one way, the Porsche is going to go the other way. Now, will he dive up the inside? But he's, no, you can't do it. There's no room on the entry into the chicane here at Nürburgring to make that pass. Up the inside into the final turn. I mean, these two guys, I don't know what their brain capacity, they've thought of every single maneuver, either in defense or in attack, and they're both at a 0-0 situation. It's a no-score draw between these two drivers.
It's like two grand chess masters going at it, trying to outfox the other's move and get them to checkmate. This is absolutely terrific. Niederhauser all over the back of Thomas Breining. What can I do? I've tried every single trick in the motor racing book. I can't get past him. Surely I can outfox him somewhere. Every time he thinks he's got an opportunity to catch him napping, he tries again, but Breining, look, he's so smart on the way through the corner. He knows exactly where to place the Porsche.
But he knows, he's going off big time. And that's
it's a Barwell.
No, it's not. It's the number 8.
That's the AGS car.
Yes. So concerning moment there. That could have been something that would have changed the dynamic of this race with 8 minutes or so remaining. So gets back on track. Hopefully not dragging a whole load of gravel. That's not the race leader. No,
that's Stoltz. Yeah. So the race leader is there or thereabouts. But we got away with that one. Very lucky indeed there. That was the 8 car going off. That was Jamin in the AGS car that obviously had a loom problem at Spa and then had an engine change on Friday.
So there's class leader Tim Heinemann in the Porsche. So he has got what over
20 seconds.
Eddie Cheever is the second in class, but again Magnus and Rivera are between Heinemann and Cheever, so he's comfortable.
The Cheever's got ahead of Miney, that's what we need to point out. The McLaren's got ahead of the Haupt Mercedes. We didn't spot that or where he did it, but the 93. Oh, and that's the Mad Panda Mercedes off at turn 1.
So can he get it rolling? Yes, he can. Keep the engine running.
No safety car. Come on. Get it going, Perez. Get it going. Get it going, Ezekiel.
But that left front looks like it's punctured, and that's maybe the reason why that car went off. Loads of smoke coming from the back of the Mercedes. The left front, look at the mess coming from the left front. The wheel is totally locked.
Yeah.
Why that is, I don't understand, but there is maybe the reason why the tire's gone down. Maybe the car will need to be pulled off and parked in a safe position, because that's not going to do any good to either the car or anybody else in the field.
There's no point trying to get it back to the pits, Ezekiel. That's not going any further.
I've just said that. Just pull it over and bring it to a stop. I think he might be looking for a gap somewhere in the barriers to pull it off and drive it to safety, and that's what he's doing. So how that left front wheel has become locked, I don't know. Hopefully that's sufficiently far off the racetrack not to have a safety car. He's going to reverse it somewhere.
Right, this is Cheever on Arjun Miney. Is it going to be a mistake from Miney? It is! Oh, very unfortunate for the Indian. Thank you very much, says Eddie Cheever.
Out-braked himself or ran out of brakes, one of the two.
Well, that puts the Sky 10 Best of McLaren into a valiant second position. They're not going to have enough time to close up on pure pace on the Herbert Porsche in front of them. But a valiant effort nonetheless from the Sky 10 Best of McLaren team to get themselves back into second position.
I just want, Perez Compact had just overtaken Alex Arca on the lap that he then had to pull off the racetrack. So was there maybe contact between the Audi and the Mercedes that has led to the reason why that left front is locked and the left front tire has been just literally, the rubber has been burnt through.
And Acker has lost a considerable amount of time to the race leader in that class, Glenn van Berlo, so that's a reasonable assumption.
Race leader, now look at the gap, can't see, well, it's certainly not
it's down to 3. It's down to 2.8.
Okay, maybe that's a little bit of traffic.
Here we go. He's done it.
And he's got through, and all that kerfuffle, we never saw the pass, but our camera hopefully will have caught the overtake. And now Patrick Niederhauser, who's worked so hard to find a way past Thomas Breining, and also Hugo Chavez also has found a way past as well.
Well, Niederhauser has finally got his man. It took a long, long time, but he has absolutely dug deep, found the work. And Thomas Breining, where did he lose the time? He lost it through sector 2 and sector 3. So it must have been at the timing line at the chicane where he got the move done.
It would have been a brave maneuver if that is what occurred, because there's so little space at the entry. It's a real bottleneck into the chicane, and even narrows if you go wide. It's even narrow if you go up the inside. You can just see the limited amount of space. There's little more than a car's width between the apexes of the left and the right.
So this is Antonio Fawaku's teammate Dan Serra, all over the back of this queue of cars. That's a McLaren in front of him now, so that's Marvin Kirchhofer having got through. So Kirchhofer into 13th. And now they've got to go after the Iron Lynx Lamborghini of Leo Porcini. Down to the braking zone, and Dennis Lind is sat behind them, enjoying the view.
Well, we've now just under 5 minutes remaining.
And look who's at the front of the queue, that's Dan Harper.
Yeah, it's all looking. Dan Harper in 11th, Porcini 12th, Kirchhofer up to 13th, Sarah down to 14th, Egg 15th, Cruton 16th. And that rounds out the top 16.
So these four are all battling for on-track position here in 11th, down to 14th. So this is for pride as much as anything else. And we're only going to get about 3 more laps out of this race tops, possibly even only 2. There is the 85 still leading the Silver Cup class. Glenn Van Berlo has got several get-out-of-jail-free cards in this one, hasn't he?
Yeah, but Alex Aka is behind him, but we don't know. Can we see where Alex Aka is? He's not in view.
6.8 seconds back now,
yeah,
so a lot of time lost in the traffic.
He's not in view.
And unfortunately, the advantage they would have had on tyres or whatever it might have been, completely swallowed up by the traffic effect. They didn't really get the chance to challenge them. So that's all looking good for the Silver Cup. Here's the race leader, Gilles Gounod.
Again, got 2 cars between himself and second place Lucas Stolz. Interesting, the last lap between these 2 lead cars went in favour of Stolz by just about 0.3 of a second, so he's not given up. It's just the roll of the dice. And there we look into the 88 garage, the race leading Mercedes AMG GT3, Jules Gounod behind the wheel, and he is just 3 minutes away, so he'll complete this lap, and arguably the next lap will see the checkered flag, or if he's unfortunate, maybe he has to do a second lap, but it depends where he will come across the start-finish line, and then compare that with his last lap time. So he's lapping in the sort of middle to high 1 minute 57. It's going to take him the best part of half a minute from here to get back to the start-finish line.
Right, Dries van Tor has made a mistake somewhere, and he's dropped to 8th position now behind Zug.
Ooh.
So that's a rare mistake for Dries van Tor.
Not what you normally see from Dries van Tor, but look, it's been a hectic race from beginning to end, from top to bottom.
Now, Gilles Gounod is going to be very marginal here to get the lap finished. I think we're going to have 2 laps to go here.
Yes, it is. Clint is, but the minute it comes across the line, it'll be about 2 minutes 20 or so to go. So he'll complete this lap, and then he'll have to do one. This is the penultimate lap by our calculation.
So Gilles Gounod coming through into the first corner. So we've had Niederhauser get through on Preining, we've had Zug get through on Van Tor, and now we've got a 4-way battle for 11th between Harper, Porcini, Kirchhofer and Serra to finish us off in fine style. Ricardo Fella safe and sound in 3rd position in his Audi, and a great drive from them. For me, they are definitely one of the teams of the race.
Where do you really stop? Because I mean, throughout the field, there have been really, really great efforts. We didn't get to see all of the races that go on. There's been so much going on. Still waiting to see that pass from Patrick Niederhauser on Thomas Preining.
And that must have been quite the committed move, because Thomas Preining was making it impossible for Patrick Niederhauser to make that move. The flashing lights coming on for Lucas Stolz in behind the Optimum McLaren. And of course, the 157 that he's leading in gold has managed to get back through past Dries van Tor in the WRT BMW, who is having another crack at that. That's the Optimum McLaren moving out of the way of Stolz. That's just etiquette, that's not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not on the same race, and you know this is a battle. I'm sure the team are advising you. The car closing on you is the car in 2nd place battling for overall victory here this evening, and you don't want to be the driver that might have a compromise effect. So it's easy. All you do is just lift and coast into a corner, and the other car, in this case Lucas Stolz, 777, Al Manar Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Oh, I'm out of breath again saying all that. Gets through easily and cleanly.
Well, Stolz hasn't given up. He knows that the gap is only 2.4 seconds, so never say never. stranger things have happened in motorsport. Out of the final turn.
Wasn't that the name of a James Bond movie, Never Say Never?
I'm not sure if it was a real James Bond movie, but I do see your point. Down to the main straight and over the line. The final lap begins. Stoltz has got to keep the faith. The gap has come down, 2.2.
Interestingly, going into that final turn, you can see Boguslawski's face, and I think that Jules Gunnar was being cautious in going into the turn. He didn't try to dive bomb one of the back markers. I think he got through. He was given the opportunity to get through, but some drivers would have dive bombed and maybe jeopardized the potential race victory in doing so, but he's got a sufficiently comfortable advantage. 3 cars between himself and charging Lucas Stoltz, and now we're sort of coming up to midway round the final lap, and the race has now concluded its 3-hour duration, and the checkered flag will come out when Jules Gunnar comes across start-finish line to complete lap 92.
33, car 33, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, 5 seconds added to the final racing time.
Aston Martin.
That's Jacob Riegel, unfortunately picking up a penalty right in the dying moments of this race. But in the closing stages here, look, Jules Gunnar had a lot of pressure from Lucas Stoltz, but he did exactly what he needed to do. He put cars in between the 2 Mercedes so that there was never even a shot for Lucas Stoltz to overhaul him.
So up to turn 11, Jules Gunnar just cruising, metaphorically that is, to the conclusion of this 3-hour endurance event at Nürburgring, and really all he has to do is just roll the car up into the chicane, go through the chicane without any stress on the car, and victory is his.
It's been yet another thriller in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS in the Endurance Cup. Just as they did in Paul Ricard, it's going to be a victory for the 88 Acadis ASP Mercedes. A brilliant run as Jules Gunnar crosses the line, and it's a victory for Raffaele Marcello, Timo Boguslawski, and Jules Gunnar here at the Nürburgring. After 3 brilliant hours of racing, for the 2nd time this year, they take an Endurance Cup victory.
Outstanding victory for Akoda's ASP. Raffaele Marcello was laconic as ever. Timo Boguslawski did a very good job in that middle stint, always knowing you have to back up what Marcello has done, and he did an extremely good job. As you can see, the team, the congratulations to both drivers, and Boguslawski being fully included.
This is one of the teams of the race for me, the Windward Mercedes. Not only have they absolutely stamped their authority on the gold victory, but they held their own in the top 10 against the pros throughout. Excellent work from David Schumacher, from Niklas Born, and from the man currently behind the wheel. Marius Sug has been absolutely solid throughout. They haven't really put a wheel wrong at any point through the race, and they will come home in 7th place overall and for the gold win. Brilliant.
And in spite of having to carry an additional 10 kilograms of balance of performance weight. So Mercedes unaffected in real terms by the additional balance, but I know that the teams will be, oh no, we didn't get a chance to try it. But anyway, good work by the Windward race team to do so, and we're all the way down to the field.
And here comes the Silver Cup winners, the Glenn Van Berlo GRT Grasser Racing Team car. They've had their moments, they've had their squabbles, but they have stayed out of trouble when it mattered, and Glenn Van Berlo is going to bring the car home in brilliant fashion. It's a win in silver for the 85 Lamborghini, and they will finish just 4.6 seconds ahead of the resurgent Alex Acker. But here comes the 91 Herberth Porsche. They stayed out of trouble to come through in bronze for a fabulous win for them. Excellent work. They were the only bronze team that really didn't hit trouble at any point through the race, and they held it together in fantastic fashion. And I do believe that the Barwell Lamborghini has already crossed the line of Dennis Lind to take the Pro-Am victory in fine style.
So there is our race victor. Jules Gunnar just running across the dirty part of the racetrack on the outside of the Schumacher SS, opens the door, let a bit of air in, just give yourself a gulp of clean, fresh air. There is air conditioning in these cars, but just a nice, fresh gulp of good country air. Wonderful feeling.
And of course, the main championship contenders, the number 98 Rover BMW, 15th, 13th in Pro. So that is a big difference in terms of the championship fight heading to Barcelona. So that is going to be a really exciting finale. There is the winning car in Pro-Am. Rob Collard and Dennis Lind in the Barwell Lamborghini. They did a fabulous, fabulous job of keeping it all together, despite the fact that Rob Collard had to do a double stint. That was very hard work. So excellent performance then from the Barwell Lamborghini. So there you go, after 3 hours at the Nürburgring, Marcello Boguslavski and Gunnar take their second win in endurance this year from the Almanar Mercedes that was just 1.9 seconds back after 3 hours. The Tracer Orange 1 Audi coming home in a brilliant third place ahead of the Santalok Junior car and the Rutronic Porsche. Well done to Dennis Olsen, Lucas Heinrich and Thomas Preining. Great job. The Winwood Mercedes coming home for the victory in gold. The win for the GRT Grasser in silver. Clement Schmidt, Benjamin Hites and Glenn Van Berlo. And a brilliant win in bronze for Bon, Heinemann and Renauer in the Herburn gold and black Porsche. Great work.
A little note for those that like this sort of thing. The top 8 finishers were all manufactured, cars manufactured here in Germany. Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, BMW.
Very nice.
Had to get that out.
No, indeed. Rob Collard and Dennis Lind taking the victory in Pro-Am as well. But there's your winning crew for the second time out of 4. And with their main rivals in the Robe BMW finishing down in 13th in Pro, this is definitely going to be game on in Spain. So, Gemma Scott is going to grab the word with Raffaele Marcello, Timo Boguslavski, and Jules Gunnar, the winners here at the Nürburgring.
We've just lost Lello, but we've got Timo and Jules obviously taking off his helmet. Timo, a fantastic result for the team, and that really bodes well now for the championship battle.
Yeah, it was so mega result. I mean, since qualifying, yeah. Since Thursday was quite fast here. I mean, we were struggling only with degradation. I mean, after 20-30 minutes, but yeah, also my teammates did an amazing job. So as always, yeah, we are leading everywhere, I think now, and that's mega.
Absolutely, and right at the end there, I mean, just keep holding off for that 777 behind you.
Yeah, it was good. You know, I think what makes the difference today is that Kodis knows this car since 7 years. Lelo from 6, Timur from 5, and me from 3. I think when you drive it all the time, we have a really good idea of the setup, and at the moment, honestly, today, the car was just unbelievable. So I want to thank Kodis, I want to thank my teammate that did a faultless job, and Mercedes AMG, because today it was an amazing car to drive.
It was indeed. Lelo, just one quick word with you. It's crazy down here. That was flawless.
Yeah, it was a good race, as I said. To start in front is always helpful here. Then, I mean, the car was really quick, so it was just a matter to keep the tires alive and yeah, to keep a good gap.
Congratulations. Well earned.
What a fabulous run. Based on what they've been able to do this time, they only need a top 5 finish at Catalunya to win the title. That is absolutely incredible now, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, it's been a superb effort all the way through the season from Akota's ASP, and they've got a stellar lineup of drivers, whether it's in sprint, whether it's in endurance, and the next race we go to will be in Hockenheim in about, what, an hour and a half, no, maybe 2.5 hours south here of Nürburgring.
A brilliant job from the Acadis ASP Mercedes crew then to take their second win out of 4 races. And in terms of the title fight, they are definitely going to have a really exciting run at the Catalunya circuit in September. And it's going to be really fascinating to see how that plays out, because obviously the consistency and the pure speed has been strong. What about the Almanar crew? They've done a fantastic job. Mauro Engel, Lucas Stoltz, and of course, their man, Fabian Schiller. They put the pressure on all the way through. Second position for them. They did an absolutely terrific job. How about the gold winners? 157, the Winwood Racing crew are with Gemma Scott.
Boys, that was absolutely outstanding. David, we spoke to you at the beginning of the race, on pole position in class, and now the win.
Yeah, it was a great race. I mean, in the beginning, the first 2 laps had not a good pace, but yeah, in the end it came back towards us, and I gave over the car to Miklas on P5 or 6, so it was pretty decent, and from there on it was a pretty clean and calm race.
Absolutely, Miklas, obviously carrying through that pace in your stint.
Yeah, to be honest, there was not a lot going on in my stint. I just struggled a bit with traffic and overtaking some other cars, but no contacts, and then I gave the car in P5 or 6 to Marius in the end.
Marius, what does that mean to bring that home for the class win?
More difficult than expected, to be honest, but definitely nice to bring home the win for the team, losing the sister car early on, so that's good. Yeah, we're happy with the result and we're going to push in Barcelona again.
Absolutely. Congratulations once again, boys. Thank you. Thanks.
Such a smooth race from the Winward Racing crew, but a lot of that work was obviously cemented in that opening stint from David Schumacher.
Unquestionably, getting into and out of turn 1 opening lap gave this car a massive, massive advantage. I mean, David Schumacher used that and ran, at pace with everybody in the top 5 in 5th place. So that was the platform that set up this excellent run and ultimately class victory to the Winward Racing team and finishing in 6th overall. I think they should be going away from here this evening more than delighted with the outcome.
Excellent display from the Winward Racing team. Well, the gold winners were Winward Racing. The silver win goes the way of Glenn Van Berlo and the 85 crew.
Boys, an absolute outstanding race for us. Watching that was absolutely incredible. Talk to us for those closing stages there.
Yeah, it was an exciting race. Clemens and Benja did a really good job in the first 2 hours. Then Clemens came in the last hour and it was quite hectic out there. I was having a lot of drag behind the BMW, but the team told me over the radio to manage it and to bring it home. So car was absolutely really good today. So big thanks to Grosser, to my teammates and to Lamborghini.
And what a difference from this morning in qualifying with such wet weather to now glorious sunshine.
Yeah, qualifying was quite difficult. It was really wet, but yeah, the car in the wet, in the dry was amazing. So I just want to thank Grasser and the whole team, all the mechanics and my teammates for all the amazing job they did all the weekend. And yeah, we keep fighting till Barcelona.
Absolutely, that fight remains strong, doesn't it, Clemens?
Yeah, I have to say it was an outstanding job from these 2 boys. Also, the team did a mega job. We had, I think, the fastest Lambo, so we see that the pace was there and we deserved it from there.
You did indeed. Congratulations. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This team was the one shining salvation from the Spa 24 Hours 4 weeks ago, the only Lamborghini to really get a decent result, and they won it, of course, in the Silver Cup. 4 weeks later, they triumph again at the Nürburgring. It's a good month for GRT Grasser, July, isn't it?
Yes, it's nice because Grasser Racing for many years was the Lamborghini team, and then we saw a change in direction from the manufacturer going to another operation, but great to see them back and having the kind of success that they certainly enjoyed some years ago.
Well, it's been a fantastic year in bronze. There are 4 different crews that have won races. This year, it's the Herberth one at Nürburgring.
A fantastic battle with the 911, and that brought you through to a class win.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it was a perfect race for us. We started from P9 or 10. My teammates did a great job, and I took over the car on P2. And yeah, I'm just super happy for the team. It was a last-minute call for me. I just joined on Friday evening, so I'm just happy for my teammates and the team.
Well, Tim, you certainly did a fantastic job there bringing it home. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Not bad for a substitution. And the team becoming the 4th different crew to take a race victory in the Bronze Cup this year. It was the Pure Racing Porsche that got the job done at Monza. It was the Haupt Racing Mercedes at Paul Ricard. 4 weeks ago at the Spa 24 Hours, it was the Huber Porsche. And now the Herberth car becomes the 4th different Bronze Cup winner this season. What a category that is.
You might say the one thing is consistent is that it's winning in a Porsche.
Very true. 3 out of 4 now for Porsches in bronze. It's been an absolutely sensational battle. Well, what a sensational race it's been here at the Nürburgring. Right from the start, we knew we were going to have a classic at the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS at the Nürburgring. Almost 3-4 wide down to the first corner. And then, as it all tightened up, the regular melee at the Nürburgring happened into turn 1. Who touched who first, completely irrelevant, but pick your way through and find a decent line. Several cars picking up slight cosmetic damage, some more than that. What didn't change at the front was the Acadis ASP Mercedes taking the lead, and several other drivers came a cropper. First the Iron Dames in turn 1, and then again later on in the opening stint. Their race going from bad to worse. There were battles aplenty. The first big scalp came from the Rove BMW that got spun into by the Jordan Pepper Lamborghini. They were out on the spot with big damage, and it caused handling difficulties all day long for Rove. Then Haupt Mercedes versus Sky Tempesta McLaren, and it got just a little bit tight and even a little bit personal. As that battle raged on, there was more to come from the Almanar Mercedes, picking its moment wisely on the ComTU Audi and finding a beautiful overtaking manoeuvre to work their way up to second position to set off after the 88 Mercedes. David Schumacher cemented himself well in the opening hour as well in the Winward car to cement a gold-class victory. But the Almanar crew was the only one to really take the challenge to the 88 over the course of the day. That brilliant opening lap from the Rüttronic Porsche kept them in contention, but they would slip from second to third at the end of the first hour. All it was then about was making sure that you didn't lose too much time in the traffic. Timo Boguslavski getting frustrated and losing time in his stint. But the battles continued to rage as the Pure Racing Porsche finally took the lead in the second hour. In the Gold Cup battle, it was just as intense as it was in bronze and silver, but in pro, it was business as usual for the Acadis ASP Mercedes. Once Gilles Gounon got into the car, nothing Lucas Stoltz could throw at him would make him come off his objective. There were still more battles elsewhere as the Rüttronic Porsche finally had to succumb to Riccardo Fella, getting his move and up to third in the Tresa Recepto Orange Audi. Then there were problems galore for the struggling and limping Rowe BMW, and that would be eventually what put the 46 WRT BMW out of the race, a concertina effect robbing them of water. Finally though, Gilles Gounon was able to keep it together, and for the second time out of 4, it's an Acadis ASP win. They need a top 5 finish in Barcelona to win the Endurance Cup. A fabulous battle for the contenders. Here is the provisional outline of things. 94 points for Boguslavski, Gounon and Marcello. Eng, Yellerly and Wittmann now on 76. They have a 22-point advantage. It's not guaranteed, of course. It's all provisional. But if they manage to keep that advantage heading to Catalunya, a top 5 will do.
Yeah, and it was a disappointment for the 98. It didn't pick up the points that they would like to have done. Remember, they had a great whole point, finishing 15th overall today. When going back a month, they scooped everything at Spa-Francorchamps, and of course you get double points as well as a consequence. So it's back to the 88 to lead the championship.
So it's definitely going to make things very interesting at the Endurance Cup finale. Still a long way to go, though, in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, because we still have a whole host of sprints to come. And that's where things are going to be once we come off the summer break. But now we get to our first podium. A brilliant fight back from the Tresa Orange Audi. They did a sterling job for third.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had a soft spot for this driver lineup, and today they certainly did not disappoint. And some of the passes that we saw from earlier in the race from Matteo Drudi up the inside into turn 12, into turn 10, were absolutely stellar.
A good run from the Almanar Mercedes team. They so nearly managed to grab the lead away from Gilles Gounon in that third hour. Great effort from the trio of Engel, Stoltz and Schiller. But you've really got to do your homework to beat these three. Marcello, Boguslavski and Gounon come to the podium, onto the top step once again. What an incredible race from the three. It really has been a stellar effort from the three men on the top step of the podium. They have absolutely deserved every single second of this. A fabulous performance then from the crew up on the top of the rostrum. They really have deserved this. A fabulous performance and a great effort. What a brilliant, brilliant race that was. All three crews had the chance to win today.
Just looking at Gilles Gounon, he looks utterly and totally unflustered. He's not come out of the car like a Noeli rag. He's just absolutely... He had that race, that 1 hour stint, in spite of having Lucas Stoltz right on the rear of his car, he was in control the entirety of that final 1 hour stint.
So a fabulous podium, and it definitely sets things up for a great cliffhanger in Catalunya as the GT1 Sports Club flies past. We get the celebration on the top spot of the podium. A terrific run. What a great race battle. It just shows you the ebb and flow of the race battle in pro, but one thing stands constant. Mercedes have definitely come up with the goods today at the Nürburgring. BMW left scratching their heads, wondering what to do when we go to Spain.
Well, different circumstances, different racetracks, different conditions. So many factors can come into play. But what is clear, when you think back 2 weeks ago to what we saw in Misano in a sprint race, and a great victory for Valentino Rossi in the 46 BMW, unfortunately, I don't know why, BMW really struggled. Best finish was 7th for the 32 car, Dries van Thorn. They had to work extremely hard to get that car. The next best car was the Dan Harper, the 998, to finish in 11th. Then you had Philippe Eng in the 98, 15th, and Nicholas Cruton in 16th. So not a great weekend for BMW at Nürburgring, and I don't know what they're going to do to fix it. Remember, the next round will be a sprint round down in Hockenheim, a totally different racetrack to Nürburgring, and you never know, will BMW be back at the races?
Excellent performance then from our winning crew. The Acadis ASP Mercedes having a fabulous run of it for the second time this year. They add to their win at Paul Ricard, and here they are triumphing at the Nürburgring. We've got some sprint races to come before they get their chance to seal the Endurance Cup element. Doesn't mean they'll win the whole thing, of course, as a crew. And when you combine the Sprint Cup and, of course, all of the regional categories and the esports to it, Mercedes still looking strong to win as a manufacturer. But there's a long way still to go. So these are the provisional point standings in the Drivers' Championship at the Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS. In the Endurance Cup alone, 22 points is the distance between the Acadis ASP crew of Boguslavski, Gunon and Marcello, and Eng, Yellerly and Wittmann in the number 98 Rove BMW. The winners of the Spa 24 Hours languishing now just, well, it's actually not 22 points, actually it's 18 points. My apologies, my math's not very strong. Mauro Engel in third position, Dennis Marshall and Mattia Drudi along with Ricardo Feller, just 2 points back from them. Looks like they're in a race for third position with the Almanar Mercedes driver Mauro Engel. We make our way to the podium again for another rostrum, and this is the gold podium. The number 30 car coming to the rostrum, that's the WRT number 30. The Iron Links guys do a fantastic job with their day-glow yellow suits. A brilliant run from the 19 crew. Porcini, Beretta and Innerchen, they get ahead of Cruton, Williams and Simonauer. But on the top spot, the dynamic trio doing a fantastic job, and we'll hear the American national anthem, I do believe, for the Winwood Racing team. But it's Miklas Born, David Schumacher and Marius Zug, the German trio, doing a fabulous job on the top step.
Yes, excellent job indeed. And here's the national anthem.
So it's the Star-Spangled Banner on the top step of the podium, but to all intents and purposes, it's Mercedes that wins with 3 German drivers in it at the Nürburgring.
Yes, but an American entrance, so appropriately the American stars and stripes hanging directly above, and they receive their respective trophies. And a lot of smiley faces up there.
Yeah, there's 3 teams that really worked hard to get to that Gold Cup podium. They really earned it today. A lot of great racecraft, a lot of discipline. It's been a very tough race battle for all concerned, and they really have risen to the occasion in fine style. Not a bad run from David Schumacher either on what is quite literally home turf.
Yes, very much so, and making an adaptation, a change from racing in Formula 3 and single-seaters to coming into the world of GT and realising that it's an entirely different discipline, and making the adjustment isn't just simply because you've been from a family that's one of the most famous families in the world of motorsport. You've got to learn your craft in a GT car.
The bubbly was looking very civilised for a brief moment there, and then they finally got it sorted. With 3 different crews in 3 different brands on the podium. Mercedes, Lamborghini and BMW represented on the Gold Cup podium. And that battle is going to be very close indeed as we head to the next one, because we've had another new car in the Endurance Cup taking the win, because in terms of the winners, we've had 2 wins for ComTU Audi. The Optimum McLaren got the job done at the Spa 24, and now the Winwood Mercedes getting it done, which means that Nicolas Bayard and Maxime Soulet in the ComTU team are 10 points ahead of Max Hofer, and then it is the Optimum McLaren on 70 points, as it is for the Winwood Mercedes. So there's 24 points essentially covering Bayard and Soulet in the lead, and then the Optimum McLaren and the Winwood Mercedes heading to Barcelona.
Well, it's a real mouthful to get all that out, isn't it?
I work hard.
Now, the points are much closer in the gold category across the entire team. I mean, looking down at Jean-Baptiste Simonard on 66 points. Well, he's not quite, he's 38 points behind that of Nicolas Bayard and Maxime Soulet in number 1. So there's still a lot of options. It's not a done deal by any sense or scale of the imagination.
No, indeed, and it's the first time that Mercedes has won in the Gold Cup this year. Meanwhile, up to the podium we come for the next fantastic class battle. And it was the Silver Cup, the ComTU Racing Art of Canada car coming home in 3rd place. The Tracer Attempto Racing Audi, though, what a comeback from them to get up to 2nd position. Messrs Deliguanti, Patrese and Acker getting on to 2nd on the podium. But they couldn't take the win away from the GRT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini on the top spot. The 85 of Clemens Schmidt, Glenn Van Berlo and Benjamin Hites, the Chilean. Here they come. And once again, as he usually does, Benjamin Hites bringing the Chilean flag with him to the podium to celebrate his own personal achievement. Nice to see one of the nations you don't always see on the podium on the top step. The GRT Grasser Racing Team getting the Austrian national anthem for their nation of origin. But what a fabulous run for these 3 teams. And again, it's a pair of Audis chasing down the winner, but a Lamborghini taking a win again in Silver Cup. That's back-to-back wins now for them after they won at the Spa 24.
So the brand has not done badly. It's the overall victory. And of course, to see the 63 car go out with that contact was obviously a disappointment, but the reality was it was going to be a Mercedes day today, and no other brand was in a position to seriously threaten and challenge.
So here the trophies go then for Benjamin Hites, along with Clemens Schmidt and Glenn Van Berlo. A great performance from them to get the victory in the Silver Cup. A little bit of joy for Lamborghini after what was a very disappointing first 25 minutes of the race, wasn't it?
I mean, everybody's disappointed outside of the Mercedes teams.
Certainly we lost the Iron Dames car from the top end in the opening stages and the 63 Iron Lynx car of Jordan Pepper. But at least Lamborghini has reason to smile today. They put on a pair of fabulous Super Trofeo races earlier in the weekend, and they've got another Silver Cup victory as that's the Lando Norris champagne spray there, I believe. It's starting to catch on in the same way that the Shui used to catch on years ago.
I dislike that method of opening a bottle of champagne. I think it's demeaning to the product to slam it on the floor and let the cork pop. There's a way of taking a cork out of a bottle of champagne.
Perfected and started by your mate Sir Jackie Stewart, of course.
No. Dan Gurney was the person that did it back at Le Mans 1960-something, 66 possibly, 67.
There you are.
And Dan Gurney was the man who really was the person who instigated the concept of taking a bottle of champagne and instead of drinking it, spraying it, and that's become the norm ever since.
There you go. It's all thanks to Dan Gurney, nearly 60 years ago.
What a driver, Dan Gurney. My hero as a child.
So there is the point standings in the Silver Cup, and it's pretty close at the top, isn't it? You've got the GRT Grasser car and the ComTU Audi separated by just 5 points heading to the last Endurance Cup race of the year. Game on. Goodness knows who's going to get the title.
Yeah, it is close. You're right. 5 points between first and second. So the number 12 Audi is certainly within grabbing distance of the Lamborghini directly ahead of it. So we've got Hockenheim next, and then Barcelona, or not Barcelona, Valencia, Barcelona, and then finally to the sand dunes of Zandvoort.
So now we've had the pro, the gold and the silver podium. So we're about to get the bronze cup podium, I do believe. And that's been a monumental battle here at the Fanatec GT World Challenge race at the Nürburgring. Here is the crew that's finally made it through. That's the Haupt Racing team in third position. The number 79 car, a valiant effort from them. Arjun Maini, Sebastian Bode and Hubert Haupt. And there are the Sky Tempesta Racing crew. Second position, a very good return to form from them after a tricky start. Eddie Cheever, Jonathan Wee and Chris Froggatt. Great performance from them to get second place. But the winning crew, the fourth different winning team this year, I should point out. The Herberth Motorsport team of Tim Heinemann, Ralph Bon and Robert Renoir. Lots of battles to come then in the season finale of the Endurance Cup at Catalunya. But certainly in the pro category, it's been absolutely phenomenal. We'll let the podiums play out on the circuit here at the Nürburgring. But it really has been a truly sensational 3-hour race for the Nürburgring. It has been absolutely sensational so far in this category. There's a few sprint races to come, but there's one Catalunya endurance race to go. It's been amazing here at the Nürburgring though. Agadis ASP triumph in the pro category. From Jake Sanson, Gemma Scott and John Watson, we have had a fantastic time at the Nürburgring. See you again at Catalunya for the 5th and final race in the Endurance Cup. Great to see a fourth different team taking a victory in the Bronze Cup this year. It really has been a very competitive category. 16 cars this weekend, but at Monza it was the Pure Racing Porsche. At Paul Ricard it was the Haupt Racing Mercedes. At the Spa 24 it was the Huber Porsche. And now here it is the number 91, the Herberth Porsche, that gets the victory this time. So 3 out of 4, it's been Porsche that takes the Bronze Cup victory. Some of them want to spray it, some of them would rather like to smell nice on the flight home.
Well, certainly we're going to have a little bit of a champagne spray amongst the 3 winning driver pairings. And, well, fairly moderate. And, I mean, look, you finished the race. For the driver who was in the last stint, obviously a mouthful of champagne will go straight into your body because you're still so adrenaline pumped that it just hits you like a sledgehammer.
But with 4 different teams taking the victories across the first 4 of the 5 Endurance Cup races in the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. What does that do to the championship? Check it out. It's only 7 points between the 2 leading crews. Cheever Froggatt and Hui in the Sky Tempesta McLaren. Still yet to win a race, but their consistency keeps them 7 points clear of the Haupt Mercedes. With only 7 points back, it's Renoir and Bon in their Herberth Porsche. So Sky Tempesta, they keep banging in those podiums. They could win this without winning a race.
Being metronomic, keeping out of trouble, all the things keep banging on about. You've got to make sure you mitigate every potential error and just do the best job you can. And that's where success will come. It's not necessarily about winning or then having a massive high followed by a massive low.
It's not even over for the pure Porsche either, because Malikin, Backler and Sturm are only on 69, so they're only 15 off the lead. So that's actually 4 crews.
What a disappointment for that Porsche, because the bodywork, the contact, the left front bodywork, they ended up getting the meatball. Oh, look at that, is that a Chilean flag as well, or is it maybe
I think that's the Mexican flag, actually.
Maybe, it could be.
So the ST Racing Rinaldi Ferrari comes home in 3rd place. John Miller, Samantha Tan. And also, of course, in that car, Isaac Tatumlu Lopez, so I think it is the Mexican flag. The second crew home, the teenage sensation, Aaron Walker, I think, bringing that car to second. But no, sorry, they lost out in the closing stages, didn't they? It was the car collection Porsche that came through for another podium. So Ivan Jakama, Alex Fontana and Nicky Ludvilla. But for the second time this year, it's a win for Barwell, with just 2 competitors in the car. Rob Collard double stinting, and Dennis Lind taking the victory with him. Get this for a statistic, there was only 5 seconds between second, third and fourth in Pro-Am at the end of all of that.
Consider the gap between first and second as well. After 3 hours, the gap was very small. Their gaps are small, but this is the nature of this particular discipline. The cars are so equal, the teams are so good, they're so professional, the driver lineups. I mean, occasionally somebody drops the ball and makes an error, but fundamentally, you're looking at a group of racing drivers, 150 of them, and their teams that are doing absolutely stellar jobs.
A massive congratulations to these 3 crews. They went through so much hardship to get through to the Pro-Am podium. It just shows you never give up, never stop believing, never stop digging. The winner's got a penalty. The second place ended up missing the pit entry to a red flag earlier in the weekend. The Rinaldi Ferrari was spun around facing the wrong way at one point during the race, and yet you still keep pushing because you never know when the victory might come.
Well, that's endurance racing, and I think everybody in the podium is going to feel justifiably. Come on, Samantha, remember you got a bottle of champagne. I think she might want to take it home and have enjoyed. She's on a runner of the podium, probably very wisely too.
Excellent escape act from Samantha Tan. But for Rob Collard and Dennis Lind, they're going to get the job done in fantastic style as usual. That's their second win out of 4. And in terms of Pro-Am, that should set them up for a very nice run. However, how much damage has that win done to the car collection Porsche deficit? Because they were looking at 4th position in the Pro-Am race at one point. And in the closing stages, they fought their way back valiantly to get back into 2nd position. That will definitely have taken away some of the difficulties in getting maximum points from this one. They haven't quite been able to get another win on the board. But let's have a look at what it does for the title fight. Well, the car collection Porsche is still there by a long way. Dennis Lind and Rob Collard in 2nd place. I'm fairly sure that's game over for the Endurance Cup, but certainly not in terms of the whole thing, because they've still got some sprint races to come.
Yeah, but it's still quite a long way back. They're basically 36 points behind. But, you know, 4 more events to go, and points are available in every one of those 4 rounds.
And a good comeback as well from Giacomo Litvilla and Fontana. They can celebrate in fine style here at the Nürburgring, the Swiss team. But it's the British team, Barwell Motorsport, that soaks up the spoils this time. 3rd position, the Get Speed crew of Bergstein, Walker and Lewandowski. And then Militan and Tutumlu Lopez, they are just 2 points behind them. So the race is on for 2nd in Pro-Am, at least in 2023. And here are the manufacturer points at this stage in proceedings. Check that out. That's combined with everything so far. Esports on top of Asia, on top of Americas, on top of Europe, both sprint and endurance. And Mercedes have the lead over Porsche and Audi. How fitting here at the Nürburgring.
Well, I suppose it goes with the results. Mercedes have been the dominant brand here this weekend, and they've got a significant advantage over Porsche, but still, again, on a global platform, a lot more events to be held.
Well, what a fantastic weekend it has been. The 4th Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup weekend, powered by AWS. Audi and Mercedes were the crews that cleaned up here at the Nürburgring. They've done a fantastic job, and for the 2nd time out of 4, it's the Acadis ASP Mercedes. They were chased all the way by the Trezor Orange Audi and the Almanar Mercedes, but it's these 3 that get it done again. Gemma Scott, Jake Sanson and John Watson saying goodbye and thank you till next time.